As we step into a new year, it's the perfect time to look back at the stories that inspired us, the characters who grew with us, and the battles that shaped our love for anime. And few stories capture that spirit better than Bleach. From the moment Ichigo Kurosaki first picked up his Zanpakuto to the friendships, sacrifices, and wars that followed, this is a journey that defined a generation of anime fans. So as 2025 ends and a new year begins, let's travel back through time, from the very first Hollow attack to the final confrontations that forged Ichigo into the hero he was meant to be. This is the complete story of Bleach, a New Year's gift to every Soul Reaper out there who stood beside Ichigo through it all. Ichigo Kurosaki is a 15-year-old high school student with orange hair, brown eyes, and the ability to see spirits. As he tries to protect the spirit of a little girl from a hollow, he witnesses a clash between the malevolent spirit and a female Soul Reaper. Later, Ichigo is met by the same woman again in his room. She introduces herself as Rukia Kuchiki and explains to Ichigo the basic duty of the Soul Reapers is the act of soul cleansing. The hollow, named Fishbone D, returns to absorb Ichigo's high spiritual energy, attacking Ichigo's home, and Rukia is wounded. In order to save his family, Ichigo desperately takes Rukia's power into himself and becomes a Soul Reaper to successfully defeat the hollow. After discovering Rukia has enrolled in his class, Ichigo learns that she has lost her power and that he must pose as her substitute until her powers can recover. Although he refuses this responsibility at first, Ichigo eventually accepts after realizing he cannot just turn a blind eye if he encounters a hollow again. Ichigo discovers that one of his schoolmates, Orihime Inoue, is being stalked by her older brother's spirit, who turned into the hollow acid wire due to Orihime stopping her prayers for him, which makes him hesitate to fulfill his duty. As Ichigo is forced to use his power again, his qualms of killing hollows are rested, and he finally submits to his purpose as a substitute Soul Reaper, killing Acid Wire. Before he does so, however, Orihime's older brother was able to revert to his kind and gentle nature, expressing his love for her and thanking her before being sent to the Soul Society, the place where Soul Reapers and souls reside, via Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Ichigo's friend Yasutora Chad Sato comes into possession of a cursed cockatiel that is inhabited by the soul of a small boy, Yuichi Shibata, but supposed misfortune to anyone who possesses the cockatiel is due to a hollow named Shrieker who has been stalking the boy's soul. Chad is attacked by Shrieker before Rukia arrives to aid him. With Rukia's help, Chad fights Shrieker despite not being able to see him. Ichigo eventually arrives and defeats the Shrieker, but as Shrieker was originally a murderer in life, he is dragged through the gates of hell instead of dissolving into the Soul Society. The spirit that inhabited the cockatiel is released to move on to the Soul Society. In order for Ichigo to transform into a Soul Reaper when Rukia is not around, she purchases some soul candy from the Urahara shop for him. However, the candy is actually a mod soul, an artificial warrior from the Soul Society created to destroy hollows. Once inside Ichigo's body, the mod soul goes on a rampage while ruining Ichigo's social image and turning pervert. Ichigo confronts the mad mod soul possessing his body, but is then distracted by an emerging hollow. Together, they defeat the hollow. When Kisuke Urahara, the merchant who sold Rukia her gigai, comes for the defective merchandise, Ichigo takes the mod soul back and places him into a stuffed lion plushie while naming him Kon to get even with him wounding his shoulder. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, a Soul Reaper is sent to track down Rukia for retrieval. Ichigo and his family visit their mother's grave on the anniversary of her death. While there, the Soul Reaper sent to retrieve Rukia attacks them because she broke the Soul Society's laws by giving Ichigo her powers. The battle halts when Ichigo's sisters Karin and Yuzu are attacked by a huge hollow. Ichigo confronts the hollow, who is revealed as the Grand Fisher, the hollow who killed Ichigo's mother. In a fit of rage, Ichigo defeats the Hollow as he escapes before he is killed. The Soul Reaper sent after Rukia leaves with a warning when he witnesses Ichigo's strength. When popular TV star spirit medium Don Kanonji transforms a spirit into a hollow during an exorcism, Ichigo is forced to clean up the mess. Upon the hollow's defeat, Kanonji is shocked to realize what he has done. With a little cheering up from Ichigo, Kanonji is back to his old self again and calls Ichigo, despite Ichigo's objections, his new apprentice. While on another hollow fighting mission, Ichigo encounters Uryu Ishida, a classmate belonging to a clan known as the Quincy, humans that can use spiritual power to manifest a bow to fight hollows. Uryu declares himself an enemy of all Soul Reapers and challenges Ichigo to a competition of hunting hollows. The contest between Ichigo and Uryu has lured hundreds of hollows into Karakura Town, endangering many of Ichigo's friends. Chad is forced to fight a hollow in order to save Karen. During the battle, he is finally able to see the hollow clearly and develops a new ability, an armored right arm capable of firing energy blasts called the right arm of the giant. The situation worsens as more hollows appear in the human world, attacking the school where Oriheim and her friends are. While defending them, Oriheim develops her own power, the Shun Shun Rika, a group of fairy-like creatures coming from the hairpins given to her by her brother, and defeats the hollow. Afterward, Urahara takes in Oriheime and Chad to help them with their new powers, while Rukia and Ichigo confront Uryu. The Legion of Hollows force Ichigo and Uryu to team up in combat while the others watch. A giant hollow called a Menos Grande arrives on the scene and is driven away after Ichigo inflicts a wound assisted by power from Uryu. However, he releases too much spiritual power in the process. The strain of his powers causes Ichigo to lose consciousness, and Uryu saves him by releasing the excess energy through his bow. Tired of mistreatment from Ichigo, Kon runs away to find a better owner, but he finds his abuse continuing from girls due to his perverse nature. Ichigo makes an effort to befriend Uryu, but is rebuffed. Rukia becomes conflicted with her attachment with humans. Rather than endanger Ichigo, she runs away to face the newly arrived hunters from the Soul Society. Ichigo chases after Rukia only to encounter the two Soul Reapers pursuing her. Ichigo faces off against the Soul Reaper Lieutenant Renji Abarai. Renji triggers the Shikai state of his Zanpakuto, overwhelming Ichigo with his strength. Ichigo makes a comeback against Renji, overpowering him with his enormous spirit energy. Just when Renji is about to fall, his commander Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia's brother, steps in and defeats Ichigo with overwhelming pace. Rukia returns to the Soul Society so that Ichigo can be spared death, and Ichigo is left dying with his power stripped from him. He is then saved by Urahara, who agrees to help him rescue Rukia, who faces the death penalty in the Soul Society. Ichigo, however, must agree to train with Urahara to regain his powers. As his last day of school ends, Ichigo is upset to discover that no one except for Oriheime, Chad, and Uryu seems to remember Rukia, due to a mind wipe imposed by the Soul Society. He begins his training at the Urahara shop, first battling the shop's girl assistant, Ururu Tsumugia, to regain control of his spirit body. As the training enters stage 2, Ichigo's soul is cut from his body and thrown into a pit. He must regain his Soul Reaper powers within 3 days, or risk becoming a hollow. Meanwhile, Yoruichi Shihoin, a talking cat, offers to train Chad and Oriheime to control and enhance their powers so they can join Ichigo to go to the Soul Society and rescue Rukia. In the Soul Society, Rukia's sentence is moved up and she only has 25 days left. In the pit, Ichigo battles through the agony of the process of becoming a hollow. His transformation is almost complete as he enters his own mind, coming face to face with his inner spirit, Zangetsu, who helps him unleash the Soul Reaper powers he was born with. In a powerful display, Ichigo emerges from the pit with his Soul Reaper uniform on, wearing the mask of a hollow. Breaking the mask off, Ichigo enters the next stage of his training, that is to fight Urahara. While fighting Urahara, Ichigo learns that Zangetsu is the name of his Zanpakuto. Upon learning the name, the sword transforms into its more powerful Shikai form as Ichigo unleashes an energy blast which knocks off Urahara's hat, completing the third stage in his training. Orihime and Chad, meanwhile, finish their training with Yoruichi. The entire group, including Uryu, who has been training alone, set out for the Soul Society using a gate that Yoruichi and Urahara made. Ichigo Kurosaki, Uryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, Yasutora, Chad Sato, and Yoruichi Shihoin cross over into the Soul Society using the gate. They arrive in the Rukon district where normal spirits reside. Ichigo quickly finds himself in a battle with the gatekeeper Jidanbo when he carelessly tries to enter the Seirei, where the Soul Reapers reside. Thanks to Urahara's training, Ichigo easily defeats Jidanbo, but when Jidanbo opens the gate in defeat, Ichigo encounters the Squad 3 captain Gin Ichimaru. Ichimaru uses his Shikai and pushes Ichigo back through the gate. After being shot out of the Seirei by Ichimaru, Ichigo and his friends must find another way in. While searching for a friend of Yoruichi's who supposedly can help, Ichigo meets Ganju Shiba, a man who claims to be the #1 hater of Soul Reapers of the west part of the Rukon district. The two hate each other immediately and begin to brawl, but their battle ends abruptly when the clock on the back of one of Ganju's friends goes off. Ganju and his friends leave immediately. Yoruichi solicits the help of Ganju's sister, Kukaku Shiba, who agrees to send them into the Seirei using her fireworks cannon. Meanwhile, Rukia's sentence has been moved to 14 days, and she is transferred into a cell called the Shrine of Penitence. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting is called among all the captains of the 13 court guard squads. In order to use the cannon to enter the Seirei, Ichigo and his friends must first learn how to focus their spiritual energies in order to use an item called a spirit orb, a task Ichigo finds especially difficult. He finally succeeds with the help of Ganju and creates the shell he will need to ride the cannon. Within the Seirei, a meeting of all the captains in the 13 court guard squads is held to discuss how to deal with the invaders. The meeting is interrupted by an alarm, indicating that someone has infiltrated the Seirei. Before the group launches into the Seirei, Ganju reveals that the reason he hates Soul Reapers is because his brother was killed by one. In the Seirei, the Squad 11 captain, Kenpachi Zaraki, sets out to hunt Ichigo, believing him to be a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, Squad 5 captain Sosuke Aizen confronts Ichimaru in front of the Squad 10 captain Toshiro Hitsugaya about his flimsy excuse for allowing the invaders to escape, causing Hitsugaya to suspect that Ichimaru is planning something. As the crew passes through the shield surrounding the Seirei, Ichigo's inability to control his spiritual energy results in the shell exploding, separating the group. Ichigo lands with Ganju and Uryu with Orihime, while Chad and Yoruichi are alone. Ichigo and Ganju encounter and fight Squad 11 members, 3rd seat Ikaku Madarame and 5th seat Yumichika Ayasagawa respectively. Ikaku gains an advantage by using the Shikai of his Zanpakuto to fight Ichigo, while Ganju attempts to escape from Yumichika, using a series of tricks and fireworks he borrowed from his sister. Ichigo eventually overpowers Ikaku, although he is injured in the process. Ganju and Yumichika continue their fight, with Yumichika pursuing Ganju throughout the Seirei. Kenpachi continues to search for Ichigo, but is lost, thanks to the poor directions of his lieutenant, Yachiru Kusajishi. Ganju manages to defeat Yumichika by exploding fireworks on his face. Meanwhile, Uryu and Orihime are confronted by Jirobo Ikanzaka, the 4th seat of Squad 7. Uryu is easily able to destroy the projectiles he sends at them, and destroys his ability to be a Soul Reaper when he threatens Orihime. Meanwhile, the Squad 12 captain, Mayuri Kurotsuchi, dispatches teams of Soul Reapers to locate the intruders as he wishes to use them as his test subjects for his horrifying experiments. Ichigo and Ganju attempt to escape the Soul Reapers following them by using Hanataro Yamada, a Squad 4 officer, as a distraction. They fail, but the Soul Reapers are distracted by Chad's energy blasts elsewhere, enabling them to escape. Hanataro then promises to take Ichigo and Ganju to Rukia, as he is a friend of hers too. Kenpachi is still attempting to find Ichigo, but Yachiru's directions are leading him in the opposite direction. He then visits Ikaku in the hospital and stops Mayuri from attacking Ikaku when the latter refuses to answer any questions. As Mayuri leaves, Ikaku tells his captain about Ichigo. With Hanataro's help, Ichigo and Ganju begin to head towards Rukia's location. However, Renji confronts them. Ichigo begins to fight him, and Renji reveals that he is 5 times more powerful than when they fought previously, as Soul Reapers have limits placed on their powers when they go to the world of the living. Ichigo and Renji fight viciously, with Renji initially gaining the advantage. However, Ichigo reflects on his training with Urahara and uses his resolve to fire a blast of spiritual energy at Renji, defeating him. Renji reflects on his past with Rukia, remembering how they were childhood friends and how they joined the Soul Reaper Academy together. However, they steadily grew more separated, and he stopped interfering with her after she was adopted by the Kuchiki clan. After reminiscing, he begs Ichigo to save her. Karin Kurosaki successfully destroys a hollow with her soccer ball after it falls from the sky, along with a kitten's soul. Elsewhere, Ururu Tsumugiya and Jinta Hanakari see a hollow and destroy it. At the park, Kanonji informs the group that he intends to form a team of heroes, the Karakura superheroes. Later, the kitten shields Yuzu Kurosaki as more hollows attack her, and the minor hollows around them meld into one larger hollow. With help from the kitten, the Karakura superheroes defeat the hollow. Hanataro and Ganju carry Ichigo away as the Soul Reapers arrive, and Hanataro begins to heal Ichigo in the tunnels. Renji, despite being heavily injured, is incarcerated on the orders of his captain, Byakuya Kuchiki. Meanwhile, the head captain of the Soul Reapers, Genryusai Yamamoto, commands all-out war against the intruders. As Squad 5 Lieutenant Momo Hinamori travels to a meeting of lieutenants the following day, she finds Aizen's body, hanging from a tower. Believing that Ichimaru murdered Aizen, Hinamori attacks him, but is stopped by Squad 3 Lieutenant Izuru Kira. Hitsugaya stops their fight and orders both to be incarcerated. He then promises to kill Ichimaru if he harms Hinamori in any way. Chad continues through the Seirete, but the Squad 8 captain, Shunsui Kyoraku, decides to stop him. Ichigo, Ganju, and Hanataro travel towards Rukia's prison, but are immobilized by Kenpachi's immense spiritual force. The Squad 10 lieutenant, Rangiku Matsumoto, gives Hinamori a letter from Aizen, which discloses the true identity of his murderer. Meanwhile, Ichigo begins to fight Kenpachi. However, Kenpachi's spiritual energy is so great that Ichigo cannot even cut him. As Chad continues through the Soul Society, he encounters members of Squad 8. He manages to defeat them all until Kyoraku confronts him. Although Chad is determined to win to uphold his promise to Ichigo, Kyoraku easily, albeit regretfully, defeats him. Rather than kill him, Kyoraku orders Chad to be incarcerated. Elsewhere, Ichigo is fleeing Kenpachi, terrified of Kenpachi's overwhelming power. After realizing the importance of his mission, however, Ichigo finds the resolve to face him. He manages to cut Kenpachi, but becomes overconfident after learning that Kenpachi has not mastered his Zanpakuto. Kenpachi then stabs him in the chest, breaking Ichigo's Zanpakuto in the process. Zangetsu, the spirit of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, brings Ichigo into his world. Through fighting a hollow version of himself, Ichigo realizes that Zanpakuto are more than mere tools, and that simply knowing name of his Zanpakuto does not make him more powerful. Ichigo is then able to fight Kenpachi on equal footing, and as the two clash in a massive strike, Ichigo collapses. Kenpachi falls down beside Ichigo in defeat, and Yachiru takes him away for medical treatment. Yoruichi also retrieves Ichigo for medical treatment. Meanwhile, Ganju and Hanataro arrive at Rukia's cell, but Ganju becomes infuriated because he believes Rukia was the killer of his brother, Kaien Shiba. However, in the end, Byakuya arrives, and Ganju decides to fight him despite the vast difference in their powers. As Ichigo awakens, Yoruichi reveals that she is actually a woman. Afterwards, Yoruichi shows Ichigo a device that allowed her to fly, and Ichigo uses it to go save Ganju and Hanataro. Meanwhile, Byakuya easily defeats Ganju with his Shikai, but is then stopped by the 13th Division Captain, Jushiro Ukitake. Ichigo arrives and fights Byakuya. Before Byakuya can activate his Shikai, Yoruichi stops him. As Renji Abarai recovers in his cell, the spirit of his Zanpakuto Zabimaru says that he wishes to face Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto Zangetsu again, but Renji tells him that Ichigo is no longer his enemy. Elsewhere, Yoruichi Shihoin manages to evade Byakuya Kuchiki and escape with Ichigo. After Ichigo regains consciousness, she begins to instruct him in the use of his Bankai, the final stage of his Zanpakuto that would vastly increase his power. Orihime Inoue and Uryu Ishida are attempting to travel to Rukia Kuchiki's cell by using Soul Reaper clothes, but they are closely watched by 12th Division Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Orihime and Uryu continue towards Rukia's location, but are accosted by Makizo Aramaki, a Soul Reaper of the 11th Division. Some 12th Division members arrive to help, but Mayuri, who has made them into human bombs, detonates them. Orihime uses her powers to protect Uryu and herself from the explosions, and Mayuri expresses his wish to experiment on Orihime. Uryu begins to fight Mayuri, but is quickly disabled by the paralyzing abilities of Mayuri's Zanpakuto when his lieutenant, Nemu Kurotsuchi, uses her body to hold down Uryu. Mayuri then reveals that he has experimented on many other Quincy, including Uryu's grandfather, Soken Ishida, and was responsible for his death. Uryu uses the Quincy technique Ransotengai to overcome the paralysis of Mayuri's Zanpakuto. However, he is outclassed by Mayuri and is forced to take off his Sanrei glove, an act that releases the limits on his powers. Uryu proceeds to completely overwhelm Mayuri, even after Mayuri releases his Bankai, but Mayuri escapes by transforming into a liquid. Nemu gives Uryu the antidote to the poison of Mayuri's Bankai, and Uryu continues on towards Rukia's cell, severely weakened until he is confronted by another Soul Reaper captain, Kaname Tosen. Tosen disables Uryu instantly with his Zanpakuto and has him incarcerated. Yoruichi summons Zangetsu using a Tenshin Tai, one of Kisuke Urahara's inventions. Zangetsu states that if Ichigo defeats him, he will be able to perform his Bankai and will be slain if he fails. Elsewhere, Hanataro Yamada is admonished by his captain, Retsu Unohana, for helping Ichigo. Renji breaks out of his prison cell. 3rd Division Captain Gin Ichimaru releases his lieutenant Izuru Kira from his imprisonment, and 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki agrees to help Orihime find Ichigo in order to fight Ichigo again. While incarcerated, 5th Division Lieutenant Momo Hinamori recalls her experiences at the Soul Reaper Academy, where she befriended Renji and Izuru. On a field trip to hunt hollows, she and her comrades were saved by Captain Sosuke Aizen and then Lieutenant Ichimaru when powerful hollows attacked. Back in the present, Hinamori knocks her guard unconscious and escapes from her cell, planning to confront the person who killed Aizen. Yoruichi notes that Ichigo's training for his Bankai is going well and stops the training for the day. She reveals in their subsequent conversation that Kisuke Urahara used to be the 12th Division captain. Elsewhere, Toshiro Hitsugaya confronts Ichimaru and Kira over Aizen's murder, but is interrupted by Hinamori, who believes that Hitsugaya killed Aizen. Hitsugaya knocks Hinamori unconscious and prepares to kill Ichimaru. Hitsugaya and Ichimaru begin to fight, and Ichimaru initially takes the upper hand with his swordplay. Hitsugaya turns the tables by using the shikai of his Zanpakuto to immobilize Ichimaru by freezing his arm. But this advantage is countered when Ichimaru uses his own shikai to threaten the unconscious Hinamori. 10th Division Lieutenant Rangiku Matsumoto arrives to aid Hinamori and Hitsugaya, and Ichimaru withdraws rather than go against her. Meanwhile, Renji arrives at Ichigo's training spot and reveals that Rukia's execution date has been moved to the next day. Rukia reminisces about her past as a member of the 13th Division. As she was able to get into the 13 court guard squads due to being part of the Kuchiki clan, she was disliked by the other members of her division, but she was able to construct a deep friendship with Lieutenant Kaien Shiba. One night, however, a hollow merged with Kaien and attempted to kill Rukia. Kaien regained control of his body and impaled himself on Rukia's Zanpakuto. Rukia, believing that she is a coward who killed Kaien, is convinced that she should be executed. Kon tries to escape from Yuzu Kurosaki. While on the run, he is found by a desperate Don Kanonji, whose television ratings are starting to plummet. Together, they reform the Karakura superheroes, with Yuzu playing Karakura Yellow and Kon playing Karakura King. Kenpachi, along with Orihime and his subordinates, begins to travel to the execution grounds, but are confronted by Captains Sajin Komamura and Tosen, with their respective lieutenants Tetsuzaemon Iba and Shuhei Hisagi. Ikaku Madarame and Yumichika Ayasegawa, Kenpachi's subordinates, begin fights with Iba and Hisagi respectively, and Komamura and Tosen attack Kenpachi. Elsewhere, Renji has acquired his Bankai, and Yoruichi is confident that Ichigo will do the same. Renji travels to Rukia's execution area and meets his captain Byakuya along the way. Renji ends up using his Bankai to fight Byakuya, but his lack of experience with his Bankai stymies his efforts. Byakuya uses his Shikai to try and counterattack but fails, and Renji reveals that his Bankai is held together by his spiritual pressure. Byakuya uses his own Bankai and attacks again, wounding Renji and causes his Bankai to fade away. Finally, Renji makes a last try and actually reaches his captain with his Zanpakuto, but it breaks and Renji's wounds cause him to fall as the captain congratulates him. As Rukia travels to the execution area, Ichimaru shatters her resolve by offering to help her, but subsequently claiming that his offer was insincere to begin with. Kenpachi is easily battling both Komamura and Tosen, forcing Tosen to use his Bankai, which removes all of Kenpachi's senses, with the exception of his sense of touch. Despite being unable to see Tosen, Kenpachi manages to locate and injure Tosen, but is stopped from killing him by Komamura. Komamura activates his Bankai and engages Kenpachi. Meanwhile, Rukia arrives at the execution grounds. Rukia has accepted her execution and gives a request to 1st Division Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto to send Ichigo and his friends home after her execution. The Sokyoku, a massive halberd that transforms into a phoenix, is the execution method. However, Ichigo steps forward and stops the Sokyoku with his sword, and sympathetic captains Shunsui Kyoraku and Jushiro Ukitake destroy the Sokyoku. As Renji arrives to take away Rukia, Ichigo defeats 3 pursuing lieutenants with his bare hands and turns to face Byakuya. Byakuya begins to fight Ichigo and promises to execute Rukia himself. Unohana personally heals all of the injured present, then leaves to investigate another location. Kyoraku and Ukitake also sprint from the execution grounds, and the pair confront Yamamoto in a secluded area. In an overwhelming display, Yamamoto activates his Shikai and incinerates the surrounding area. Yumachika returns to his captain after defeating Hisagi, and Kenpachi remarks that Komamura fled after Yamamoto began fighting. Kyoraku and Ukitake decide to fight their teacher, and both use the shikai of their Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng begins to fight Yoruichi, her former commander and teacher, and gains the advantage after she begins using her shikai. Believing she has the advantage, Sui Feng activates a nameless technique she recently discovered, which greatly increases her power. However, Yoruichi activates the same technique, calling it Shunko. Sui Feng recalls her past with Yoruichi. She was Yoruichi's personal guard and highly faithful to her. However, when Yoruichi left the Soul Society, she felt betrayed and carried a grudge against her mentor from that point forward. As Sui Feng attacks, Yoruichi uses her Shunko to block all of Sui Feng's attacks. Sui Feng breaks down in tears, asking Yoruichi why she did not take her along when she left the Soul Society. Ikkaku and Iba are fighting, albeit casually for sake. Near the execution site, Ichigo uses his newly learned Getsuga Tensho technique to defeat Byakuya's shikai and requests that Byakuya use his bankai. Byakuya uses his bankai and overwhelms Ichigo with millions of tiny blades. In response, Ichigo uses his own bankai, which makes him incredibly fast. Ichigo evades Byakuya's bankai and stabs him with his sword. Meanwhile, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Rangiku Matsumoto head to the Central 46 Chambers, the highest authority in the Soul Society. Byakuya uses the second form of his bankai, summoning several rows of swords. As he and Ichigo continue to fight, Ichigo becomes progressively weaker as the strain from his bankai increases. His inner hollow takes over his body after Byakuya wounds him, and he starts to overwhelm Byakuya. However, Ichigo manages to suppress his inner hollow and regains control over his body. Both Ichigo and Byakuya focus the remainder of their powers and clash in a final strike, with Ichigo the victor. Byakuya reveals that he would allow Rukia to be executed because he values the law above her life. Once a criminal's punishment has been decided, it must be carried out, and admits defeat, claiming that Ichigo has convinced him not to execute Rukia. Elsewhere, Hitsugaya and Matsumoto enter the Central 46 Chambers. Hitsugaya and Matsumoto enter the Central 46 Chambers to find all of its occupants slain. Kira arrives, and Hitsugaya and Matsumoto pursue him. Hitsugaya returns when Kira tells him that Hinamori has entered the Central 46 Chambers. Ichimaru meets Hinamori and takes her further into the chambers, where she is reunited with Aizen. Aizen impales Hinamori with his sword, and Aizen and Ichimaru leave the chamber. Hitsugaya arrives and is enraged at Hinamori's state. He uses his bankai, but Aizen effortlessly defeats him. Unohana appears, denouncing Aizen after discovering that he is a traitor. Aizen then informs her that every Soul Reaper has been under the hypnosis of his Zanpakuto, with the exception of the blind Tosen, Aizen's other accomplice. At Unohana's command, Izain Kotetsu informs all high-ranking members of the 13 Court Guard squads of Aizen's duplicity. Aizen arrives at Rukia's execution site, where Tosen has brought Rukia and Renji. When Aizen asks Renji to leave Rukia, he refuses and begins to fight Aizen. Ichigo also arrives, and the two fight in unison against Aizen. Aizen defeats both of them and begins to explain his reasons for betraying the Soul Society until he is interrupted by Komamura. Aizen defeats Komamura with an extremely powerful Kido spell and continues his explanation by revealing he arranged Rukia's execution to obtain the Hugyoku, an orb that would allow him to gain hollow powers that was hidden in Rukia's Gigai by Urahara. After extracting the Hugyoku from her body, Aizen orders Ichimaru to kill Rukia, before Byakuya saves her, as the majority of the 13 Court Guard squads then arrive to restrain Aizen. But Aizen and his accomplices use several hollows to escape into the hollows world Hueco Mundo. Afterwards, as Byakuya recovers, he explains to Rukia that he married her sister, Hisana, and adopted Rukia into the Kuchiki clan as Hisana's dying wish. But explaining that, as he promised his parents to uphold the law without question, as he broke his clan's rules in adopting her, Byakuya admits that he was conflicted between following the rules and allowing Rukia's execution or breaking them to save her. After a clip show in which the events of the arc are recounted, Ichigo and his friends return to the human world. However, Rukia decides to remain in the Soul Society rather than leave with Ichigo. After returning from the Soul Society, Ichigo Kurosaki resumes his everyday life as a high school student in Karakura town. Lieutenant Renji Abarai arrives in Karakura, however, and Ichigo claims that Renji is his cousin to the surrounding onlookers. Later that night, Orihime Inoue has a dream about her brother Sora and is drawn into a large gate while 3 mysterious people observe. After Orihime disappears, Ichigo, Renji, Uryu Ishida, and Yasutora Chad Sado try to find her. A mysterious girl contacts Renji on his cell phone and reveals that Orihime will return to her house at 8 o'clock. They find Orihime at that time, but she is an imposter. Chad is then taken by the 3 figures. After the loss of Chad, the caller instructs Ichigo, Renji, and Uryu to appear at the local museum for a continuation of her game. Once there, the museum turns into a looping maze with illusions and traps. Along the way, the group starts to splinter apart due to their irritation and desire to find their own way in the maze. As Ichigo and Renji start to walk off, Uryu notices a limitation of the illusion and plots a way out. When they escape the maze, it becomes apparent that the 3 mysterious people are modified souls. Following this revelation, they make their escape, leaving Orihime and Chad behind. After leaving the museum, the group is confronted by the modified souls, who tell them that one of their core group has been replaced by an imposter, and they must find out who that is before noon, or everyone in their school will be killed. While out in the hall at Ichigo's school, he becomes suspicious of Renji thinking that he is the imposter. He tells him to take it off. As the group attempts to find the imposter, Tatsuki Arisawa, one of Ichigo's classmates, disappears. At the last minute, it is decided that the imposter was posing as Chad, but the modified souls had already kidnapped the students. Ichigo and the others begin the final game against the modified souls. The modified souls conjure a massive gate that consumes the group. After putting Chad into a giant hourglass, the modified soul Liren tells Ichigo and the others that they have 5 minutes to defeat the modified souls and save Chad. Ichigo manages to break the hourglass and discovers that Kisuke Urahara had planned this as a group training exercise, as well as to tell the group that Uryu no longer has his Quincy powers. Meanwhile, Soul Reapers Yoruichi Shihoin and Sui Feng have been investigating the Bounce, a group of humans that consume souls for sustenance. Finding the remains of a soul, they rush away to the site of another attack, where Yoruichi stops a woman from consuming another soul. At Urahara's shop, Kisuke discusses about the Bounce with Ichigo and his friends and orders the modified souls, Liren, Noba, and Kurodo, to accompany them. The group subsequently locates a pair of Bounce, Yoshino Soma, and Ryo Udagawa. As Udagawa retreats, Ichigo begins to battle Yoshino, who summons her doll Goethe, a familiar unique to each of the Bounce. Goethe overwhelms Ichigo with his fire attacks, and Ichigo is saved by Rukia Kuchiki. Goethe continues to attack, but is restrained by Udagawa, who takes Yoshino and Goethe away from the battle. After the battle, Ichigo and his friends celebrate Rukia's return and discuss the Bounce threat in Ichigo's house. The following day, Udagawa begins to consume the souls of the humans he encounters, and Ichigo and his friends begin to fight him. Elsewhere, Yoshino escapes from the Bounce headquarters and is watched by the leader of the Bounce, Jin Kariya. Udagawa manages to capture Uryu, but Yoshino takes Uryu away from him. Utagawa uses his doll to summon a wave of snakes, but retreats after Ururu Tsumugia begins attacking him with her bazooka. In the Soul Society, Soul Reaper Captain Shunsui Kyoraku asks Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi about the bounce. However, Mayuri refuses to show him the data and later discovers that it has been erased. Uryu awakens in an apartment, where Yoshino tells him that Kariya seeks a Quincy in order to open a gateway to the world of the dead. Ichigo and the others receive a message from Uryu and find him at the hospital. The hospital room then floods with water, which the group realizes is the dolls of unidentified Bount members. The dolls attempt to drown Uryu, but Uryu is rescued when Ichigo cuts the water dolls. The group attempts to flee, and they encounter the two Bount members, Ho and Ban. As the rest of the group retreats with Uryu, Ichigo and Renji fight Ho and Ban. Ichigo and Renji's fight with Ho and Ban takes them outside the hospital. Ho and Ban transform their dolls into massive pillars of water that swallow up Ichigo, Renji, and Rukia as Chad and Orihime try to get Uryu to safety. Giving up on drowning Ichigo and the others, the twins decide to go after Uryu. Chad starts to fight the twins and separates them, causing their dolls to collapse. In response, Ho and Ban force Ichigo and company to drink their dolls, allowing the twins to rip their bodies apart from the inside. Ganju Shiba and Hanataro Yamada arrive, and Ganju uses his fireworks to destroy the dolls, killing Ho and Ban. As the group surveys the aftermath, however, they realize that Uryu is missing. As Uryu wanders aimlessly away from his friends, he encounters Yoshino again, who tells him how the bounce longevity leads to the deterioration of their mental state. Meanwhile, Kariya informs the bounce that he has found a Quincy, and that he will lead them into a new shining era. In the Soul Society, 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki learns that Maki Ichinose, a former member of his division he believed to be dead, is alive. Ichinose, unknown to Kenpachi, has joined Kariya's bounce. Yoshino and Uryu are attacked by the Bount Go Koga, who summons his doll, Dalk, a collection of metal balls that manifests as a humanoid spider creature. Following a short battle, Koga captures both of them and takes them to Kariya's mansion. Using the modified soul's sensing abilities, Ichigo is able to track the bounce and travels to their location. In the Soul Society, Mayuri has called a meeting of all the Soul Reaper captains and informs them that there is a traitor in their midst that erased items from his database. Kenpachi begins to suspect that Ichinose is the culprit. Meanwhile, Kariya attempts to gain Uryu's loyalty by promising a better world for Bounce and Quincy, but Uryu is suspicious of Kariya's intentions. Ichigo, Rukia, and the modified souls enter Kariya's mansion and confront Kariya, demanding that Uryu be released. While Ichigo begins to fight Utagawa, Rukia and the modified souls try to find Uryu, but are stopped by Ichinose, who tells Rukia of how he became disillusioned with the 13 court guard squads when Kenpachi became the captain of the 11th Division by killing the previous captain. Ichinose leaves to protect Kariya when he notices that Utagawa has stopped fighting Ichigo and attempted to betray Kariya. Ichinose kills Utagawa and begins to fight with Ichigo. As Ichinose and Ichigo fight, Ichinose relates his past as a Soul Reaper. As a member of the 11th Division, he was horrified when Kenpachi slew the previous captain and attempted to avenge his captain by killing Kenpachi, who easily defeats Ichinose. Disillusioned, Ichinose left the Soul Society and encountered Kariya, to whom he swore his loyalty. Following this revelation, Kariya begins to fight Ichigo, overwhelming him, as Ururu begins to attack the mansion with her bazooka. Yoruichi carries Ichigo to safety and the rest of the group retreats. In the Soul Society, Mayuri explains the Bounce history to the other captains. In the past, the Quincy and the Bounce had a battle that the Bounce lost. Following this incident, the Bounce began to consume living souls to increase their power. As such, Mayuri concludes that the number of living souls attacked will escalate as the Bounce become more active. In Karakura Town, Ichigo is depressed by his defeat by Kariya. Ganju and Renji both fight Ichigo, and after Renji lectures him, Ichigo realizes how unfocused he has become. Ichigo and Renji spend the entire night training under Urahara's shop. Elsewhere, Yoshino fuses with Gota in order to increase her strength. She attempts to kill Kariya, and he easily defeats her. Following her death, he uses her body to create the Bito, insects able to consume souls. Due to the lack of Bounce sightings, Urahara decides that he and Renji should go and investigate the Bounce mansion, and sends Ichigo home with the modified souls to devise countermeasures. Lirin and Kurodo wear special suits to trick Ichigo into thinking they are Bounce, as to get back at him. But things go bad when Rukia falls for the trick and continuously attacks them across town. Lirin, Kurodo, and Noba present a variety of ideas, but at the day's end, none of them are able to produce an actual anti-Bounce device. In Karakura Town, humans are being attacked by the Bito, which suck out their souls and reduce their bodies into dust. They then return to the Bounce and provide them with purified souls to drink in order to increase their power. Members of Sui Feng's 2nd Division attack the Bito, but they cannot damage them. 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya orders more Soul Reapers to enter the human world, noting that they cannot rely on Ichigo alone. Meanwhile, Renji defends a human boy against a Bito assault. After the Bounce consume the power of the Bito, Kariya tells the Bounce to test their new powers while he retires to his room. The Bounce Yoshi attacks Rukia, Orihime, and Kurodo while they are on their way to help Renji. Meanwhile, Ichigo is attacked by Koga and his doll Dalk, which ensnares Ichigo in a metal net, and Ichigo's inner hollow takes over his body, allowing him to defeat the doll easily. However, before dealing the final blow, Ichigo manages to regain control of his body and subsequently collapses from exhaustion. As Koga tells Dalk to finish Ichigo off, he is reminded of Kane, a young Bounce he once mentored. In a flashback, Koga remembers when he first met Kane and taught him how to summon his doll and live with another Bounce. However, the doll Kane created was too powerful for him to control and destroyed him, an incident Koga continues to regret. As Dalk prepares to deal the final blow to Ichigo, 3rd Division Lieutenant Izuru Kira arrives and fights with Dalk. Using the Shikai of his Zanpakudo, Kira attacks Dalk, increasing her weight with every strike. Eventually, Dalk is rendered unable to move, and Kira begins to battle Koga. Meanwhile, Yoshi is overpowering Orihime and Rukia, but her lack of cooperation with her doll causes her to miss a fatal attack to Rukia. The Bounce Mabashi arrives and uses his doll Ritz to enter Rukia's soul and take over her body. Using Ritz to control Rukia, Mabashi forces Rukia to fight Orihime, who is unwilling to fight against Rukia, as she had traveled with Ichigo to the Soul Society for the purpose of saving her. 9th Division Lieutenant Shuhei Hisagi arrives, and after learning of the situation from Orihime, intends to kill Rukia. However, Orihime manages to separate Ritz from Rukia with her abilities, and Hisagi defeats Ritz. Before Hisagi can attack Mabashi, Ichinose arrives and retreats with Mabashi. 10th Division Lieutenant Rangiku Matsumoto encounters Chad, Ururu, and Noba battling with the Bounce Sawatari, who summons his doll, Bawara, a giant rock-like fish that is able to travel through solid surfaces by phasing into a different dimension. Due to this ability, Chad and Rangiku find it difficult to attack Bawara, and Bawara manages to swallow Ururu. Rangiku uses herself as bait to lure Bawara out of the ground, and he is attacked by Chad, who sends him into Noba. Noba uses his powers to send Sawatari and Bara to another dimension, but the pair manage to escape, injuring Noba. Despite his injuries, Noba teleports Rangiku and Chad to a distant location to plan an attack on Sawatari. By linking Noba's ability to sense the Bounce with her Kido spell, Rangiku locates Sawatari and Chad punches Bara, forcing him to release Ururu. In the Soul Society, Mayuri has found the lost data on the bounce and instructs his lieutenant, Nemu Kurotsuchi, to give an item to Uryu. Elsewhere in the Soul Society, an intruder manages to enter the Seirete, the Soul Reaper fortress. After defeating the Bounce in their respective battles, Ichigo and his friends regroup at Urahara's shop while the Soul Reapers that came to the human world head towards the Bounce hideout. The Soul Reapers are accosted by the Bound Ugaki, who uses his doll Giselle to separate the Soul Reapers and begins to defeat them individually with Giselle. In the Soul Society, Yamamoto informs Byakuya that Mayuri is suspected of treason and requests that Byakuya give him any records the Kuchiki clan has of the Bounce. Ichigo and Renji arrive at the mouth of the cave and are quickly surrounded by Giselle, which takes the form of a large group of small, one-eyed flying creatures. They meet Rangiku, who tells them to destroy anything that can cast a shadow, and they manage to defeat the creatures. However, they forget that their own bodies can also create shadows, which is what Ugaki uses to bring forth two sword arms. Luckily for them, Hisagi and Kira come to help. Meanwhile, Uryu is visited by Nemu, who proceeds to attack Uryu to confirm that he has lost his powers. Nemu then gives Uryu a Quincy battle accessory to allow him to use his powers. As Ichigo and Renji travel deeper into the cave, they find Yumichika. Ugaki summons the true form of Giselle, a large black humanoid creature. Giselle throws Yumichika's body at Ichigo and Renji, but Renji manages to catch Yumichika, who is still alive. Renji uses his Bankai to battle Giselle, and Ugaki loses control of his doll. Ugaki asks Kariya to save him, but Kariya refuses, watching as Giselle causes the cave to collapse upon Ugaki. Ichigo manages to escape from the debris and finds Kariya and the other Bounce. Ichigo begins to battle Kariya, who deals with Ichigo effortlessly. Kariya informs Ichigo that they never intended to connect the human world to the world of the dead, but rather to the Soul Society in order to destroy the Soul Reapers who created the Bounce. As Kariya is about to stab Ichigo with his own Zanpakuto, Ichigo grabs it and stabs himself with it, forcing his subconscious into the world of his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. After a discussion with Zangetsu, Ichigo returns to reality and uses his Bankai, which enables him to fight evenly with Kariya. Uryu arrives and uses his powers to open the gateway created by the Bounce into the Soul Society. When Kariya thanks him, Uryu informs Kariya that he did so to defeat the Bounce in the Soul Society. First Division Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto calls for a meeting of all the Soul Reaper captains to discuss the Bounce threat. Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya is tasked with defeating the Bounce, and Yamamoto gives a standing order to kill all suspected intruders without hesitation. In the Rukongai, the area outside the Soul Reaper fortress of Seirete, the Bounce Jin Kariya and Go Koga defeat the Soul Reapers sent to capture them. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends enter the Soul Society, and Yoruichi Shihoin explains that Maki Ichinose, a Soul Reaper under Kariya's command, manipulated Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi into opening the gate into the Soul Society. Ichigo and his friends begin to search different parts of the Rukongaki for the Bounce. While searching, Rukia Kuchiki is attacked by the Bounce Yoshi. Caught without her Zanpakuto, Rukia is quickly overpowered by Yoshi. Meanwhile, Yamamoto is explaining the origins of the Bounce to the assembled captains, and a messenger informs him that Rukia is fighting a Bounce. As Rukia is about to receive a fatal blow from Yoshi, Captain Byakuya Kuchiki arrives and attacks her. Following the fight, several buildings in the Seirete explode. Byakuya sends Rukia to the Kuchiki clan's house to recuperate. In the Rukongai, Kariya enters Kusajishi, one of the most crime-ridden parts of Rukongai, and asks the populace to aid him in fighting the Soul Reapers. Ichigo, Uryu Ishida, and Yasutora Chad Sato begin searching for the Bounce again, and Ichigo takes the modified Soul Lirin with him. Elsewhere in a forest in the Rukongai, Byakuya encounters Kariya. Byakuya and Kariya begin their battle, and Kariya reveals his doll Messer, which gives him the ability to control wind. Byakuya uses his Shikai, but Kariya uses a barrier of wind to deflect his attack. Ichigo arrives to assist Byakuya, and after using his Bankai, begins to fight Kariya. With Kariya focused on fighting Ichigo, Byakuya uses his Bankai and manages to penetrate Kariya's wind barrier. However, Kariya heals himself, revealing that in the Soul Society, the bounce can consume the spirit particles in the air to restore their bodies. In Kusajishi, Koga and Ichinose convince the inhabitants to join them in their revolt in order to create a new Soul Society. Byakuya and Ichigo continue to fight Kariya, who continually regenerates all damage by absorbing spirit particles. However, Byakuya and Ichigo begin to inflict larger injuries on Kariya, not giving him time to recover. Rantau, the Soul Reaper who created the bounce, arrives and Kariya retreats. As Byakuya leaves, Uryu arrives, and Rantau takes Ichigo and Uryu to her home. When Uryu notes that Rantau is identical to the Bount Yoshino Soma, Rantau reveals that Yoshino's soul was a copy of hers, and that the bounts were the byproducts of an experiment in which the research team she led tried to create immortal souls. In a forest in the Rukongai, Hitsugaya confronts Ichinos and begins to fight him as Renji Abarai, Rangiku Matsumoto, Ichigo, and Chad arrive. In Kusajishi, Kariya prepares to invade the Seirei. Hitsugaya and Ichinose continue their battle, and Ichinos uses his Shikai, blinding all of those present. As Ichinos is about to attack Chad, his attack is blocked by 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi instructs Hitsugaya to take the group and stop Kariya from invading Seirei, and Ichinos, torn between his loyalty to Kariya and desire to avenge his former captain by killing Kenpachi, decides to stay and fight Kenpachi. Kenpachi easily blocks all of Ichinos' attacks, forcing him to use his Zanpakuto to trap him in a sphere of light. Kenpachi removes his eye patch and releases his full power to destroy the sphere. Refusing to surrender, Ichinos attacks Kenpachi a final time, and Kenpachi slices him across the chest, leaving him for dead. With the aid of the Kusajishi inhabitants, Kariya and the other bounts enter Seirei. As they enter, Kariya kills the Kusajishi inhabitants, claiming that their usefulness has ended. Kariya dispatches the bounts to eliminate the Soul Reaper captains and heads farther into Seirei. 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng orders her men to attack the bounts, but the Bount Mabashi uses his doll Ritz to take control of them. When Sui Feng asks for a status report, one of her men controlled by Ritz attacks her with a Bitto. The Bitto incapacitates Sui Feng with a poison, and Ritz uses the controlled Soul Reapers to cause chaos throughout Seirei by turning them against other Soul Reapers, including 7th Division Captain Sajin Komamura and 9th Division Lieutenant Shuhei Hisagi, who managed to knock many of the infected Soul Reapers unconscious. Meanwhile, Sui Feng attempts to fight Mabashi and hits him once with her Shikai, leaving a mark on his chest. She collapses from the poison, and Mabashi attempts to use Ritz to control her. Sui Feng then quickly strikes Mabashi in the chest to deal a fatal blow, revealing that her Zanpakuto allows her to counteract poisons. Elsewhere, Mayuri confronts the Bount Sawatari. Sawatari attacks Mayuri with his doll Bara and manages to rip Mayuri's left arm off. Mayuri regenerates his arm with his medicine and uses his Zanpakuto to paralyze Bara. Mayuri then stabs Sawatari in the right arm, and Bara manages to overcome the paralysis to retreat with Sawatari into another dimension. Sawatari surfaces in another location in Seirei, and Mayuri appears, revealing that he made a scanner to track the Bount. Sawatari attacks Mayuri with the power of other Soul Reapers that Bara absorbed in previous battles. Mayuri is forced to use his Bankai and kills Sawatari. Elsewhere, Uryu begins to fight the Bount Yoshi. Uryu and Yoshi begin their battle, and Uryu realizes that the Quincy battle accessory he is using does not allow him to properly focus his power. When Uryu is able to properly use the accessory and fire a powerful arrow, Yoshi is able to block it by changing the form of her doll Neater into a fan. She then transforms her doll into a Jian and knocks Uryu to the ground. Meanwhile, Kariya breaks into the Department of Research and Development, searching for a Bount crest called the Jokeisho. Despite the efforts of Chad and Ichigo, Kariya finds the Jokeisho and, after fusing with it, claims he has enough power to destroy Serete. Uryu and Yoshi continue their battle, and Uryu is able to defeat Yoshi by capitalizing on Yoshi's weakness of not being able to defend and attack at the same time. Meanwhile, Kariya is confronted by Koga, who claims that Kariya is insane for desiring to destroy Serete. Kariya injures Koga and leaves. As Koga tries to follow Kariya, he is attacked by several Soul Reapers and defeats them, which alerts Hitsugaya to Koga's presence. After defeating several Soul Reapers of the 10th Division, Koga meets Hitsugaya. Koga summons his doll Dalk, who is quickly frozen and shattered by the Shikai of Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto. Koga fuses the remains of Dalk into an axe, and Hitsugaya uses his Bankai in response. Hitsugaya injures Koga repeatedly, forcing him to absorb spirit particles to heal himself, but his body begins to reject the spirit particles. Koga makes a final attack on Hitsugaya, who slashes him, and Koga alludes to a future without war before collapsing. Hitsugaya orders his subordinates to give Koga a proper burial, and 8th Division Lieutenant Nanao Issei informs Yamamoto of the Jokeisho. The following day, Rantau confronts Kariya, and after seeing the Jokeisho, recalls how she hid the Bounce in a cave following their creation. After the Soul Society ordered that the Bounce be destroyed, she saved a Bount child who she realizes is Kariya. Uryu realizes that Rantau is fighting Kariya and heads towards her location as Rantau is hit by one of Kariya's attacks. Kariya recalls the events after the Soul Reaper's attack on the Bounce. After escaping from the Soul Reapers, he fused with his doll when attacked by a hollow. Desiring to travel to the Soul Society to make peace with their creators, the Bounce attempted to use the Quincy to enter the Soul Society, and were defeated. Kariya organized the remaining Bounce in order to take revenge on the Soul Society. In the present, Uryu arrives and fights Kariya. Rantau uses the Jokeisho's power to stun Kariya, and asks Uryu to kill Kariya. However, Rantau begins to feel pain from the Jokeisho, and Uryu uses his remaining power to save her, which destroys his Quincy battle accessory. As Kariya is about to kill Uryu and Rantau, Ichigo arrives. Ichigo uses his Bankai and begins to fight Kariya. Rantau reveals that there are multiple Jokeisho scattered throughout the Soul Society that will detonate when Kariya uses his Jokeisho, and the Soul Reapers of the 13 Court Guard squads begin to seal all of the Jokeisho. Meanwhile, Ichinose arrives and attacks Ichigo, but turns his sword on Kariya, claiming that he did not join Kariya to watch him destroy the Soul Society. Kariya kills Ichinose and reveals Messer in the form of a sword of wind. Kariya uses the wind messer to produce electricity and attacks Ichigo with it. Ichigo's inner hollow momentarily takes over his body, but Ichigo regains control of his body, surprising Kariya. Ichigo informs Kariya that he cannot absorb spirit particles to heal himself because Rantau sealed his absorption ability. Ichigo and Kariya engage in a final clash where Kariya is killed. Ichigo concludes that Kariya intended to travel to the Soul Society in order to end his eternal life. Ichigo, Renji, and Rukia return to the Kuchiki house to discuss Kariya's life. Ichigo remarks on how his life was changed when Rukia gave him her powers, Renji recalls when he was promoted to lieutenant of the 6th Division, and Rukia reminisces on the day when she was assigned to the real world. Afterwards, Ichigo and his friends return to the real world. Yoruichi brings Koga, who survived his fight with Hitsugaya, to Rantau's hideout. Koga accepts that the destiny of the Bounce is to eventually die out. On the last scene, Ichigo and friends are seen heading to the real world, then a mysterious person is seen entering Karakura town. In Hueco Mundo, the hollow Grand Fisher transforms into an imperfect Arrancar and enters the real world. Meanwhile, Shinji Hirako enrolls at Ichigo Kurosaki's school. During a routine purification of hollows, Ichigo is confronted by Hirako, who shows that he can willingly produce a hollow mask similar to what Ichigo has done unconsciously. He asks Ichigo to join his group, the Wizards. At the same time, Kon, in Ichigo's body, is attacked by Grand Fisher, and Uryu Ishida is attacked by a pair of hollows. Uryu is rescued by his father, Ryukin Ishida, who reveals that he is a Quincy. After rescuing his son from the Arrancar attacking him, Ryukin offers Uryu the opportunity to restore his powers on the condition he never associates with Soul Reapers. Kon continues to flee from the Grand Fisher. Despite receiving help from Liren, Kurodo, and Noba, he is still caught. Isshin Kurosaki, Ichigo's father, arrives to save him. Ichigo and Hirako recognize a new presence and neither can identify that it is Isshin. Before leaving, Ichigo declines Hirako's invitation. The Grand Fisher draws his Zanpakuto, transforming into a stronger state, and Isshin, identifying the Grand Fisher as an Arrancar, kills him in a single attack, avenging his wife. Kisuke Urahara appears and converses with Isshin about the Arrancar under the command of former Soul Reaper Captain Sosuke Aizen, the Wizards, and explains that the Hogyoku will take a year to be fully awaken. At school, Hirako asks Ichigo again to join the Wizards, explaining that Ichigo's inner hollow will overwhelm him if he does not. Later, Hirako is confronted by Hiyori Saragaki, another Wizard, who berates him concerning his lack of success in recruiting Ichigo. Orihime Inoue and Yasutora, Chad Sato, confront Hirako and Hiyori, and Hirako takes Hiyori away before she can kill Orihime and Chad. Elsewhere, Uryu agrees to Ryukin's proposal. After his discussion with Hirako, Ichigo realizes that his inner hollow is indeed becoming more than he can control. At home, the voice of his inner hollow taunts him, saying that he will come closer and closer to him until he takes over his body. Meanwhile, two Arrancars, Yami Ryalgo and Ulquiorra Schiffer, arrive in Karakura town, and Yami begins to consume the souls of all the humans in the area. Orihime and Chad arrive, and both are easily defeated by Yami. As he attempts a killing blow against Orihime, Ichigo arrives to block the attack. Ichigo uses his Bankai, and Ulquiorra identifies him as the target Aizen sent them to investigate. Ichigo begins to battle Yami, blocking Yami's first attack and subsequently cutting off his arm. However, his inner hollow interferes, and Yami gains the advantage. Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin arrive, and Yami is easily beaten by both of them. Ulquiorra rescues him from an attack from Urahara, and the two return to Hueco Mundo. At Ichigo's school, Ichigo meets a team of Soul Reapers consisting of Renji Abarai, Toshiro Hitsugaya, Rangiku Matsumoto, Ikaku Madarami, Yumichika Ayasagawa, and Rukia Kuchiki, dispatched to help Ichigo against the Arrancar threats. After greeting the team, Ichigo is taken by Rukia to fight a hollow. While Ichigo fights the hollow, Rukia berates his inability to defend his friends and encourages him to fight his inner hollow. Inspired, Ichigo easily defeats the hollow. At Ichigo's house, Hitsugaya explains Aizen's plans for the Arrancars and the different types of hollows. In Hueco Mundo, Ulquiorra and Yami report their findings in the real world to Aizen and an assembly of Arrancar. Ulquiorra and Yami are debriefed by Aizen and the other Arrancars. Grimjow Jaeger Jaques questions Ulquiorra's decision to keep Ichigo alive, and Aizen asserts that he trusts Ulquiorra's judgment, angering Grimjow. Grimjow takes a group of 5 Arrancars, Shalong Kufang, Edarad Leonis, Ilfort Grants, Nakim Grindina, and D. Roy Linker, to kill any being with spiritual power in Karakura town. Grimjow's 5 Arrancars separate to attack their targets. D-Roy encounters Chad and nearly kills him before Ichigo intercepts the fatal blow. Rukia arrives, telling Ichigo to allow her to fight D-Roy. Using the Shikai of her Zanpakuto, she easily defeats D-Roy. However, Grimmjow arrives to fight them, and Rukia realizes that his power is vastly superior to D-Roy's. Meanwhile, Keigo Asano encounters Ikaku fighting Edorad. Ikaku fights Edorad, who is forced to release his Zanpakuto after failing to counter Ikaku's unorthodox fighting style. In his released form, Edorad easily overpowers Ikaku, and Ikaku uses his Bankai. Meanwhile, Grimmjow dispatches Rukia in a single blow and prepares to fight Ichigo. Ikaku lands several blows on Edorad, and the two use all their power in a final attack. Ikaku recalls his first encounter with Kenpachi Zaraki when he was a vagrant in the Rukongai. Kenpachi easily defeated him and told Ikaku to consider a respite from death after a fight as luck. After learning that Kenpachi joined the 13 court guard squads as a captain, Ikaku and Yumichika joined Kenpachi's division. When Renji was a member of the 11th Division, Ikaku trained him, and Renji asked Ikaku to become a captain after discovering that Ikaku could use his Bankai. Ikaku refused, citing his desire to fight and die under Kenpachi's command. In the present, Ikaku defeats Edorad, and Yumichika congratulates him on his victory. Hitsugaya fights Xiaolong, who overpowers him even though he is using his Bankai. Renji, also using his Bankai, is outmatched against Ilfort. Elsewhere, Ichigo begins to fight Grimmjow, who encourages Ichigo to use his Bankai. Ilfort and Xiaolong release their Zanpakuto, and Xiaolong explains the ranking structure of the Arankars to Hitsugaya. Afterwards, Rangiku receives confirmation from the Soul Society that they have been granted permission to lift their power limits, and Hitsugaya, Rangiku, and Renji do so. With their power limits lifted, Hitsugaya, Rangiku, and Renji easily dispatch their opponents. Meanwhile, Ichigo is overpowered by Grimmjow, who is able to fight against Ichigo barehanded. Ichigo uses his Getsuga Tensho, which slightly damages Grimmjow and awakens his inner hollow. Before Grimmjow can release his Zanpakuto, Kaname Tosen arrives. Tosen takes Grimmjow back to Hueco Mundo. Grimmjow is taken back to Hueco Mundo by Kaname Tosen, who asks Aizen for permission to execute Grimmjow. When Aizen denies his request, Tosen slices off Grimmjow's arm and incinerates it. However, in a later conversation with Gin Ichimaru, it is implied that Aizen had planned for it to happen. In the real world, Ichigo attempts to find the Viscereds, realizing that his inner hollow has become too powerful to control. Meanwhile, Ishida trains with his father, and Chad requests that Urahara train him. Ichigo finds the Vizards and fights Hirako, believing he can force Hirako to tell him how to control his inner hollow. Hiyori stops the battle and dons her hollow mask to fight Ichigo. With her hollow mask, Hiyori overpowers Ichigo, who is unwilling to use either his hollow mask or his Bankai. Ichigo's inner hollow surfaces, and the other Vizards restrain him before he can harm Hiyori. Hirako gives Ichigo an exercise to assess how much spiritual energy he has. However, after Ichigo proves that he has enough spiritual energy, Hirako explains that he must force his inner hollow into the core of his soul. Hirako renders Ichigo unconscious, and as Ichigo battles his inner hollow in his internal world, his body in the real world begins to transform into a hollow. Ichigo battles against his inner hollow for control, while the Vizards battle his increasingly berserk body. Ichigo and his inner hollow both use their Bankai and commence fighting. Meanwhile, Ichigo is continually assaulted by inner manifestations of previous enemies, Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Kariya. Ichigo's inner hollow overpowers him and breaks his sword, claiming that he has no desire to serve someone with no instinct for battle. After a conversation with a manifestation of Kenpachi Zaraki, Ichigo is able to steal his sword of the hollow and impale him with it, and gains control over his inner hollow. Elsewhere, 1st Division Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto speaks with Hitsugaya concerning Aizen's objective, desiring to use 100,000 human souls in Karakura Town to create a key to the dimension the King of the Soul Society lives in and overthrow the king. At Urahara's shop, Chad is training by fighting against Renji's Bankai as training. Meanwhile, Yamamoto tells Hitsugaya that Lieutenant Momo Hinamori wishes to speak with him. Hinamori appears to still be in a trance, believing that Aizen is innocent, and urges Hitsugaya to save him, which angers him. Throughout the town, various training sessions are taking place. Ichigo is training with Hiyori to lengthen the time he can use his hollow mask. Meanwhile, Orihime tracks down Ichigo to inform him of Aizen's plans. This comes as a surprise to the other wizards as she passes through the barrier with no effort. In his battle with Ryukin, Uryu finally loses his patience and goes on the attack, only to be shot through the chest. A pentacle-shaped scar forms at the point of contact, and Ryukin informs Uryu that his powers have been restored. With Orihime's attack spirit Tsubaki destroyed by Yami, Urahara tells Orihime that he does not want her to participate in the upcoming battle against the Arankar. Orihime is saddened by the decision, but understands it. After being taken back to the Wizards by Hiyori, however, the Wizard Hachigen, Hachi Ushoda, is able to restore Tsubaki. Meanwhile, Yami has his arm reattached by an Arankar surgeon, and Ulquiorra explains that Grimjow lost his rank as an Espada when he lost his arm. Meanwhile, Aizen becomes interested in Orihime's powers. During a hollow attack, Rangiku protects the spirit of a child from an Arankar that sings a strange song. After Ikaku dispatches the Arankar, they decide sending the child to the Soul Society to interrogate him. The child, named Shota Toyokawa, is insistent that he has something to do before leaving the real world, but will not reveal what it is. Rangiku convinces Hitsugaya to wait a day before sending him to the Soul Society. At night, Shota attempts to steal Rangiku's Zanpakuto, but she catches him. He reveals that he has to find someone, but is evasive about who it is. Before Rangiku can press the issue, the Arankar Ikaku killed reappears. While tracking the Arankar, Rangiku and Shota discover that its song can force souls to walk towards it, and that it can multiply itself without limit. A researcher from the 12th Division reveals that another Arankar is creating the copies, explaining their inability to die. The Soul Reapers defeat all of the Arankars, and Shota finds the person he was searching for, that being his sister Yui. More clones from the Arankar attack, and Yui runs to the park, where Shota admits that he abandoned her out of fear. The Arankar is revealed to be able to disguise itself as the human souls it has devoured. Upon learning of the attack on Yui by the Arankar, Hitsugaya assumes she is one of the copies, and his inability to send her to the Soul Society confirms this. Still unsure, Hitsugaya has the Soul Society track the disguised Arankar, while Yui is sealed within a Kido barrier. The analysis confirms Yui is one of the clones, and that the Arankar acquired its cloning ability after absorbing her soul. The report suggests she had strong latent spiritual powers as a human. As Yui's brother, Shota, has similar powers, and Yui uses him to break the barrier. Although Yui is able to resist the Arankar and keep Shota safe, the original Arankar devours her. It is overpowered by Hitsugaya and Rangiku, but stalls them by claiming that Yui's trapped soul will be destroyed if they kill him. It creates hundreds of Arankar copies to attack the town while it hides. Hitsugaya uses his Bankai in an attempt to find the Arankar by freezing the surroundings. Rangiku and Shota manage to track the Arankar via the song it sings, and Hitsugaya disables it with his Bankai. Rangiku and Shota defeat the Arankar, releasing all the souls it devoured in the process. With the Arankar gone, Rangiku sends Shota to the Soul Society to reunite him with his sister. Karen Kurosaki meets Toshiro Hitsugaya when she is playing soccer in the streets. Karen discovers that older students are using a soccer field for practice during a time slot that her team had booked. After a confrontation, the two teams decide to have a soccer match for control of the field. Karen asks Hitsugaya to join, but he refuses. However, he notes that she can see hollows and goes to the match. In the match, Karen injures her knee, prompting Hitsugaya to enter the game to help her. After the game is over, a hollow enters the area, and Hitsugaya easily defeats it. Realizing that Hitsugaya is a soul reaper, Karen questions Hitsugaya about her brother, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Hitsugaya assuages her fears concerning Ichigo's location. Keigo Asano's sister, Mizuho, asks Ikkaku Madarame to help train a group of kendo students at his school. Ikkaku's brutal training causes most of the team to quit, except for a boy named Shinji, who is dedicated to become stronger. To recruit more team members, Ikkaku asks his fellow Soul Reapers Hitsugaya and Renji Abarai to participate in the kendo tournament. The Soul Reapers easily defeat their opponents. However, a hollow appears nearby, forcing them to leave in order to fight it. Shinji fights the final opponent in the tournament and manages to defeat him as Ikkaku kills the hollow. Ikkaku, enraged at having missed an opportunity to fight, proceeds to attack the entire opposing team on his own. 12th Division Soul Reaper Rin Tsubokura is sent to Karakura Town to conduct research, and Hanataro Yamada accompanies him as an escort. Yumichika Ayasegawa, one of the Soul Reapers based in the real world, is assigned as their guide. While Rin searches for sweets to purchase, they encounter the ghost of a chef who wants the 3 Soul Reapers to bake a cake for his mother. Upon delivering the cake, however, the chef's mother refuses to eat it because it reminds her of her son, causing the chef to begin transforming into a hollow. Attracted by the chef's transformation, a Menos Grande arrives, and Hanataro is able to both stop the chef's transformation and defeat the Menos Grande with the Shikai of his Zanpakuto. Using a device, Rin makes the chef visible to his mother, and he convinces her to eat the cake. After encountering Rangiku Matsumoto, Kon rescues a girl named Miyuki from drowning. In the process, however, Kon is swapped with Shintaro, the girl's stuffed animal. Kon attempts to talk to Miyuki, who requests that Kon play with her, as she has no friends outside her house. Kon asks her to bring him to her old house, where Kon learns that Shintaro is the name of her old dog, and a 2-headed dog hollow attacks them. Rangiku kills the hollow, which is revealed to be Shintaro's soul, along with a Doberman Pinscher's soul, which combined with it to make the hollow. Afterwards, Kon insists that Miyuki stop relying on him and make friends of her own. In Hueco Mundo, an Arrancar named Patros and his 2 subordinates steal the Orb of Distortion and kill Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer in the process. Unwilling to continue taking orders from former Soul Reaper Sosuke Aizen, Patros wishes to use the Orb of Distortion to take control of Las Noches. To this end, he heads for the shop of Kisuke Urahara, as he believes someone in the shop knows how to use the orb. Patros begins to fight Renji, who is staying at Urahara's shop. Meanwhile, the other Soul Reapers fight Patros's subordinates. As the 2 sides battle, Ulquiorra appears in the real world with no signs of his previous injuries. In Hueco Mundo, Ulquiorra's staged death and the theft of the Orb of Distortion are revealed to be a ploy by Aizen, engineered using his illusion-casting Zanpakuto. In the real world, Patros's subordinates are defeated, and Renji uses his Bankai, forcing Patros to release his Zanpakuto. Patros begins to overwhelm Renji and reveals the secret of his attacks to the modified soul Lirin. Lirin, Kurodo, and Noba prevent Patros from using his attacks, and Renji defeats him. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra delivers a report to Aizen, noting that Orihime Inoue is currently not in the real world. In Hueco Mundo, Aizen creates the Arrancar Wonderweiss Margera with the Orb of Distortion, and Aizen tasks Ulquiorra with gathering Arrancars for a mission. Meanwhile, Ichigo's training with the Vizards has enabled him to use his hollow mask for 11 seconds. In Soul Society, Soul Reapers Jushiro Ukitake and Shuhei Hisagi observe Orihime and Rukia Kuchiki, who are training for the Winter War with Aizen. In the real world, Yumichika and Rangiku are training in an attempt to achieve Bankai when the Arancars Lupi Antenor, Grimjow Jaegerjaquez, Yami Rialgo, and Wonderweiss attack. Ichigo encounters Grimjow and uses his Bankai. In the training room beneath the Urahara shop, Urahara prepares to leave to enter the battle. Ichigo dons his hollow mask and overwhelms Grimjow with his enhanced power. However, Ichigo is unable to defeat Grimjow in his 11-second limit, and Grimjow takes the advantage. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya battles Yami, and Luppy demands that Yami retreat so he can fight all the Soul Reapers present. Luppy releases his Zanpakuto, sprouting 8 tentacles from his back, and after knocking Hitsugaya into the ground, captures all of the Soul Reapers. Before he can dispatch Rangiku, Urahara arrives, cutting one of his tentacles, and begins to fight Yami. In Soul Society, as Orihime crosses into the real world, Ulquiorra attacks her. He severely injures her Soul Reaper guards and demands that she leave with him or he will kill all her friends. As the battle with Luppy continues, Hitsugaya uses a sneak attack with his Bankai and defeats Luppy. Meanwhile, Urahara dodges Yami's attacks using one of his inventions and subsequently nullifies all of them. Grimjow nearly kills Ichigo but is saved by Rukia. She is nearly killed, but Shinji Hirako saves her. Grimjow begins to battle Hirako, and after Hirako dons his hollow mask, he overwhelms Grimjow. As Grimjow prepares to release his Zanpakuto, Ulquiorra stops him and orders all the Arancars to return to Hueco Mundo, as Orihime agreed to accompany him. Ulquiorra gives Orihime 12 hours to say goodbye to one person, and provides her with a bracelet that makes her invisible. Orihime travels through Karakura town, watching her friends from a distance. She then visits Ichigo, who is recovering from the injuries Grimjow inflicted on him. She makes a confession of her love to the sleeping Ichigo. She almost kisses him, but cannot bring herself to do it. Before leaving the real world, she writes a line in a notebook, "Goodbye, halcyon days." Tatsuki discovers that Orihime is missing following the attack by the Arancars. Because she had time to heal Ichigo before departing, Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto assumes that she is a traitor who left of her own volition and refuses any attempts to rescue her. Meanwhile, Tatsuki Arisawa questions Ichigo concerning Orihime's disappearance, and Ichigo tells her that it is none of her concern. Ichigo, unwilling to abandon Orihime, turns to Urahara for help and is joined by Uryu Ishida and Yasutora Chad Sado. After being brought before Aizen, Orihime is asked to demonstrate her power by restoring Grimjow's arm. After doing so, Grimjow asks her to restore his tattoo. Following this, he kills Luppy to regain his rank among the Espadas. Although she is worried that her actions will only cause more fighting, Orihime resolves to make herself useful until the Soul Society has prepared for the upcoming war. In the real world, Isshin Kurosaki meets with Ryuka and Ishida in the training chamber underneath the latter's hospital, where they discuss how they raised their respective sons. After arriving in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad traverse the halls of an unknown structure. After setting off several traps, they are greeted by Demora and Iseringer, 2 Arankar under Aizen's command. Uryu and Chad insist that Ichigo watch them fight, and they overpower the Arankars, showing their new abilities in the process. With the 2 Arankars defeated, the room collapses, forcing Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad to escape outside. Upon seeing Las Noches, they begin running towards it, impeded by the various natural hazards of the desert. Meanwhile, Aizen gathers the Espadas to inform them of the intrusion, stressing that the intruders are not to be underestimated, but not to be considered an immediate threat. In the desert, Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad encounter 3 hollows chasing a human child and decide to help the child. Ichigo learns that the human child is an Arankar named Neliel II Oderschwank. The three hollows are her brothers Peshe Guatiche and Dondochaka Bilstein and their pet Bawabawa. Afterwards, a hollow named Lunuganga attacks the group, and they are unable to harm him because his body is made of sand. They are saved by Renji and Rukia, who freezes Lunuganga with her Shikai. Nell offers to take the whole group to Las Noches. Before they can reach Las Noches, Lunuganga rises from the sands again. Lunuganga sinks the group beneath the sands, and Rukia is separated from the group. Nell explains that they are in the forest of Menos, where most hollows reside. As they begin to fight the hollows around them, Rukia attempts to fight the hollows attacking her. She is rescued by Soul Reaper Ashido Kano, who attacks her after dispatching all of the hollows. Meanwhile, Nell, Peshe, and Dondochaka are kidnapped by a hollow during an attack. Ashido reveals that his attack was a test of her strength, and he decides to take her back to her friends. Along the way, he relates his past to Rukia, explaining that he was part of a unit which hunts hollows that inadvertently came to Hueco Mundo. They are attacked by an Ajuchas. Meanwhile, Nell and her friends are held captive by the other Ajuchas, and Ichigo, Uryu, Chad, and Renji are searching the area for them. Rukia and Ashido easily destroy the first Ajuchas, and another Ajuchas prepares up an ambush in which Ashido is hit while trying to protect Rukia. Ashido's mask absorbs the brunt of the attack of the Ajuchas, and Rukia kills the Ajuchas. Meanwhile, Ichigo and the others locate Nell and are led into an ambush. However, they defeat all of the hollows present. Elsewhere, Rukia and Ashido defeat another Ajuchas, and everyone is subsequently reunited. As Ashido attempts to lead them out of the forest, an attack by one of the remaining Ajuchas collapses the passage. Ashido leaves to fight the Ajuchas as the rest of the group returns to the surface. As she leaves, Rukia promises to return for him. In Las Noches, Ulquiorra informs Orihime that her friends have mounted a rescue. After breaking into Las Noches and finding themselves at a five-way fork, Ichigo's group splits up and each takes one path. When Nell chases after Ichigo, Peshe and Dondochaka forget the direction she took and travel down different paths. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra makes Orihime swear her loyalty to Aizen. Afterwards, he explains to Espada Neutra Gilga the psychological traps Aizen created to ensure that Orihime does not have the will to resist. However, Orihime quietly resolves to destroy the Orb of Distortion by erasing its existence, an act that would derail all of Aizen's plans. Ichigo and Nell encounter the Privaron Espada Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio, and Ichigo begins to battle him. Uryu and Chad each encounter an Arankar, and former Soul Reaper captains Gin Ichimaru and Kaname Tosen observe the battles through the surveillance system in Las Noches. Although Ichigo and Dordoni fight evenly, Dordoni gains the upper hand by releasing his Zanpakuto. Ichigo Kurosaki continues his fight with the Privaron Espada Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio, and Dordoni easily overpowers Ichigo, leading him to demand that Ichigo use his Bankai. Ichigo refuses and Dordoni uses a Sero blast in response. Neliel II Odelschwank blocks the blast by swallowing it and fires it back at Dordoni. When Dordoni attacks Nell, Ichigo uses his Bankai to stop the attack. However, Dordoni requests that Ichigo use his hollow powers to fight him. Ichigo dons his hollow mask and disables Dordoni with a single strike. Nell heals Dordoni with her saliva at Ichigo's request, and Dordoni explains that he had hoped to regain his position as a full Espada by defeating Ichigo at full power. After being completely healed, he attacks Ichigo again. Dordoni is struck down by Ichigo once again, and to thank Ichigo for using his full power against him, Dordoni fights Rudborn Chalute and the Exequias, a group of Arankars specializing in eliminating intruders to allow Ichigo to retreat. When Sosuke Aizen learns of this, he asks who ordered the Exequias to attack Ichigo, and the Espada Sayalaporo grants takes responsibility. Aizen forgives him, noting that Dordoni's body will help Sayalaporo's research. Meanwhile, Uryu Ishida is battling the Privaron Espada Siruchi Sandarwichi, and Rukia encounters the Espada Aronniero Arurueri. Aronniero removes his mask, revealing the face of Kaien Shiba, the former lieutenant of the 13th Division that Rukia had killed. Rukia converses with Aronniero and realizes that he is the real Kaien, who states that after he was killed, he was resurrected in Hueco Mundo, where he became one of Aizen's espadas. Kaien offers Rukia a chance to atone for killing him by allowing him to kill her, and Rukia accepts, with the caveat that she will be allowed to rescue Orihime Inoue. Kaien reveals that he was joking and instead instructs her to kill all of her friends. Realizing that he is an imposter, Rukia begins to fight Kaien, and Kaien quickly gains the upper hand, as he was the one who taught Rukia how to fight. Rukia continues to struggle against Kaien, and he begins to overpower her when he uses the Shikai of his Zanpakuto. When Kaien disarms her, Rukia attempts to use a Kido spell, and reveals in the process that Kaien is afraid of the sunlight. Armed with this knowledge, Rukia binds Kaien with Kido and blasts a hole in the wall. In the sunlight, Kaien's face melts away to reveal a glass case with 2 masks inside. The creature reintroduces himself as Aronniero, and after moving out of the sunlight, assumes Kaien's appearance again. After informing Rukia that he absorbed Kaien's remains when he came to Hueco Mundo, Aronniero releases his Zanpakuto, transforming his lower body into a giant, octopus-like form. Uryu continues to battle with Kiruchi, who blocks all of his attacks with her Zanpakuto. The Arrancar Pesheguatiche decides to help Uryu, and uses his saliva to cause Kiruchi to trip and land awkwardly on the ground. Incensed, Ciruchi releases her Zanpakuto, referred to as Resurrección, transforming into a giant bird with bladed wings. Unable to counter her abilities with his arrows alone, Uryu pulls one of the tubes from his belt, which produces a powerful energy blade that easily slices through her winged blades. With his energy sword, which he calls Seal Schneider, Uryu is easily able to defend himself against Ciruchi's attacks. In response, Ciruchi sheds her wings and focuses all her power into a single blade on her tail, and Uryu defeats her by shooting his Seal Schneider from his bow into her chest. As Uryu and Pesce leave, Rudborn and the Exequias arrive to kill Ciruchi. Meanwhile, Yasutora Chad Sado is at a disadvantage against the Privaran Espada Gantenbaine Mosqueda. After taking several blows, Chad realizes how to access his full power, transforming his right arm into a giant shield named Brazo Derecho del Gigante. With his full power unleashed, Chad overpowers Gantenbain, and Gantenbain releases his Zanpakuto in response. However, Chad reveals that his right arm is intended solely for defense, and transforms his left arm, naming it Brazo Izquierdo del Diablo. With his left arm, Chad overpowers Gantenbain and allows him to live. However, Chad is confronted by the Espada Noitora Gilga, and after Chad fruitlessly attacks Noitora with his left arm, Noitora defeats and seriously wounds Chad with a single attack. Bored with the ease of his victory, Noitora leaves to pursue another intruder. Chad's apparent death is felt by everyone in Hueco Mundo, and when Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer brings dinner to Orihime Inoue, she refuses to believe that Chad has died. Ulquiorra admonishes her, noting that all her friends are doomed to fail because they rushed into battle without realizing the odds they faced. Orihime slaps him and bursts into tears after Ulquiorra leaves. Meanwhile, Renji Abarai and Dondochaka Bilstein encounter Sayalaporo. Renji attempts to use his Bankai, but it shatters instantly, leading Sayalaporo to remark that he designed the room they are in to negate Renji's Bankai. As this is happening, Rukia continues to battle Aranjero, who reveals that he has eaten and obtained the powers of over 33,650 hollows. Overwhelmed by Aranjero's released form, as well as the realization that he possesses Kaien's actual body, Rukia is impaled through the stomach, and her Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki, is broken in the process. She recalls her training with Kaien, in which he told her how a person's heart is passed on to those they are close to. Regaining her resolve, she performs the third dance, San no Mai Shirafune, reconstructing her Zanpakuto with ice, and impales Aranjero through the head. As Aranjero dies, Rukia attempts to stand in order to continue her journey to save Orihime, but collapses from her injuries. When Renji asks Szayelaporro how he negated his Bankai, Szayelaporro reveals that he gathered the data using parasites stored in the body of his older brother Ilfort Grants, who Renji fought and defeated. With only his Shikai, Renji's attacks cannot harm Szayelaporro. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra meets Ichigo to inform him of Rukia's death. Ichigo attempts to leave to save Rukia, but Ulquiorra goads him into fighting by revealing that he was the person who forced Orihime to come to Hueco Mundo. Furious, Ichigo prepares to fight Ulquiorra in anger. Even after using his most powerful attacks, Ichigo is overpowered by Ulquiorra. Ichigo, however, refuses to give up, believing Ulquiorra to be the top-ranked Espada. Ulquiorra reveals his 4 tattoo, indicating that he is the 4th Espada, and stabs Ichigo in the chest with his hand. Meanwhile, Orihime is confronted by Loli Ivirne and Manoli Malia, 2 female Arrancar furious because Aizen favors Orihime over them. In Renji's fight with Szayelaporro, Renji is almost killed by Szayelaporro's strongest Fracción Medazeppi when he is struck by an arrow from a mysterious person, killing him. The mysterious person mocks Renji for almost being killed before Renji identifies the mysterious person as Uryu. Orihime is rescued from Loli and Manoli by Espada Grimjao Jaeger-Jaquez, who claims he is repaying Orihime for restoring his arm and promptly kills Manoli and injures Loli. He tells Orihime that he needs her help and takes her with him. However, Orihime chose to heal both Loli and Manoli before they leave. Meanwhile, Uryu finds that his arrival was expected by Szayelaporro, and his attacks are useless against both the Espada and his Fracciones. Renji saves Uryu from a fatal blow, and the two prepare to work together to take down Szayelaporro. With Renji's help, Uryu maneuvers Szayelaporro into a trap, catching him in a massive explosion. Although the trap is damaging, it fails to kill Szayelaporro. By eating one of his Fracciones Lumina, Szayelaporro completely heals himself. However, rather than retaliate, he leaves, wanting to replace his damaged clothing. Elsewhere, Grimjao brings Orihime to Ichigo and asks Orihime to heal Ichigo so he can fight him again. Before she can finish doing so, Ulquiorra arrives. Using a special device, Grimjao traps Ulquiorra in an alternate dimension and remarks that it will take 2 or 3 hours for Ulquiorra to break free. Orihime finishes healing Ichigo, and Ichigo begins to fight Grimjao. Even after using his Bankai, Ichigo finds himself outmatched against Grimjao. However, when Grimjao fires a Grand Race arrow at Orihime and Nell, Ichigo uses his hollow mask to block the attack. Grimjao, pleased that Ichigo is fighting with his full power, releases his Zanpakuto. The two continue their fight, and Ichigo is slowly worn down by Grimjao despite the fact that he is able to use his hollow mask longer than he previously could. Espada Tia Halibel and her Fracciones, the Tres Bestias, which consists of Emilu Apache, Francesca Mila Rose, and Chayan Songsun, are seen watching the fight and comment during it. Halibel tells them that it is natural that they are afraid of Grimjao and Ichigo, that it is more like a fight between 2 Espadas than anything else. Orihime, frightened by Ichigo's appearance due to his hollow mask, is afraid to watch the battle, but after Nell admonishes her, she overcomes her fear and cheers Ichigo on, giving him the resolve to deal a blow across Grimjao's chest. In a flashback, Grimmjow recalls his time as a Hollow and his history with Xiaolong Kufang, Edurad Leones, Ilfort Grants, Nakim Greendina, and D. Roy Linker, his former Fracciones. In the present, Grimmjow, despite being wounded, refuses to give up. He uses his strongest attack on Ichigo, but Ichigo overcomes it and deals a final blow. After leaving Grimmjow on the ground, Ichigo prepares to take Orihime away from Las Noches. Shusuke Amagai, a member of a group that hunts down Hollows, is unanimously appointed by the 13 court guard squads as the new captain of the 3rd Division. He appoints Makoto Kibune as his 3rd seat officer. However, Amagai and Kibune are not well received by the 3rd Division members. On the suggestion of 10th Division Lieutenant Rangiku Matsumoto, Izuru Kira, the 3rd Division Lieutenant, holds a welcoming party for Amagai, but Amagai collapses after one drink due to his low tolerance for alcohol. Jillians invade the Dangai, the dimension between the Soul Society and the human world, and the 3rd Division is ordered to destroy them. While fighting the Hollows, the Kototsu, the cleanser of the dimension, somehow gets called in, leaving the 3rd Division in a race to escape before being cleansed. During their escape, Amagai appears, and with a last-minute rescue, destroys the Kototsu with ease. Then, once they have calmed from their near-death experience, they find out that Amagai is actually still drunk. Rurichio Kasumioji, a young princess of the Soul Society nobility, and her Soul Reaper assistants, Ryusei, Kenryu Kenzaki, and Ruzaburo, Enryu, and Kogawa travel to Karakura Town to acquire sweets for Rurichio. Kenryu and Enryu leave, and Rurichio starts to wander the town. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuchiki are alerted to an abnormal amount of Hollow sightings. Ichigo encounters Rurichio, who asks him for sweets and is attacked by Hollows. As Kenryu and Enryu take Rurichio away, Ichigo uses his Bankai to defeat the Hollows, impressing Kenryu and Enryu. The following day, they move into the house adjacent to Ichigo, becoming students at his school. Ichigo repeatedly asks Kenryu and Enryu why Rurichio is in the real world, and they refuse to answer him. That evening, an assassin arrives at Rurichio's home. The assassin uses a weapon with a mirror that reflects the moonlight to stun Ichigo and nearly kills him. Ichigo uses his sword to reflect the moonlight against the assassin on his second try, and rather than be questioned, the assassin allows himself to be killed when Ichigo uses his Getsuga Tensho. Afterward, Kenryu reveals that Rurichio is the heir to the noble Kasumioji clan. He further explains that Gyokaku Kumoi, one of caretakers serving the Kasumioji clan, has been attempting to take control of the clan by killing Rurichio. Under pressure from Rukia, Ichigo agrees to protect Rurichio. Ichigo and Rukia take Rurichio through the town, and they later have dinner at Ichigo's house. After Ichigo starts an argument with Rurichio over her refusal to eat carrots, he accidentally reveals that Kenryu and Enryu hired him as a bodyguard. Furious, Rurichio runs towards the river where she meets Orihime Inoue. They are attacked by an assassin wielding a guandao, who can fire energy blasts that solidify into rock walls. Ichigo, Rukia, Kenryu, and Enryu arrive. Kenryu uses his Shikai to immobilize the assassin, allowing Ichigo to defeat him. However, the assassin commits suicide by collapsing a rock wall on himself. After the group leaves, Kumoi's head assassin, Hanza Nukui, retrieves the dead assassin's weapon. The next morning, Kenryu and Enryu realize that Rurichio is missing. Amagai orders the 3rd Division to perform several menial missions and training exercises to build trust within the division members. One evening, Kira and Kibune investigate an old execution ground with division member Shinta Siko. The three fall into the execution pit, which is filled with caged Hollows. Kira and Kibune easily defeat the Hollows, but one of the Hollows manages to absorb Shinta. When Kibune attempts to kill the Hollow with Shinta, Kira stops his attack, and Kibune state that Shinta's lack of skill as the reason he should die. Amagai arrives and reveals that he created the entire affair. The following morning, Rurichio enters the Kasumioji family household. Kumoi discovers that Rurochio has entered the household and orders Hanza to kill her. Ichigo, Rukia, Kenryu, and Enryu arrive in the compound and separate to find her. Kenryu and Enryu are then locked in a storehouse by Kumoi, while Rukia encounters 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki. He realizes that Ichigo is present and goes to find him, as Ichigo eventually finds Rurochio. However, Ichigo is forced to evade the guards, losing track of her. Rurochio is attacked by one of her child servants, later revealed as an assassin. Zaraki arrives to intervene and kills the assassin, and Rukia later asks Zaraki to keep the incident a secret. Watching from a distance, Hanza tries to frighten Ichigo by releasing his spiritual pressure, but is surprised when Ichigo is unperturbed. In Karakura town, Kisuke Urahara finds that there has been a shortage of a type of spirit particles and theorizes that this is linked to the activities of the Kasumioji clan. Kumoi sends Hanza and a dozen assassins to kill Ichigo, his friends, and Rurochio. Hanza fights Ichigo using the mirror weapon an assassin previously used against Ichigo, known as Saiga, is stronger by feeding on his spiritual energy. Hanza traps Ichigo in a separate dimension using Saiga. Ichigo is freed by Yoruichi Shihoin, who reveals that the remaining assassins have been defeated. The following day, Kumoi installs Rurochio's fiancé Shu Kanogi as the head of the clan. Having failed in his previous attempt to kill Rurochio, Hanza gathers 3 of his subordinates from the criminal underground and requests that they be given weapons similar to Saiga. In Karakura town, Rurochio tells Ichigo that others would frequently be blamed for her reckless actions, including Kenryu and Enryu. Sensing the arrival of Hanza and his subordinates, Ichigo and Rukia stay to protect Rurochio, while Uryu Ishida and Yasutora, Chad, Sato leave to confront their attackers. Rukia's opponent, Jinai Doko, reveals that the unique blades the assassins are using are called bakoto, swords that consume the user's spiritual energy to increase their strength. Jinai eats his bakoto to increase his power and fire blades from his back. Uryu fights Kuzuryu, who uses his bakoto to transform into mist. Chad fights Genba, who uses the same rock wall-forming bakoto a previous assassin used. Chad repeatedly destroys the walls with his energy blasts, but Genba fuses with the walls to attack Chad from behind. Rukia uses Kido to restrain Jinai and freezes him with her Shikai. He breaks free from the ice, but is consumed by his bakoto when it draws too much energy from him. Uryu realizes that Kuzuryu is using his bakoto to fuse with the surrounding mist, and uses Sprenger to defeat him. However, Uryu is caught in the blast radius and is injured. Chad destroys the surrounding walls to stop Genba's attacks, and in a clash between the strongest attacks of the combatants, Chad is victorious. Ichigo fights Hanza, and using the enhanced speed from his Bankai, breaks Saiga's mirror. In response, Hanza uses one of Saiga's abilities to engulfs Ichigo in light from the shards of the mirror. Sealed inside a different dimension, Ichigo is forced to relive his childhood and his mother's death. Reflecting Ichigo's guilt for being unable to save his mother, the image of Ichigo's mother tries to kill him. Ichigo manages to break free of the dimension by making peace with his mother. Ichigo dons his hollow mask and overwhelms Hanza, forcing him to allow his bakoto to absorb more of his energy. However, Hanza is consumed by his bakoto, ignoring Ichigo's pleas to stop. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, Kira covertly follows Kibune to the Kasumioji compound, where Kuzuryu returns to report the death of his comrades to Kumoi. In response, Kumoi orders Kibune to kill him. Amagai proposes joint training between the squads of the 13 court guard squads, citing the attack of the cleaners against his squad, but his request is denied. That night, Kira confronts Kibune for entering the Kasumioji compound, and Kibune denies he did so. An alarm activates shortly afterwards, revealing that there are hollows in the Seiraite. Despite Kira's orders, the 3rd Division members follow Kibune to attack the hollows. The various squads fail to reach the hollows due to the lack of coordination between them. Amagai takes control of the situation and coordinates the squads in destroying the hollows. Elsewhere, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the 1st Division captain, reveals that he orchestrated the attack to test Amagai. Kumoi schedules Rurichio's wedding for the following day, and Kenryu and Enryu realize that he will replace her with an imposter if Rurichio does not return for the wedding. Ichigo goes to speak with Rurichio, who reveals that she knew about the true goal of the assassins and Kumoi's connection to them. She escapes into the Soul Society, intending to participate in the marriage to keep Kumoi in line. However, when she arrives on the other side, her eyes have gone blank and she expresses no desire to leave. Ichigo, Rukia, Kenryu, and Enryu attempt to follow them, but are unable to reach Rurichio, as Kenryu and Enryu have been blamed for kidnapping her. On the day of the wedding, the 4 enter the compound to retrieve Rurichio, but 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng and several members of the 2nd Division surround them, and Rurichio does not respond to Ichigo's calls to her. Enryu uses his Shikai to destroy the building, and in the confusion, Ichigo reaches Rurichio. Revealing Kumoi's intention to gain control of the clan to Shu, Ichigo is attacked by Rurichio, who is revealed as an imposter. Sui Feng begins to fight Ichigo, allowing Rurichio and Kumoi to escape. Kenryu and Enryu are captured by the 2nd Division members, and Ichigo and Rukia escape with Shu's help. The 3 decide to escape by having Shu pose as a hostage. In response, Yamamoto orders a manhunt for Ichigo and Rukia. When Sui Feng voices doubts concerning Kumoi's intentions to Yamamoto, he merely agrees to take them under consideration. Kira voices his suspicions on Kibune's recent actions and relations to the Kasumioji family to Amagai, who asks Kira to observe Kibune. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions begin to guard the Kasumioji compound, and Sui Feng returns Kenryu and Enryu to the Kasumioji clan at Yamamoto's order. Elsewhere, the real Rurichio is imprisoned by Kumoi's assassins and visited by Kibune. The following morning, 6th Division Lieutenant Renji Abarai asks his captain, Byakuya Kuchiki, if he is worried that Rukia is being pursued. After Byakuya denies that he is, he gives control of the search party to Renji. Ichigo, Rukia, and Shu decide to rescue Rurichio, but are attacked by Amagai, who uses his Shikai against Ichigo. Shu stops the battle, revealing the truth of Kumoi's intentions to Amagai, who agrees to help them. For helping Ichigo, Amagai is branded a traitor by Yamamoto, who orders him to be hunted as well. Meanwhile, Renji and Ikaku Madarame begin to fight Lieutenants Tetsuzaemon Iba and Shuhei Hisagi respectively over their differences concerning Ichigo and Rukia's actions. Kira enters the Kasumioji compound and finds Rurichio and is attacked by several assassins. Although he defeats all of them, one of the assassins escapes with Rurichio and Kibune arrives to fight him. Despite the patrols of the 13 court guard squads, Ichigo, Rukia, Amagai, and Shu manage to make contact with the 3rd Division members and head towards the training grounds of the 3rd Division, which was Rurichio's last known location. Kira begins to fight Kibune, and initially gains the advantage by using his Shikai to increase the weight of Kibune's Zanpakuto. Kibune uses his Bakoto to negate Kira's Shikai. Discussing his past, Kibune reveals that he was ostracized in the 13 court guard squads for not protecting his weaker division members during missions, and assigned to squads specialized in hunting down hollows as a result. He states that the Bakoto will give him enough power to gain respect from the 13 court guard squads. Kira realizes that Kibune is using his Bakoto to negate his Shikai, and he manages to exhaust Kibune, enabling him to use his Shikai to increase the weight of Kibune's Zanpakuto. Kibune attempts to draw on more power from his Bakoto, but is consumed in the process. Ichigo and Amagai pursue a pair of assassins with Rurichio and discover that the Rurichio they are carrying is a fake. They return to the arena where Kira reveals Kibun's association with Kumoi. Ichigo, Rukia, Amagai, and Shu head to the Kasumioji compound, which 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya is guarding. Amagai fights Hitsugaya, and Rukia fights Rangiku as Ichigo and Shu enter the compound. Elsewhere, Yamamoto orders that the 13 court guard squads attack the Kasumioji compound after seeing the Bakoto brought by Renji. Hitsugaya and Rangiku stop fighting after they hear the order to attack the Kasumioji clan, and the remaining divisions attack the compound. Yamamoto reveals that he suspected the crimes of the Kasumioji clan, but could not act until Ichigo revealed concrete evidence of their crimes. Kumoi, incensed about the attack, sends all of his assassins against the attacking Soul Reapers. Rukia and Shu find Kumoi, who is using Rurichio as a hostage. Amagai arrives, kills Kumoi, and teleports to Yamamoto's location with Rurichio. Amagai reveals that he orchestrated the events surrounding the Kasumioji clan and desired revenge against Yamamoto for killing his father, Shinetsu Kisaragi. He further accuses Yamamoto for allowing the Kasumioji clan to create Bakoto, declaring that he dedicated his life to killing Yamamoto. Yamamoto uses his Shikai, but Amagai uses his Bakoto to negate his attack. Amagai uses his Bankai, and Ichigo arrives to fight him. Ichigo begins to fight Amagai, but due to Amagai's Bakoto, he has difficulty in fighting at full strength. Ichigo dons his hollow mask to increase his power, as Amagai's Bakoto cannot negate his hollow powers. Amagai begins to attack Ichigo's mask, and Ichigo manages to hit Amagai with his Getsuga Tensho. Injured, Amagai declares that he is willing to die for his revenge and starts to draw more power from his Bakoto. Amagai manages to regain control of himself after overusing his Bakoto, and Ichigo defeats him. Undeterred, Amagai stabs Yamamoto, who is unharmed by the attack. Yoruichi and various captains and lieutenants arrive, revealing to Amagai that Yamamoto ordered Amagai's father, Kisaragi, to investigate the Kasumioji clan's Bakoto. It is explained that Kumoi used a Bakoto to control Kisaragi, and Yamamoto was forced to kill him. Upon learning this, Amagai forgives Yamamoto and to repent for his deeds, uses his Zanpakuto to self-immolate. Before he dies, he apologizes to Kira. Later, Rurichio and Shu thank Ichigo for his aid, and Rurichio takes her position as the head of the Kasumioji clan. After the fight between Ichigo Kurosaki and Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques concludes, when Ichigo breaks through Grimmjow's strongest attack, Grimmjow attempts to continue the fight, but is attacked by Neutra Gilga, an espada. However, Ichigo protects Grimmjow. As Ichigo and Neutra begin to fight, Tesla Lindocruz, Neutra's subordinate, captures Orihaime Inoue. Neutra reveals that he is the fifth espada and is stronger than Grimmjow. Meanwhile, Renji Abarai, Uryu Ishida, Pesce Guatice, and Dondochaka Bilston attempt to flee the Espada Zaelaporo grants, but because Zaelaporo controls the building they are in, he redirects the hallways to point back towards their battlefield. Neutra overpowers the tired Ichigo, and when Orihime attempts to help, Tesla threatens to destroy her hair clips, the source of her power. Zaelaporo releases his Zanpakuto and creates clones of Renji, Uryu, Pesce, and Dondochaka. Meanwhile, Neutra encounters Nell and recognizes her. When Ichigo asks how he knows Nell, Neutra reveals Nell's true name is Neliel Tu Odell Schwank, indicating that she is a former espada. Neutra uses Nell as a shield against Ichigo, whom he pins to the ground. As he prepares to break Ichigo's arm, the intensity of Nell's emotions causes her to return to her original adult form, Neliel. Pesce and Dondochaka realize that Nell has transformed into her original form. Neliel takes Ichigo away from the battlefield, and as she prepares to fight Neutra, she reveals that she was the former third espada. She overpowers Neutra, and in desperation, Neutra uses a Cero Blast. Neliel uses her Cero Doble technique to absorb Neutra's Scaro and redirect it at him with doubled force. However, Noitra is relatively unharmed and reveals that the Espada have grown stronger in her absence. Uryu and Renji struggle to fight their clones as they copy their attacks. Renji uses his Bankai, and the clones copy him, destroying the building. In response, Sayalaporo destroys the clones and uses another ability of his released form to create voodoo dolls of his opponents. Using the dolls, he causes pain to his targets and damages their internal organs. Meanwhile, Noitra and Neliel fight each other to a stalemate, and Noitra states that he despised Neliel even during her time as an Espada. Noitra recalls his past encounters with Neliel, in which Neliel sparred with Noitra and easily defeated him. In one session, Noitra demanded that she continue the fight until one of them died, and Neliel refused. As a result, Noitra attacked Neliel's subordinates, Pesce and Dondochaka, and with Sayalaporo's aid, paralyzed Neliel long enough for him to land an attack on her. He left her outside Aizen's palace, where she transformed into an amnesiac child. In the present, Noitra taunts Neliel about their past, and Neliel prepares to release her Zanpakuto. Neliel finishes her release, transforming into a white centaur, and overwhelms Noitra. Meanwhile, Pesce and Dondochaka begin to fight Sayalaporo and use Cero Syncretico, a combination attack fusing their Ceroblasts, to attack Sayalaporo. However, Sayalaporo nullifies the attack and reveals that he had already analyzed their spiritual energy. When Neliel attempts to finish off Noitra, she transforms back into her child form. Ichigo tries to help Nell, and Noitra allows Tesla to fight him. After releasing his Zanpakuto, Tesla starts to torture the exhausted Ichigo. Before Tesla can deal the final blow, Soul Reaper Captain Kenpachi Zaraki stops him. Kenpachi defeats Tesla in one blow and tells Ichigo to stay out of his fight with Noitra. He informs Ichigo that Kisuke Urahara was tasked with making the Garganta gateways into Hueco Mundo stable enough for Soul Reaper captains to enter, and that 3 other captains came with him. Captain Retsu Unohana arrives with her lieutenant Izan Kotetsu, and they stop Rudborn Chalute and the Exequias from killing Yasutora, Chad, Sado, and Gantenbaine Mosqueda. Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi and his lieutenant Nemu Kurotsuchi arrive. Captain Byakuya Kuchiki arrives to save Rukia Kuchiki from Espada Zomari Larue and overcomes Zomari's enhanced speed with the techniques Yoruichi Shihoin taught him. After realizing that Byakuya refuses to treat him as an equal opponent, Zomari releases his Zanpakuto and grows on his body eyes that can control the objects they are looking at. Zomari takes control of Byakuya's arm and leg, and Byakuya cuts his own tendons to stop them from moving. Meanwhile, Byakuya orders Hanataro Yamada to take Rukia to safety. Zomari uses one of his eyes to control Rukia and has her slice Hanataro with her sword. Before Byakuya can interfere, he threatens to force her to commit suicide. Byakuya immobilizes Rukia with Kido and uses his Bankai. Surrounded by thousands of tiny blades, Zomari is overwhelmed by the attack. Zomari survives Byakuya's attack, but Byakuya uses Kido to block Zomari's control ability and quickly dispatches him. Mayuri initially seems unable to fight back against Sayalaporo, who uses his voodoo doll ability to destroy all of Mayuri's organs. However, he reveals that he has made himself immune to Sayalaporo's attack by replacing the organs in his body with dummies, after learning about the ability from bacteria he implanted in Uryu to use the voodoo doll. He then activates his Bankai, which poisons Sayalaporo, and subsequently swallows him. Rukia regains consciousness, and Byakuya tells her to rest and regain her strength for the impending battles. Kenpachi battles Noitra, and Orihime heals Nell at Ichigo's request. While swallowing Sayalaporo with his Bankai, Mayuri inadvertently poisons Uryu and Renji, and Sayalaporo seizes the opportunity to resurrect himself by absorbing Nemu's spiritual particles through his Gabriel technique. However, in the process, he ingests a superhuman drug from inside Nemu that increases all of his senses to the point where his body cannot respond to the flood of sensory information, immobilizing him, with Mayuri stating that 1 second would feel like a century. He then stabs Sayalaporo through the hand before stabbing him in the heart. Sayalaporo, whose senses are heightened by the drug, feels Mayuri's Zanpakuto piercing through his hand and heart for what he feels as centuries before he dies. After restoring Nemu to full health, Mayuri orders her to clear away the rubble that concealed Sayalaporo's laboratory. Meanwhile, Kenpachi has difficulty cutting through Noitra's skin, which Noitra claims is the toughest of any of the Espada. Kenpachi stabs Noitra through his eye patch, but Noitra counterattacks, injuring Kenpachi. He then reveals that Kenpachi had stabbed him through his hollow hole, which is where his left eye should have been. Kenpachi slashes at Noitra, wounding him, and uses the correct amount of force he needed to cut Noitra's skin. He continues to attack Noitra, and after Noitra accidentally tears off Kenpachi's eye patch while trying to attack him, the limits on his power are removed. Kenpachi delivers a slash through Noitra's torso. Noitra releases his Zanpakuto and gains an additional pair of arms. Noitra attacks Kenpachi and severely wounds him, while Kenpachi manages to cut off one of his arms. Noitra regenerates the arm and stabs Kenpachi with one of his hands. Kenpachi continues fighting Noitra, and although he is able to keep up with his attacks, he realizes that he is in danger of dying. He then resorts to using kendo and severely injures Noitra with a two-handed strike. Kenpachi attempts to leave, but Noitra insists that he finish their battle. Noitra recalls his time with Neliel, in which Neliel frequently saved him from his attempts to die in battle. He charges Kenpachi, who inflicts the finishing blow. After Kenpachi defeats Noitra, the Espadas Coyote Stark and Lilinette Gingerbuck arrive and carry Orihime away to a tower where Sosuke Aizen greets her. He informs her that he, Jin Ichimaru, and Kaname Tosen are preparing to destroy Karakura Town. Aizen orders Tosen to contact the Soul Reaper captains, Ichigo and his friends with Kido, while he travels through a Garganta portal to Karakura Town. However, Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the leader of the 13 Court Guard squads, confronts Aizen with 5 other captains. Aizen summons the Espadas Stark and Lilinette, Baragan Luisenbairn, and Tyr Harabel, and orders Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer to protect Las Noches. Ichigo, sensing the threat to Orihime, flies off to save her. In the real world, Ichigo is in school when he sees Lurichio Kasumioji, who has come back to the real world because she is angered that Ryusei Kenryu Kenzaki, her retainer, would not allow her to play Kimari when she has other important duties. This leads to an outburst between Lurichio and Kenryu intends to kill himself to make Lurichio happy. After Ichigo and his friends persuade Kenryu, they put on an act to fool Lurichio into forgiving him, but she sees through the trick. This leads to another argument and culminates in Lurichio challenging Kenryu to a Kimari game to see who is right. The Kimari game officially starts. The referees are the proprietors from the Urahara shop, Jinta Hanakari and Ururu Tsumugiya. Kisuke Urahara himself oversees the proceedings and set up a gigantic barrier around the playfield to indicate the assigned area. The two teams, each with varying characters, attempt to keep the ball away from each other in different comical ways. Ikaku Madarame joins in the game, while sparring with Ichigo under the impression that he was undergoing intensive training. Then a hollow appears on the field, drawn by everyone's spiritual pressure. With the help of Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad, the hollow is quickly dispatched, but the game ends because Lurichio's team dropped the ball. Shukanogi enters the human world and shows Lurichio that her idea about a Kimari tournament in the Soul Society was not such a bad idea in the eyes of the commoners after all. Satisfied at this, Lurichio returns to the Soul Society. 110 years before the start of the series, then 5th Division Captain Shinji Hirako is approached by then 5th Division Lieutenant Sosuke Aizen as they attend preparations for the introduction of the new 12th Division Captain. Squad 2, Captain Yoruichi Shihoin, tells her third seat Kisuke Urahara that she has recommended him for the position as the new 12th Division Captain. Her subordinate Sui Feng, immediately distrusting Urahara because of what she has seen of his personality and behavior, follows him around town to prove to Yoruichi that he is not worthy of the responsibility required for the new position. Yoruichi, however, after seeing Sui Feng's proof on paper, disregards it as a love letter. Urahara and a team of Soul Reapers leave to tail a group of deserters who abandoned the Seiraite. After single-handedly defeating them, Urahara passes the captain qualification exam and later shows up late to his first captain's meeting. Urahara is appointed the 12th Division Captain in a ceremony attended by the other captains and introduces himself to his squad. Lieutenant Hiyori Sarugaki is the only one who does not respect him. She makes a scene while his things are loaded into his new room and challenges him to a match to see if he really can hold up to his promise of not letting danger befall the 12th Division. The squad members are led to believe that their captain is weak when he falls easily at Hiyori's attack, but he actually lost on purpose, not wanting to embarrass her. Later that night, Hirako tells Urahara that Hiyori loved the previous captain of the 12th Division like a mother, and that she would be difficult to replace in her heart. The next day, Hiyori sees Urahara's office and is shocked by how much he has changed it since the previous captain was there. Urahara takes Hiyori to the maggot's nest, explaining on the way that its purpose is to hold people deemed potentially dangerous by the Soul Society. While they are walking through the penitentiary, a large prisoner attacks Hiyori, but Urahara easily subdues the man with his bare hand. Deep inside, Urahara approaches a younger Mayuri Kurotsuchi and offers to make him second in command of a new division he is creating, the Department of Research and Development. Elsewhere, a young Byakuya Kuchiki is shown to have had a quick temper at that age, proven when Yoruichi steals his hair ribbon before escaping, taunting him by putting her breasts against his head in the process. 13th Division Captain Jushiro Ukitake asks Kaien Shiba to be his lieutenant and tells him of a prodigy who graduated from the Soul Reaper Academy in just 1 year and has already secured a seat position within the Gotei 13. The boy is revealed to be a young Gin Ichimaru who easily slays the 3rd seat officer of the 5th Division under the watchful and impressed eye of Aizen. 9 years later, 3 shadowed figures watch as citizens of the Rukongai are attacked and killed by a strange white substance. Hirako, Aizen, Mayuri, Hiyori, and Urahara meet and discuss the recent disappearances of the Rukongai citizens. Captain Kensei Muguruma and his 9th Division are deployed to assess the situation and find a gigantic hollow attacking 3 boys. Kensei Muguruma saves one of the boys, a younger Shuhei Hisagi, from certain death. Later on, in Mayuri and Urahara's lab, Hiyori is chosen from the 12th Division to go collect samples from the site of recent disappearances. Kensei and the rest of his squad camp in the woods. Izemon Todo, one of his subordinates, seemingly kills Kaname Tosen, the 6th seat at the time, and the rest of the group before he is mysteriously struck down himself by an unseen attacker. Kensei, the only one left, is imprisoned in a well of darkness and impaled with a blade. When the darkness lifts, he recognizes his attacker. The spiritual pressures of Kensei and his squad vanish, sparking a dire situation in the Soul Society. An emergency captain's meeting is held to determine who will investigate the situation. Urahara arrives late and pleads his case to go, but Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto does not grant his request. Instead, Hirako, Captains Love Aikawa, 7th Division, and Rojuro Rose Otoribashi, 3rd Division, Lieutenant Lisa Yadamaru of the 8th Division, and Hachigen Ushoda from the Kido Corps are dispatched. In the woods, Hiyori is attacked by a grotesque and powerful hollow revealed to be Kensei. Hirako arrives to save her and engages Kensei along with the rest of the new team. Soon, the 9th Division Lieutenant Mashiro Kuna, who has also transformed into a hollow, appears and attacks the group. Hachigen binds both Mashiro and Kenshi, but the latter escapes through brute strength alone. Meanwhile, Urahara is torn at his decision to send Hiyori out alone and defies orders that he is not to go, using a cloak that completely masks his energy. Before he can set out, Tessai Tsukabishi, commander of the Kido Corps, appears and offers to accompany him. The 8th Division Captain Shunsui Kyoraku is out late when he happens upon a young Nanao Issei, his future lieutenant, who wonders if Lisa will be all right. Kensei's new abilities overpower most of the group, until Hachi finally binds him with a powerful spell. Hirako is then brutally attacked by Hiyori, who is now a hollow as well. Tosen arrives and incapacitates the group, with the exception of Hirako, who asks why he betrayed his captain. Aizen appears with Gin and reveals his own betrayal, explaining to Hirako that his illusion-casting Zanpakuto had disguised another person as a stand-in for himself during his interactions with Hirako all this time. Hirako and the rest of the group begin transforming into hollows, but Hirako manages to hang on to his consciousness. Aizen prepares to finish off Hirako, but Urahara and Tessai arrive to stop him. Upon observing the bodies of the injured group and recalling the missing souls, Urahara concludes someone has been experimenting with hollowification in the Soul Society. Aizen initially feigns innocence, but then turns to leave with Gin and Tosen in tow, blocking a Kido attack from Tessai as they escape. Using a forbidden technique, Tessai transports the affected back to the 12th Division research facilities, where Urahara shows Tessai an object he created that may be useful in saving those undergoing the hollowification process: the Orb of Distortion. The next morning, Urahara and Tessai are arrested and brought before Central 46, where they are falsely accused as the ones responsible for Aizen's acts. Urahara insists that they have been framed by Lieutenant Aizen, but his protests are ignored as several witnesses saw Aizen never leave the Seirete the night before. Urahara is sentenced to banishment in the world of the living, but just before the two are detained, Yoruichi breaks in and takes them back to her hideout, along with the 8 Soul Reapers undergoing hollowification, who have since stabilized. Urahara declares that he will find a way to save them. Time flashes forward to present day at the Vizard's headquarters. Hirako states that they appreciate what they have become thanks to Urahara and Aizen, and the group leaves. Going back to the time when Ichigo Kurosaki, Uryu Ishida, and Yasutora Chad Sado left the world of the living for Hueco Mundo, with the help of Kisuke Urahara, the focus is now directed to the events that took place in Karakura Town during that time. Urahara feels that Karakura Town needs protection against hollows now that Ichigo left. In one night, he thinks of a fun way to protect the town. That is to force Kon into a team of hollow fighting superheroes called Konso Cop Karakurizer. Once Kon adjusts to his new hero suit, he meets the rest of the team, which includes Don Kanonji, Tatsuki Arasawa, Chizuru Honsho, Keigo Asano, and Ururu Tsumugiya, along with Zenosuke Kurumadani. After a successful fight with hollows, the team encounters a woman who appears to be an Arrancar. The assembled team from the previous episode is to infiltrate a gate that the Arrancar are using to travel between Hueco Mundo and the world of the living. At the Hollow Fortress, numerous hollows attack the team. Kanonji and Ururu stay behind to fight the hollows on the outside, and the others enter the Hollow Fortress. Once inside, they meet one of the many Arrancars from Hueco Mundo. Chizuru uses her hyper-erotic powers to distract the Arrancar, and Keigo, Tatsuki, and Kurumadani take care of the hollows inside. Kon travels to the center of the fortress, where he meets a hollow and kills it with his razor beam, exploding and destroying the heart of the fortress and the fortress itself. In the end, Urahara erects a barrier around Karakura Town and lulls its citizens, including the Konso Cop Karakurizer, to sleep. Sosuke Aizen, Kaname Tosen, and Gin Ichimaru arrive in Karakura Town and are met by the remaining captains of the 13 court guard squads and their lieutenants. Aizen states how he is aware that he is not in the real Karakura town and says that after slaughtering them, he will make the Oken in the Soul Society. He says that Las Noches is in the hands of Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer, at which Ulquiorra appears in the throne room behind Orihime Inoue. Ichigo Kurosaki senses his appearance and he rushes to the 5th tower. It then goes back to the battle where the captains talk amongst themselves, when suddenly 1st Division Captain Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto unleashes his Shikai to trap Aizen, Tosen, and Gin. Back in Las Noches, the Exequias and their leader, Rudborn Chalute, temporarily delay Ichigo. Rudborn and his men attack, but are stopped by Chad, Rukia Kuchiki, and Renji Abarai. Ichigo continues on his way, eventually breaking through the floor into the throne room, ready to battle. Ichigo arrives in the 5th tower to save Orihime and confronts Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra unsheathes his sword and they begin their battle. Meanwhile, back at the replica of Karakura town, Espada Baragan Luisenbairn takes command since Aizen is trapped inside Yamamoto's fire prison. His first plan of action is to destroy the 4 pillars protecting Karakura town, and he sends out 4 giant hollows to do the job. Soul Reapers Ikaku Madarame, Yumichika Ayasagawa, Izurukira, and Shuhei Hisagi each take 1 pillar, and after defeating the hollows with ease, are respectively matched up against Choi Neng Pao, Charlotte Chulhorn, Avarama Redder, and Findor Kalayas, 4 of Baragan's 6 fracciones. In his fight, Izuru manages to draw blood against his opponent, Avirama, who proceeds to release his Zanpakuto Agala. Meanwhile, Yumichika and his opponent, Charlotte, continue their fight, but the two spar while declaring the other ugly. Charlotte uses several attacks, which are able to injure Yumichika. When Yumichika manages to cut off some of the hair of Charlotte, the latter enrages and releases his Zanpakuto, Reina de Rosas. Now stronger than Yumichika, the fight escalates until Charlotte traps Yumichika in a prison of black thorns, which completely encases the combatants and their Reiatsu, hiding Yumichika's death from everyone. Upon hearing that his Reiatsu is hidden, Yumichika reveals the true form of his Zanpakuto, that of a sword with Kido abilities. With its power, he drains Charlotte's Reiatsu, claiming victory. Yumichika reveals that he uses a nickname for his Zanpakuto to avoid revealing its Kido abilities, so that he can fit in with the 11th Division, there being an unspoken rule against using them. The other fights continue elsewhere, and Findor reveals to Hisagi that he can chip off pieces of his mask to increase his power level. Izuru fights Avirama, whose resurrection turns him into a bird and enables him to attack Izuru with heavy steel feathers. Izuru uses his Zanpakuto, Wabiske, to make Avirama's wings too heavy to fly. He then decapitates Avirama, noting afterward that he does not want to be forgiven. Hisagi has difficulty fighting Findor, despite technically being on the same level of power. When Findor releases his Zanpakuto, Pinza Aguda, and corners Hisagi with blasts of water, Hisagi reluctantly releases his Zanpakuto, Kazashini. With his Zanpakuto released, Hisagi overpowers Findor. Seeing this, Findor breaks off 90% of his mask, now making him much stronger, but Hisagi easily damages him. After overpowering Findor, Hisagi explains that Findor is inferior to him because Findor does not fear his own power. Findor makes a desperate attempt to defeat Hisagi with a Sero Blast, but is killed by Hisagi's Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Pao is able to defeat Ikaku and destroy the pillar he had been guarding. As a result of the pillar being destroyed, the real Karakura town starts to return, but 7th Division Lieutenant Tetsuzaimon Iba manages to stop it while his captain Sajin Komamura faces Pao. Pao knocks Komamura aside with a single punch in his unreleased state, and releasing his Zanpakuto, Calderon tries to finish off Ikaku and Iba. Komamura, however, manages to overpower and defeat him easily with his Bankai. Iba reprimands Ikaku for failing to protect the pillar because of his desire to avoid revealing his own strength. Baragan grows visibly angry because of the defeat of his Fracciones. Barragan's two remaining fracciones, Gio Vega and Nerge Parduak, offer to deal with the other Soul Reapers themselves, ending up facing against 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng and Lieutenant Marechio Omaeda. The respective 8th and 13th Division Captains Shunsui Kyoraku and Jushiro Ukitake face Coyote Stark, but are unwilling to fight against his fraction, Lilinette Gingerbuck. While 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya begins fighting Tier Haribel, Lieutenant Rangiku Matsumoto begins fighting her fracciones, who are able to defend themselves against the ability of her Zanpakuto by using the Sero Blast. While Omaeda struggles against Nirge, Sui Feng is able to pin Gio to the wall and releases her Zanpakuto. Gio manages to free himself and fights back against Sui Feng, chiding her for not finishing him off when she had the chance. He releases his Zanpakuto, Tigre Estoque, and continues fighting her, seeming to be of equal or greater skill. Omaeda continues fighting Nirge, and while it appears that Nirge can keep up with his speed even in his slower release state named Mamut, Omaeda reveals that he had only pretended to be slow, and manages to outmaneuver Nirge and bash him in the head with his Zanpakuto, Gegetsuburi. Despite this, Nirge gets up again, only to be knocked down again when Gio accidentally knocks Sui Feng at his head. Sui Feng continues fighting Gio and is pinned down. Nirge gets up and tries attacking Omaeda again, but he defeats him and tries to help Sui Feng. Gio is about to shoot Omaeda with a Sero Blast, but Sui Feng breaks free and knocks Omaeda away before Gio can kill him, revealing that she had hoped to study the resurrection form of an Arrancar before facing the Espadas. Gio then responds by turning into his resurrection form to grow stronger, but Sui Feng kills him easily with the ability of her Zanpakuto. Rangiku fights Tier Haribel's 3 fracciones, those being Emilu Apache, Francesca Mila Rose, and Tsayan Sung Sun. She struggles against them until 5th Division Lieutenant Momo Hinamori arrives, having resolved to fight against her former captain. Momo uses a Kido combination that seriously injures the 3 fracciones, but they heal their wounds by releasing their Zanpakuto and use their left arms to create a strange creature that shares their traits. Elsewhere, Kyoraku continues his battle with Stark, but neither is willing to release their Zanpakuto. Lilinette attempts to fight Ukitake, but he is able to effortlessly block her attacks and tells her to give up. The fused creature named Ion is able to severely wound Rangiku and Momo with little effort, but Hisagi and Izuru arrive to save them. Hisagi attempts to fight Ion, while Izuru tends to Momo and Rangiku's wounds, but Ion overpowers him. Iba tries to intervene, but Ion pushes him aside with a Zero Blast from a hidden eye. It tosses Hisagi aside and advances on Izuru, but Yamamoto, disappointed that his men are unable to defeat it, steps in to fight it, wounding it with his staff. Ion goes into a rage after being wounded by Yamamoto and increases in size, but Yamamoto easily defeats it and Haribel's 3 fracciones. Hitsugaya struggles against Haribel, who reveals that she is the 3rd Espada and then hits him with a torrent of energy. Kyoraku fights Stark, who reveals that he is the 1st Espada. Elsewhere in Las Noches, Chad and Renji have defeated the Exequias, as Rukia is left to battle Rudborn. Ichigo continues his fight with Ulquiorra, and despite Ulquiorra's claim that Ichigo's friends and the Soul Reapers will be defeated, Ichigo has faith in their victory and continues to fight against him. In the world of the living, much of the main class is attending their first day at Karakura High School. Ichigo and Chad met and befriend Keigo and Mizuhiro Kojima while saving Keigo from some thugs. In the Soul Society, the lieutenants meet and decide to promote Renji to the lieutenant of the 6th Division and send Rukia to Karakura Town. Renji discusses his promotion with his friends, but decides to make it a surprise for when Rukia gets back. Rukia, after speaking with her captain and 3rd Seed officers, heads to Karakura Town at the same time as the first episode begins. the Soul Reapers decide to take a vacation to the ocean in the world of the living because Captain Byakuya Kuchiki destroyed the pool the Women's Soul Reaper Association covertly built in his mansion. After attending Ukitake's weak body from the heat, they form groups to produce works of art on the beach for a competition. Watermelon-like monsters attack, and most of the Soul Reapers are helpless against them without their Zanpakuto until Yoruichi Shihoin and Suifeng defeat them. It is then revealed that Retsu Unohana arranged the event with Byakuya and Ukitake as a game of splitting watermelons. Ikaku and Yumichika traveled to Karakura town on an assignment to catch a hollow that had attacked a convoy in the Soul Society. The two travel to Ichigo's house, planning to stay there until their assignment is complete. Ichigo, however, turns them down and takes them to Keigo's house. Keigo's sister, Mizuho Asano, is all over Ikaku until Yumichika glues a wig to his head. Mizuho gets upset and makes life difficult for the pair. After a falling out with Mizuho, Ikaku and Yumichika camp outside instead. While Mizuho with Keigo to buy some juice, she is attacked by the hollow. After some difficulty removing the wig from himself, Ikaku gets to the scene and saves Mizuho. The next day, Ikaku and Yumichika prepare to return home. Mizuho knows Ikaku rescued her, and both of them return to good terms. A mysterious man informs a group of strange beings that it is the time to strike. In his dimension, Zangetsu wakes Ichigo Kurosaki up and asks him if he can hear anything, but the latter thinks it is okay that he cannot. In the Seiraite, the captains and lieutenants of the 13 court guard squads are confused as to why their Zanpakuto are not working right. At night, a group of Ryoka attempt to enter Shigekuni Yamamoto Genryusai's quarters. Yamamoto and his lieutenant Chojiro Sasakibe confront the intruders, but what they see leaves them in shock. Later, Yamamoto calls all captains and lieutenants to Sokyoku Hill. There they are met by the mysterious man who calls himself Muramasa. Sajin Komamura tries to attack him with his Zanpakuto Tenkin, but it appears in a human form and turns on him, ending the battle by knocking him unconscious with one swing of the blade. The other Soul Reapers attempt to release their Zanpakuto to attack, but are somehow unable to do so. The Zanpakuto assume human-like forms and join Muramasa, who states that the Soul Reapers' Zanpakuto have renounced them and have declared war. Ichigo finds Rukia Kuchiki injured in the world of the living, whilst a strange woman who uses Rukia's abilities is attacking her. It is revealed that this woman is in fact Rukia's Zanpakuto, Soda no Shirayuki. Ichigo successfully forces the renegade Zanpakuto into submission, and Soda no Shirayuki retreats back to the Soul Society. Ichigo brings Rukia to Kisuke Urahara's shop, where she reveals that the Soul Reapers' Zanpakuto have attacked their masters, and that her brother Byakuya Kuchiki was seemingly defeated by his own Zanpakuto, Senbon Zakura. Yoruichi Shihoin returns from investigating the Soul Society and reveals that everyone who met with Muramasa has survived. The remaining Soul Reapers of the 13 court guard squads have regrouped to the 4th Division headquarters, while they try to re-establish their defenses and learn more about the Zanpakuto rebellion. In the middle of the night, Rukia leaves for the Soul Society, apparently in search of Byakuya. Ichigo and Yoruichi leave in an attempt to go after Rukia and to save the Soul Society. Rukia rushes back to the 6th Division headquarters and reunites with Renji Abarai. However, Byakuya's status remains unknown after the night of the rebellion. Ichigo and Yoruichi arrive in the Soul Society and split up to search for clues. Rukia returns to Byakuya's compound, only to find Sode no Shirayuki there. Rukia tries to reason with her Zanpakuto, but Sode no Shirayuki demands her freedom. After a fierce battle, Rukia loses to Sode no Shirayuki, but Ichigo arrives to rescue her from being frozen to death. However, he too is defeated by Sode no Shirayuki. Rukia attempts to get Sode no Shirayuki back to her by telling the Zanpakuto how important she is to her. Using her Kido powers, she constrains herself with Sode no Shirayuki as an attempt to convince Sode no Shirayuki that one could not live without the other. However, the resulting explosion injures Rukia severely. Sode no Shirayuki has a change of heart and attempts to reach out to her mistress, but Muramasa arrives and holds her back. Muramasa introduces himself to Ichigo and states that he is a Zanpakuto. Muramasa sends Sode no Shirayuki away, and Ichigo asks why he wanted the Zanpakuto to gain independence over the Soul Reapers. Although he does not give the reason, Muramasa replies that Zanpakuto can separate themselves away, regardless of being the soul of a Soul Reaper, and he is a good example of one. Muramasa uses illusions to overwhelm Ichigo and pins him to the ground, where he proceeds to drag Zangetsu out of him. Once Zangetsu manifests, he immediately attacks Ichigo. Meanwhile, Mayuri Kurotsuchi begins experimenting on himself in order to research the manifestation of the Zanpakuto. After Ichigo is seemingly defeated by Zangetsu, Ichigo transforms into his inner hollow form and strikes back. Muramasa tries a sneak attack, but the inner hollow immediately regenerates and attacks him. Before his inner hollow can do anything else, Ichigo manages to regain control of his body and falls unconscious. Rukia is found by the 4th Division and sent to recover from her injuries. While Shuhei Hisagi patrols the Seirete, he is attacked by his sadistic Zanpakuto, Kazushini. Renji searches the ruins for any clues of Byakuya, who is still missing. He instead encounters Zabumaru in the form of a monkey woman named Saru and a snake boy named Hebi. Both entities of Zabumaru have no intention of returning to their original owner and attack Renji. According to Zabumaru, all Zanpakuto have heard a voice telling them to follow their instincts to attack their masters. Ichigo wakes up in Zangetsu's dimension, but the old man is missing. He sees Muramasa and attacks him, but the man immediately incapacitates him and summons his inner hollow. Muramasa has begun to take an interest in the inner hollow and uses his powers to freeze it in place. Thinking that it has been subdued, Muramasa approaches it, but the inner hollow merely tricks him with its act and lashes out straight at him. Jushiro Ukitake and Shunsui Kyoraku discuss the possibility that defeating the Zanpakuto spirits will destroy the Zanpakuto themselves. Renji continues fighting with Zabumaru, who taunts him for his weakness. Hisagi fights with Kazushini and, disgusted by his desire to take life, plans on killing him even if he loses his Zanpakuto. Ichigo's inner hollow fights with Muramasa inside his mind until Muramasa uses his powers to restrain him, which then allows Ichigo sees through Muramasa's powers and saves his inner hollow. Ichigo then steps up to fight, stating that the inner hollow is a part of him as well. When Zabumaru threatens to kill Rukia, Renji remembers Ichigo's reason for fighting and then his own, which in turn enables him to regain his resolve, managing to activate Zabumaru's Shikai. Kazushini wounds Hisagi in a surprise attack, but Izuru Kira intervenes to help him, using Kido to bind Kazushini long enough for the two of them to escape. Renji's fight with Zabumaru continues, and Zabumaru takes the advantage when they are able to activate Bankai. Renji considers his own weaknesses and tricks Zabumaru into taking his sword, then breaks it with a Kido spell, and then he defeats Zabumaru by firing the broken shards at them. Ichigo fights Zangetsu, struggling when Zangetsu activates Bankai. He uses Getsuga Tensho, working together with his inner hollow to defeat Zangetsu, and forces Muramasa to retreat. Zangetsu reveals that Muramasa is using a technique to awaken the instincts of the Zanpakuto, and by doing so, he can control them. Ichigo reports his findings of Muramasa's abilities to Ukitake, Kyoraku, and Retsu Unohana. In order to find out about Muramasa's effects on Zanpakuto, Ichigo and Ikaku Madarame patrol the Seirete to seek out the entities. Meanwhile, someone breaks into a compound and knocks out the Soul Reapers guarding the area. Marichio Omaeda stumbles on the unconscious guards and investigate, only to encounter his Zanpakuto spirit, Gegetsuburi, and Ikaku's Zanpakuto spirit, Hozukimaru. Omaeda and Gegetsuburi are just about to fight when Ichigo and Ikaku interrupt. Omaeda is knocked out of the fight, leaving Ichigo to battle Gegetsuburi, while Ikaku fights Hozukimaru. Ichigo defeats Gegetsuburi, but Ikaku is wounded by Hozukimaru's Bankai. Just as he attempts to continue the battle, Ukitake, Kyoraku, and Suifeng arrive to surround Hozukimaru, but he uses his Bankai to get away. However, they manage to obtain Gegetsuburi. Ichigo goes after Hozukimaru, but the entity escapes when Senbonzakura's petals block Ichigo's route. Ichigo continues searching for Byakuya and encounters the Zanpakuto spirits of Hinako and Tobiyume, who are looking for Hyorinmaru. Rangiku Matsumoto and Momo Hinamori arrive to fight their respective Zanpakuto spirits. Momo uses a Kido spell to knock Tobiyume into Hinako, causing the two to begin arguing. Ichigo encounters Hyorinmaru, who cannot remember his name or his master. He attempts to freeze Ichigo and leave, but Toshiro Hitsugaya confronts him. Elsewhere, Muramasa encounters and kills a large group of Jillians. Ichigo is still trapped in the ice prison Hyorinmaru trapped him in as Hitsugaya and Hyorinmaru confront each other. Meanwhile, Rangiku and Momo fight their Zanpakuto in the woods and finally manage to overpower them with Kido spells. As Hitsugaya and Hyorinmaru begin to fight, Hitsugaya tries to seal him, but is shocked as Hyorinmaru effortlessly dissolves the seal into fragments of ice. Hitsugaya began to recall his past during his first encounter with Hyorinmaru to convince him. Hitsugaya managed to activate Hyorinmaru's Shikai, thus managed to convince Hyorinmaru that Hitsugaya is his master. Despite freezing himself along with his Zanpakuto and losing consciousness, Hitsugaya manages to convince Hyorinmaru of his identity. Mayuri experiments on Gegetsuburi and discovers that the Zanpakuto can only return to their owner's control once they are defeated by their owners. Rangiku and Momo send their Zanpakuto back to the 4th Division barracks, but an unknown assailant attacks the cart carrying them. Ichigo meets with Rangiku and Momo, and then reaches Muramasa, who is having difficulties using his abilities in his current body. Ichigo attempts to attack Muramasa, but is stopped by Senbonzakura. Ichigo fights Senbonzakura and gains the upper hand before Byakuya arrives. Byakuya reveals that he has joined Muramasa as part of following his internal desire to protect his pride, and then disappears with Muramasa and Senbonzakura. Ukitake, Kyoraku, Renji, and Unohana discuss Byakuya's betrayal, discovering that a Zanpakuto will be unusable if killed by anyone other than its owner. Byakuya returns to the hideout of the Zanpakuto and proves his loyalty by defeating and seemingly killing Sode no Shirayuki, leaving Rukia unable to use her Zanpakuto. Rukia and Renji investigate Byakuya's office, but Byakuya arrives with Senbonzakura, tossing Rukia the broken remains of her Zanpakuto. Zabimaru arrives to help Renji fight Byakuya and Senbonzakura, but they are overpowered. Tenkin, Huzukimaru, Kazashini, Ruri Iro Kujaku, and Gonryomaru suddenly arrive. The 2nd Division surrounds the Zanpakuto, and their owners come out to fight them. As Ichigo goes to confront Byakuya, he is intercepted by Senbonzakura, and they fight each other using their Bankai. Renji and Zabimaru move to prevent Byakuya from leaving. Kira begins fighting Kazashini, suspecting that its personality is based on Hisagi's suppressed negative impulses. Suifeng fights Gonryomaru and Tenkin at once, but she is surprised by a smoke attack. Yumichika faces Ruri Iro Kujaku, and the two exchange insults, while 4th Division Lieutenant Issane Kotetsu and 7th Division Lieutenant Tetsuzaemon Iba go to assist the wounded at the scene of the battle when Ashisogi Jizo appears. Suifeng continue her fight with Gonryomaru and Tenkin, but then her Zanpakuto Suzumabachi appears and attacks her. Ruri Iro Kujaku gains the advantage over Yumichika and begins to use his special ability on Yumichika. Aizen and Iba attempt to retreat from Ashisogi Jizo, but Hineko and TYBW arrive, and Ashisogi Jizo paralyzes Aizen's legs. Byakuya manages to defeat Renji and Zabimaru. Kira manages to capture Kazashini by tricking him into thinking he could still use his Zanpakuto in order to unsettle Kazashini, but he is soon attacked by his own Zanpakuto, Wabisuke. When Ichigo sees this, he desperately fights his way past Senbonzakura to get to Kira, but that is until Kenpachi Zaraki arrives. Kenpachi appears just before Wabisuke is about to finish off Kira. Wabisuke turns to strike Kenpachi, but Kenpachi easily kills Wabisuke off, leaving Kira unable to use his Zanpakuto anymore. Yachiru Kusajishi appears as well and tells everyone that she and Kenpachi were off hunting hollows and somehow got lost on the way back. Senbonzakura takes on Kenpachi, but is overwhelmed by the latter's enormous spiritual power. Byakuya intervenes and fights Kenpachi while Senbonzakura resumes his fight with Ichigo. Yumichika breaks out of Ruri Irokujaku's binding vines and defeats him, reclaiming his Zanpakuto. Ichigo continues fighting Senbonzakura while Kenpachi fights Byakuya, but Ashisogi Jizo appears and uses its Bankai, spraying poison gas over the battlefield, enabling Senbonzakura and Byakuya to escape. Ashisogi Jizo is chased by Yachiru and later gets captured by Kenpachi. Mayuri blows up Ashisogi Jizo, revealed to be his Zanpakuto, causing it to return to its sealed form. Sui Feng has difficulty hitting the small Suzumebachi, but manages to defeat her. Yoruichi meets with Ichigo and the captains present, revealing that she knows Yamamoto's location. Yamamoto is then shown as a prisoner of the Zanpakuto, with Sogyo no Kotowari, Katen Kyokotsu, and Minazuki, recognized as the group of Ryoka from before, encasing him in a barrier. Yoruichi discusses with Ukitake, Kyoraku, and Kenpachi on how they are going to rescue Yamamoto, knowing that they will be running into high-class Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Kazashini comes back to the hideout and faints from exhaustion. Kyoraku and Ukitake meet their materialized Zanpakuto, Sogyo no Kotowari and Katen Kyokotsu, while Kenpachi and Yachiru, who get lost in the cave, come across Gonryomaru and Tenkin. In the meantime, Ichigo and Yoruichi encounter Hineko and TYBW, who both are defeated by Yoruichi. Ichigo heads on and is led to Kazashini by Minazuki. Ichigo defeats Kazashini, causing the latter to break into pieces. Muramasa stands in Ichigo's way of rescuing Yamamoto and goads him into releasing his hollow powers against him. Meanwhile, Yoruichi, Ukitake, and Kyoraku realize that something is amiss and break away from their opponents. Muramasa tricks Ichigo into firing his most powerful Getsuga Tensho at him, but deflects the attack into Yamamoto's barrier, shattering it just as Yoruichi, Ukitake, and Kyoraku arrive to prevent this from happening. Muramasa reveals that Yamamoto encased himself in the barrier to prevent him from stealing Ryujin Jaka, but with Ichigo's hollow-based attack, it would allow Muramasa to easily obtain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto entity. When Muramasa says that he has no need for the other entities anymore, Katen Kyokotsu and Sogyo no Kotowari attack him, but end up having their physical forms destroyed by Ryujin Jaka. Muramasa makes his escape with Ryujin Jaka, while Yamamoto reveals to the others that Muramasa intends to destroy the 13 court guard squads with Ryujin Jaka. Ichigo, Yoruichi, Ukitake, Kyoraku, and Yamamoto are surrounded by a wall of flames created by Ryujin Jaka. Yoruichi escapes underground through a fissure that she opens using her Shunko technique, but TYBW and Hineko use their fireball and sand attacks to cave it in behind Yoruichi. Ichigo attempts to escape by jumping over the wall of flames, but is unsuccessful even with his hollow powers. Yamamoto reveals that Muramasa's plan is to destroy Karakura Town in order to free his owner, Koga Kuchiki, who has been sealed there. Upon arriving at Karakura town, Muramasa stumbles upon Orihime Inoue and blacks out. After waking up from recovery and asking Orihime who she is, Uryu Ishida and Yasutora Chad Sado arrive to take out Muramasa. Ichigo makes a final attempt at jumping over the wall of flames, and just before he is defeated and completely enveloped in fire, Hitsugaya and Hyoranmaru arrive to save him. Hitsugaya and Hyoranmaru both activate their Bankai to help get Ichigo out of the flames. Kenpachi continues his fight against Tenkin. Yorichi outmaneuvers Hineko and Tobiume while trying to convince them that Muramasa betrayed them. Yamamoto, Ukitake, Kyoraku, Hitsugaya, and Hyoranmaru plan to defeat Ryujin Jaka together. Uryu and Chad arrive to fight Muramasa, but he evades all their attacks and Senbonzakura arrives to help him. Muramasa tries to use his ability on Chad and incapacitates him due to him not being a Soul Reaper. Orihime asks Muramasa about his motive, and Muramasa reveals that he wishes to be free of solitude. Rukia arrives as Muramasa tries to escape to unseal Koga. Muramasa manages to unseal Koga as Ichigo arrives to face him. In a flashback several centuries ago, it is revealed that Koga was part of the Kuchiki clan as the son-in-law of Ginrei Kuchiki and was overconfident in the abilities of his Zanpakuto. He helped put down a rebellion of Soul Reapers, but some grew suspicious of his power and had him attacked. He cut down his attackers, but he was framed for killing his own allies by a group of jealous, high-ranking Soul Reapers. He was imprisoned as a result, but he escaped with Muramasa's help. In the present, Koga awakens, repelling Ichigo and Rukia, then suddenly stabs Muramasa. The flashback continues and reveals that Koga killed the people who had framed him, but after Ginrei confronted him, he went insane and began killing anyone he perceived as an enemy. Muramasa tried to reach out to Koga, but eventually was no longer able to hear his voice. Koga was finally defeated and sealed away by Ginrei and Yamamoto. In the present, Muramasa asks why Koga stabbed him, as he had worked hard to bring about his return, but Koga responds that Zanpakuto are tools that obey their master's commands. He tries to finish off Muramasa, but Byakuya steps in, saying that he is no longer worthy to be called a Soul Reaper. Senbonzakura reveals that Byakuya had sworn to kill Koga and had been searching for how to unseal him. Muramasa offers Koga his power, but Koga breaks Muramasa, stating that he does not need help. Byakuya and Koga fight, but Koga gains the upper hand when he distorts Byakuya's senses. Senbonzakura helps dispel the effect though, and Byakuya manages to use Bankai on Koga. As Byakuya notes that Koga's failing was refusing to trust his Zanpakuto or anyone else, the two charge at each other. After Koga's defeat, Muramasa becomes unstable, as he had absorbed hollows in order to sustain himself without a master. Many hollows spill forth from his body, and he transforms into a form similar to an Arankar. Orihime tries to reach out to him to save him from his sorrow, but he attacks the group. Ichigo manages to slash through Muramasa, but he becomes even more unstable and transforms into a larger dome-shaped mass, engulfing Ichigo in the process. The formerly rebellious Zanpakuto return with their owners to help Ichigo and his friends in the battle. The Zanpakuto, having been released from their brainwashing with Mayuri's help, who also restored the destroyed Zanpakuto, fight the arriving Menos Grandes, but more come from a hole in the sky. Byakuya manages to seal the hole with spiritual energy gathered from all the other Soul Reapers. Despite their efforts, Ichigo remains trapped inside the dome. As the dome grows unstable and the Soul Reapers fight the Gillians outside, Ichigo fights Muramasa, who is beginning to become a hollow, inside Koga's inner realm, which is collapsing from the grudges of the hollows he consumed to sustain himself. Ichigo questions Muramasa's devotion to Koga, in spite of his apparent motives for freeing the Zanpakuto, insisting that he should know what a true bond between a Soul Reaper and a Zanpakuto is. Ichigo defeats Muramasa, causing the two to leave his inner world. Muramasa dies after realizing the error of his ways, and Byakuya thanks Ichigo, while Byakuya allows his squad to hold a hanami at his mansion. Two strange attackers, one that is masked and the other resembling a satyr, arrive, but the masked one is quickly defeated by Sode no Shirayuki and Senbonzakura, who among all Zanpakuto have since rematerialized, while the satyr one escapes. Mayuri refers to these attackers as sword beasts, which are Zanpakuto whose masters have been killed. Rukia and Sode no Shirayuki try luring out the satyr sword beast by having a drinking party, but fail. Soon, Rukia and Sode no Shirayuki find the satyr sword beast attacking and eventually defeat him together and turning him in for study. Ukitake and Kyoraku become concerned at this development, noting that the Serite is still being rebuilt. In the real world, Ichigo encounters and fights a sword beast. When Hitsugaya comes to aid Ichigo, the sword beast retreats. Ukitake and Kyoraku infer that there are at least as many sword beasts as the number of soul reapers lost in the war, and the two plan on stabilizing the sword beasts to have them return to their sword forms, despite Mayuri's lack of interest. The sword beast is attacked by a hollow, but he manages to fuse with it. The hollow sword beast overpowers Hinako when she tries to fight him, but Ichigo is able to disarm him. The hollow sword beast fires a Kero blast at Ichigo, but Hitsugaya manages to destroy it, noting that the sword beasts are more dangerous than he had thought. Renji and Zabimaru come to the real world following a sword beast. Zabimaru's two halves, Saru and Hebi, split up to search. Although they quickly find a boomerang sword beast, he escapes. Hebi, having trouble doing anything due to being unseen by the public, meets Karen Kurosaki and Yuzu Kurosaki, the former being the only one able to see him, who both end up taking him home. Ichigo returns home at night only to find Hebi, who realizes that Ichigo is a substitute soul reaper. Hebi runs away, only to encounter the boomerang sword beast again. As they battle each other, Hebi has the advantage until the boomerang sword beast captures Karen. Renji and Saru come to rescue Hebi and defeat the boomerang sword beast. Ichigo takes Karen home, convincing her it was all a dream, even though she knew otherwise. Ikaku, Hanataro Yamada, Nanao Ise, and Hozuki Maru are sent to investigate some thefts that have taken place and track the culprit to the sewers. They are attacked by a large monster, which manages to injure Ikaku. The rest discover a white robot who has the stash of stolen items. The large monster, revealed to be a tentacle sword beast, attacks the group again. The robot heals Ikaku and fires a powerful blast at the tentacle sword beast, destroying it. It is revealed that the robot is Hanataro's Zanpakuto, Hisagamaru, which had resisted Muramasa's control because it did not resent Hanataro. The group returns the stolen items, but Hisagamaru was separated from the group. When Ikaku, Iba, Kira, and Hisagi go on a mission to fight a gang of sword beasts in the Rukongai, Kazushini, despite being free of Muramasa's control, has a brief fight with Hisagi. After killing a sword beast, Kazushini finds a dying man who begs him to take care of his child. Kazushini is frequently annoyed by the child's behavior, but often shows concern for it. After defeating another sword beast that is attacking a woman who came for the child, he leaves the child with the woman and goes to confront Hisagi. Kazushini faces Hisagi in one last fight, but is inhibited by a back wound obtained earlier while protecting the child and is defeated. While Ichigo, Rukia, and Urahara investigate a sword beast attacking students, a girl named Kyoko Haida, who has the ability to predict the future and know things she would otherwise not, transfers to Karakura High School. Orihime tries to become friends with her, but learns that her best friend, Mai Suzuki, rejected her after learning of her ability. A mouthless sword beast merges with Kyoko and tries to take over her body to kill Mai. Orihime uses her healing powers to separate the mouthless sword beast from Kyoko, and Ichigo manages to defeat it with Getsuga Tensho. Afterward, Orihime and Kyoko become friends, with Orihime accepting Kyoko's abilities. While on a mission with Rengiku to fight sword beasts, Hineko encounters one named Narunosuke, whose master was a coward and who went with the others in order to become stronger. Hineko becomes friends with Narunosuke, sneaking him food and medicine despite the belief that the sword beasts inevitably lose control of themselves. As feared, Narunosuke gradually does lose control of his mind and body, and Rengiku arrives to deal with him. Hineko tries to stop her, but when Narunosuke becomes too dangerous, she is ultimately forced to destroy him. While delivering a hammer sword beast to the 12th Division barracks, Senbonzakura and Zabumaru find themselves caught in the barracks' intruder containment system. After Senbonzakura fails to break the glass case with his shikai, much to Zabumaru's annoyance, Ashisogi Jizo passes by, but it is unable to hear them due to the glass case being soundproof. Ashisogi Jizo accidentally break the remote control, making an irritated Senbonzakura to use his bankai to destroy the glass case, which sets off a lockdown mechanism. Senbonzakura and Zabumaru run past the closing gates, leading them to a control room that surprisingly monitors the perimeters of the Seiraite. Senbonzakura sets off explosions all over the place after messing around with all the buttons. When a maddened Ashisogi Jizo appears, Senbonzakura and Zabumaru each use their bankai at it, destroying the control room as well as the rest of the barracks. This catches the attention of the other Soul Reapers, especially Renji, who is gravely disappointed. Kyoraku has Nanao go with the kunoichi bodyguard of Katen Kyokotsu to find a sword beast. Nanao later spots the kunoichi bodyguard fighting a bearded sword beast, but she toys with him instead of trying to defeat him, which causes Nanao to become very concerned to the point of restraining her. Later, with Rangiku's help, Nanao then tries to bond with kunoichi bodyguard. Nanao realizes that the kunoichi bodyguard takes an interest in cherry blossoms, pinning one to her hair. Not before long, the bearded sword beast returns, cutting Nanao's arm. Remembering that she set down her weapon down near a cherry blossom tree, the kunoichi bodyguard is rendered defenseless, although she still has the determination to fight back. When the bearded sword beast kicks the kunoichi bodyguard into a wall, he tries to finish Nanao off. That is, until Kyoraku shows up and defeats him. Kazushini attacks a cleaver sword beast that has been cornered by the 9th Division, but the cleaver sword beast turns back into sword form before Kazushini prepares for a fatal blow, confusing him. Kazushini, Zabumaru, Hozukimaru, and Ruri Iro Kujaku gather together to discuss that an unknown sword beast is absorbing the spiritual energies of other sword beasts. It is shown that the unknown sword beast has done this to a yokai sword beast. The next day, the unknown sword beast attacks a lion sword beast, a face sword beast, and an ape sword beast in the streets of the Rukongai, absorbing each of their spiritual energies. All of the Zanpakuto decide to face this sword beast, recognized as Kirikaze, without their owners. As they struggle, their owners arrive and convince them that they give their little spiritual energy they have left to Renji, who is then able to activate his bankai, finishing Kirikaze off once and for all. Although the Zanpakuto return to their sword forms, the Soul Reapers note that they can still feel the presence of their Zanpakuto. This episode recaps the story of the intense war between some of the Soul Reaper captains and lieutenants and the remaining Espadas in Sosuke Aizen's Arrancar army. It concludes with when Ichigo Kurosaki and Ulquiorra Schiffer are about to renew their fight. Ichigo and Ulquiorra's final battle properly gets underway, with the two of them being more or less evenly matched. Ichigo is able to read his opponent's movements better than he could when they first fought, managing to wound Ulquiorra, if even slightly. Meanwhile, Yasutora, Chad, Sado, and Renji Abarai struggle to fight a gigantic hollow in the desert of Hueco Mundo named Batikaroa, eventually claiming victory after discovering its weakness by blasting its head. Back in a tower of Las Noches, Orihime Inoue manages to protect Ichigo from a near-lethal attack from Ulquiorra. Ichigo and Ulquiorra continue their fierce fight as Loli Ivirne and Manoli Malia approach Orihime. Although Loli orders Manoli to rip Orihime to shreds, Manoli refuses, telling Loli that Orihime has outstanding power which can heal anything. Loli berates Manoli and begins to torture Orihime by herself. When Yami Realgo suddenly arrives, he kills Manoli and injures Loli when Ulquiorra refuses to let him fight Ichigo. Orihime heals Loli, who then releases her Zanpakuto Escolopendra, revealing herself with multiple venomous skeletal tentacles. As Loli squares off with Yami, he punches her through the wall and lets her fall. He then aims for Orihime, who tries to defend herself with Santen Keshun as Ichigo still tries to defeat Ulquiorra. Meanwhile, Rukia Kuchiki continues to fight Rudborn Chalut and the Exequias as Chad and Renji slaughter more hollows. Uryu Ishida bursts through the wall of the tower with Ginrei Kojaku, preparing to aid Ichigo and rescue Orihime. Uryu fights Yami separate from the group, using the majority of his Quincy techniques to attempt to defeat this giant Arankar, using mines he had gotten from Mayuri Kurotsuchi and planting them on every floor of the 5th tower. Uryu succeeds in dropping Yami all the way to ground level. Meanwhile, Rukia has difficulty in dispatching Rudborn and the Exequias until Chad and Renji show up to give her a hand. Ichigo, still battling Ulquiorra, dons his hollow mask and starts to overwhelm his opponent. Ulquiorra breaks through the canopy of Las Noches in order to release his Zanpakuto, Murcielago, while stating the only 2 rules for inside of Las Noches. The first rule is Grand Rey Cerro, and the second rule is Espadas 1 to 4 cannot release their Zanpakuto. His sword release gives him large bat-like wings, raising his abilities to the point where he nearly decapitates Ichigo with his first attack. Ichigo tries to fend off Ulquiorra's attacks with mixed results. However, he declares that he will never give up even if this Arankar is stronger than he is. Ulquiorra responds by transforming into his second release, which he claims Aizen himself has not seen. Ichigo attempts to defend himself and get in an attack, but Ulquiorra is too fast and powerful for him. Eventually, when Orihime and Uryu reach the surface, they discover that Ichigo has already been defeated and captured by Ulquiorra, who then tells Orihime to watch how he will extinguish her last hope by killing Ichigo. A horrified Orihime rushes to Ichigo's lifeless body, only to be blocked by Ulquiorra. Uryu intervenes and attempts a sneak attack, yet fails, but he decides to buy Orihime time to heal Ichigo's wounds. Ulquiorra quickly overwhelms him, while a distraught Orihime cries out for Ichigo. Orihime's lament breakdown unexpectedly triggers Ichigo to undergo a fully hollowification. Ulquiorra, surprised at the transformation, unleashes a Cerro Oscuras, but only to have it blocked by Ichigo's own Cerro. Ichigo manages to sever one of Ulquiorra's arms. Ulquiorra reveals his incredible ability to regenerate non-vital organs instantaneously. He regenerates his severed arm and unveils his most devastating attack, Lanza del Relampago. The attack proves fruitless as Ichigo dodges it without effort, and Ulquiorra is quickly overwhelmed and defeated. As Rudborn continuously produces more soldiers to defend him, Chad and Renji attack him simultaneously, with them breaking his defense, while Rukia freezes Rudborn, who is then finished off by Yami, who abruptly arrives at the scene. Meanwhile, in his new hollow form, Ichigo finishes Ulquiorra point blank with his Cerro, but when Uryu stops him, trying to end his merciless attacks, Ichigo stabs Uryu with his Zanpakuto. Ulquiorra awakes and interrupts Ichigo from using his Cerro on Uryu, causing it to backfire on Ichigo and reverting him back to his normal self. Although Ulquiorra demands to have a rematch with Ichigo, the latter compromises by suggesting an even-leveled fight. Ulquiorra, agreeing to his terms, suddenly realizes his body is expiring due to overexhaustion of his own power. Ulquiorra asks Orihime if she is afraid of him, and she replies that she is not. Satisfied with her answer, Ulquiorra dissolves and fades into the winds. Yami becomes enraged at Ulquiorra's death and releases his Zanpakuto, Ira. He grows to a colossal size, and his rank increases from 10 to 0, explaining that the Espadas actually rank from 0 to 9. Rukia, Chad, and Renji go all out on him, but he successfully blocks all their attacks. Meanwhile, in the fake Karakura town, Tear Harabel continues her fight with Toshiro Hitsugaya. Harabel releases her sword, Tiburon, and slices Hitsugaya's body in two. As she attempts to move toward Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto to exact revenge on him for destroying her Fracciones the Tres Bestias, Hitsugaya reappears and reveals what she sliced was merely an ice illusion. Hitsugaya and Harabel use an array of water and ice attacks. Since Hitsugaya can turn any water into ice, and Harabel can turn any ice into water, both of their attacks neutralize each other out. As Hitsugaya tries to keep up with Harabel and protect the injured Soul Reaper lieutenants, he is injured severely from Harabel's cascada. When Harabel comments on Hitsugaya not being able to fight at full strength, Hitsugaya stands up and extols at Hyorin Maru being the strongest of all snow and ice Zanpakuto, which gives the wielder the control of the heavens. He is then about to unleash his strongest attack, Hyoten Hayakaso. Hitsugaya releases his Hyoten Hayakaso, an attack that manipulates the weather, then uses it to dramatically increase its power and successfully freezes Harabel, trapping her in a tower of ice. Meanwhile, Sui Feng and Maurizio Omaeda continue their fight against Baragan Luisenbairn. He slows Sui Feng's reaction time, making her unable to land any of her attacks on him, then grabs her left shoulder, aging it to the point that it breaks from frailty. Baragan then releases his Zanpakuto, Arrogante, and unleashes his Respira, a dark cloud that decays everything in its path. His Respira chases after Sui Feng and manages to reach her left hand, which withers it down to the bone and begins to spread up her arm. Sui Feng orders Omaeda to cut off her left arm before the Respira can spread further. Sui Feng and Omaeda find themselves in a bad situation against Baragan's Respira. Then, Sui Feng goes off somewhere, leaving Omaeda to fight Baragan alone. Omaeda tries to buy time with various ideas, but finds himself impotent against Baragan. Just when Omaeda is backed into a corner, Sui Feng arrives, having released her Bankai, a large golden weapon that covers her entire right arm. She then fires a missile at Baragan, which leads to a massive explosion. The massive explosion sends Sui Feng flying, but Omaeda manages to protecting her from crashing into a building. Shunsui Kyoraku and Coyote Stark continue their fight as Stark pressures Kyoraku to reveal his Bankai. Stark then calls for Lilinet Gingerbuck and he fuses together with her in order to release his Zanpakuto, Los Lobos, dressing like a gunslinger. The fight resumes as Stark gains the upper hand, confusing Kyoraku as how his pair of guns function. As Kyoraku is in trouble with Stark's Sero, Jushiro Ukitake uses his Shikai, which leaves Stark questioning if Ukitake just fired a Sero. Kyoraku allows Ukitake to join him in fighting Stark, who notices Ukitake's Shikai, which absorbs his Sero and shoots it back out again. Just then, a huge Garganta opens up and reveals Wonderweiss Mergera and another gigantic hollow named Hulir next to him. Wonderweiss stabs Ukitake in the chest while Stark shoots Kyoraku with a Kero, making both Kyoraku and Ukitake faint to the ground. Wonderweiss then screams loudly, shattering the ice that Harabel was trapped. Wonderweiss finally has Hulir blow away the flames surrounding Aizen, Gin Ichimaru, and Kaname Tosen. Just when the Soul Reapers begin to panic, the Vizards make an unsuspected arrival at the fake Karakura town, right in front of Aizen, Gin, and Tosen. 101 years ago, it is revealed how Aizen experimented hollowification on a group of Soul Reapers when they were sent into exile and why they called themselves the Vizards. In the present, Shinji Hirako explains to Yamamoto that the Vizards are not the allies of the Soul Reapers but the enemies of Aizen, yet Ichigo is the exception. Wonderweiss commands Hulir to release a lot of Menos, but the Vizards quickly defeat them. Hirako, later confronting Aizen, is stopped by Tosen, who is then intervened by Sajin Komamura. Harabel breaks out of the ice and attacks Hitsugaya, but Hayori Sarugaki backs him up and Lisa Yadamaru comes to assist her. Komamura and Tosen are quickly interrupted by Shuhei Hisagi, who wants to join Komamura in defeating Tosen. Hisagi joins Komamura to battle Tosen in hopes of bringing his former captain back to his senses. Meanwhile, the other Soul Reapers form uneasy alliances with the Wizards. Lisa, Hiyori, and Hitsugaya take on Harabel. Love and Rose cover for Kyoraku and Ukitake and face Stark. Hachi creates a barrier around Baragan, yet he easily dissipates it. Hachi makes an armored wall between the three of them and Baragan to buy some time. Hachi asks Sui Feng to use her Bankai again in exchange for a deal. Baragan survived the first time she used it because he made the Missile Age and redirected the explosion away from him. When Hachi boxes Baragan in with 3 more armored walls around him, Sui Feng fire her Bankai to defeat Baragan once more. Hirako, though failing to sneak up on Gin, remarks that one more of Aizen's allies have fallen. Baragan survives Sui Feng's Bankai, though half his face has been destroyed. In anger, he fires out his Respira attack until he rots away Hachi's right hand. However, Hachi removes his hand using a barrier and transports it inside Baragan's body. In a flashback, it is revealed he was once the ruler of Hueco Mundo until dethroned by Aizen, Gin, and Tosen. In the present, Baragan, taking his final moments to remember his vow to reclaim his throne someday, tosses his axe at Aizen, but it disintegrates and Baragan dies. Stark shows distress at his death and vows to avenge him. Stark shows no sign of getting serious in his battle against Love and Rose. Running out of patience, Lilynette begins to mindlessly fire at the two Wizards without Stark's permission, but her attacks prove to be ineffective against the two, and she is gradually cornered by the pair's fine team play. Finally, Love hits Stark, throwing him into a sea of flames. Lisa, Hiyori, and Hitsugaya are having an argument about their difficulty with coordinating their attacks against Harabel. With Lilynette's motivation, Stark then summons a pack of wolves made from parts of their souls, which explode on impact. When his victory seems assured, Stark is unexpectedly stabbed in the back. It is revealed that Kyoraku was the one who had stabbed Stark in the back. Kyoraku then explains that his Zanpakuto has 4 techniques in the form of children's games turned into reality. Stark catches on quickly and learns to use Kyoraku's attacks against him. However, Lilynette sacrifices her life for Stark by absorbing a fatal attack from Kyoraku that Stark was unable to block in time. Showing distress at her death, Stark nearly defeats Kyoraku at one point. Instead, Kyoraku finishes Stark off by targeting his hollow hole, dealing a massive amount of damage to Stark. As Stark dies, a flashback reveals Stark's first encounter with Lilynette in Hueco Mundo. Meanwhile, Aizen, growing tired of the battles, decides he no longer needs Harabel and slashes her. When Harabel was a Vasto Lord long ago, she recruited Emilu Apache, Francesca Mila Rose, and Sayan Sung Sun to be the Tres Bestias, tasked to grow stronger and to kill ravenous hollows. The quartet later encountered Baragan when he was king of Hueco Mundo, who offered her to join his side, but she declined. After Aizen, Gin and Tosen arrived in Hueco Mundo to recruit Baragan. Aizen also took an interest in Harabel. Sometime later, Harabel is attacked by the shark-like hollow, which is now turned into an Arrancar. Just when the shark-like Arrancar is about to kill Harabel, Aizen suddenly appeared and killed the Arrancar, then offering Harabel a place in his Arrancar army. In the present, Harabel angrily attacks Aizen, but she is then stabbed in the back of her left shoulder by Aizen, who used an illusion to deceive her. Aizen then challenges the Soul Reapers and Wizards in combat. Wonderweiss battles Mashiro, who takes the upper hand until her hollow mask breaks. Before Wonderweiss can finish her off, Kensei Mugaruma steps in to save her and takes her place, soon releasing his Bankai at Wonderweiss. Meanwhile, Hiyori explains to Aizen why the Wizards have a score to settle with him. due to their painful experiences they endured 101 years ago. Although Hirako warns the others not to fall for Aizen's taunts, Hiyori gives in and rushes in for an attack at Aizen, only to be stabbed in the back by Jin, badly injuring her. Meanwhile, back in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo has gone to help Rukia, Chad, and Renji. The three are still in a battle with Yami, trying to come up with tricks to defeat him, but are ultimately defeated. Ichigo manages to reach where Rukia, Chad, and Renji were after Rukia was thrown by Yami. Ichigo manages to cut Yami slightly with a point-blank Getsuga Tensho using a new hollow mask, but is unable to wear it again. Yami takes advantage of the situation and grabs Ichigo with an intent of crushing Ichigo with his bare hands. Byakuya Kuchiki and Kenpachi Zaraki save Ichigo, having cut one of Yami's legs off. Mayuri arrives and tells everyone that he has managed to analyze the Garganta and offers to send Ichigo back to Karakura Town through it. Byakuya reminds Ichigo that his duty is supposed to be protecting Karakura Town, not fighting at Hueco Mundo. Retsu Unohana decides to go along with Ichigo to the world of the living. In this special episode, Ichigo and a number of other characters take part in an alternate world that hinges closely on the stories of Aladdin and the magic lamp. Ichigo finds out that this is all a dream and strives to wake up, while the others are intent on finding a hidden treasure called the Snow Crystal. Throughout a series of misadventures, Ichigo and the others encounter a magic lamp in a temple with the power to grant 3 wishes by a genie in the form of Rukia, but by breaking the laws of granting wishes to them, she is sentenced to be executed in the Lamp Society. Ichigo and the others go to rescue her, and by doing so, Ichigo is then granted the 3rd and final wish. Instead of wishing to wake up from the dream he is supposedly having, he opts for the Snow Crystal. However, when it appears as a fish cake, it is revealed that the whole ordeal was dreamed up by Aizen Kotetsu in the Soul Society. The battle between Kenpachi and Yami continues, as the former seems to have the upper hand. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Unohana head for the world of the living through the Garganta opened by Mayuri. Unohana reveals to Ichigo that he is the only person who can defeat Aizen, since he is the only one that did not witness Aizen's Shikai, also informing him that seeing Aizen's Shikai is out of the question. Ichigo, realizing his great responsibility, resolves to defeat Aizen. Back in Hueco Mundo, Kenpachi is still dominating Yami, seemingly defeating him and prompting Byakuya to finish him off, who refuses to do so, as Yami suddenly fires a Kero at both captains. Kenpachi scolds Byakuya for being useless and not finishing off Yami earlier. Byakuya gets angry, squares off with Kenpachi to see who is stronger. Yami attempts to attack, but is promptly struck down by both Byakuya and Kenpachi for interrupting their feud. Yami gets angry and grows into an altered form. Meanwhile, after Gin had injured Hiyori, Hirako then confronts Aizen. When Tosen decides to use his true power against Hisagi and Komamura, he shocks them by donning a hollow mask instead of using his Bankai. Tosen quickly dispatches Hisagi with a slash across his chest and kicks Komamura to the ground below. Hisagi, who sidestepped the slash, restrains Tosen, who then stabs him through the chest again. Afterwards, Komamura prepares to release his Bankai. Komamura activates his Bankai but is blocked continually by Tosen, who later discovers that he can cause damage to Komamura himself whenever his Bankai is damaged. Komamura learns that Tosen had lost a beloved female friend to murder by her husband, and he had joined the academy in order to get his revenge for her demise. Tosen then activates his release form, taking the form of a hairy insect. When he opens his eyes in this new form, Tosen exults that he can see the world for the first time. Meanwhile, Aizen finally draws his blade against Hirako. Nonetheless, Hirako then tells Aizen that he is sorely mistaken if he believes he is the only one with a Zanpakuto that has power over the senses. Tosen does not seem to fight as well in his new form now that he can see, but he still easily defeats Komamura with a Sero. As he charges another Sero to finish Komamura, who has given up, Hisagi stabs Tosen, then claims that if he did not have sight, he could have easily dodged his attack. Hisagi releases his Zanpakuto and slices Tosen through the neck. Meanwhile, Hirako releases his Shikai, having the ability to create great visual illusions, which he calls the inverted world. Hirako seems to have the upper hand and hits Aizen several times. However, Aizen, having messed with Hirako's senses earlier, slices Hirako's back, claiming that his Zanpakuto is more superior. The defeated Tosen comes to his senses and requests to see Hisagi's face clearly once more, but he dies when an internal impact destroys his body. Hisagi is devastated while Komamura rages at Aizen, who purposely killed Tosen. At this point, Ichigo appears behind Aizen, preparing to attack him. Ichigo, failing to wound Aizen, is easily overwhelmed, yet remains alive. As Aizen starts questioning Ichigo's purpose for fighting him, Komamura calms him and tells him to not fall for his ruse. All of the Soul Reapers and Vizards then join in to protect Ichigo from witnessing Aizen's Shikai, to enable him to finish Aizen off. However, after Hitsugaya charges in, Aizen provokes him to attack with all his hatred. Aizen mentions Momo Hinamori, and if the hatred had disappeared because of her, and Hitsugaya furiously attacks him. Hitsugaya releases his Bankai as the other Soul Reapers join him. Komamura, Love, Rose, and Lisa join Hitsugaya in fighting Aizen, but all four are easily defeated. Suifeng, Kyoraku, and Hirako manage to confuse Aizen, allowing Hitsugaya to deal the final blow on him. As the Soul Reapers cheer on Aizen's defeat, a shocked Ichigo yells at them, asking them what they are doing. It is revealed that everybody except for Ichigo was under Aizen's Shikai illusion, and Hitsugaya had mistakenly stabbed Momo, while Aizen reveals himself to be acting as Momo. Enraged, Hitsugaya charges at Aizen but is cut down. Suifeng, Kyoraku, and Hirako attempt to attack Aizen, but all are cut down as well. After defeating his oncoming opponents, Aizen stabs Yamamoto, who then creates pillars of flames to trap him, which will kill not only Aizen, but everyone else in the process. However, Wonderweiss appears and extinguishes Yamamoto's flames, revealing himself to have the ability to nullify Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto and Wonderweiss engage in unarmed combat, in which the former shatters the latter's body to pieces using hand-to-hand techniques. As Yamamoto stands before Aizen again, Wonderweiss unleashes the flames sealed in his body as he dies. Yamamoto uses his body to minimize the damage the explosion causes. Aizen approaches the immobile Yamamoto and prepares to finish him off, but Yamamoto uses his body as a catalyst for his Ito Kaso, the forbidden Kido spell of sacrifice, and catches Aizen in the ensuing explosion. As Aizen manages to get away relatively unscathed, Ichigo attacks him. Ichigo, with his donned hollow mask, uses Getsuga Tensho to attack Aizen, wounding him in the process. However, it is revealed that Aizen has fused with the Hogyoku, which heals his wounded chest. It is revealed that all of the battles Ichigo has fought thus far were part of Aizen's plan. As such, these battles are recapped. His first encounter with Rukia against a hollow, his first time fighting with Uryu against several hollows, his first fight with Renji and interference from Byakuya, his first training session with Urahara to obtain Shikai, his successful rematch with Renji, his first intense match with Kenpachi, and his fierce confrontation with Byakuya using his Bankai and use of his hollow powers are all shown. The recap ends after Ichigo's invitation by Hirako to join the Vizards, his first battle with Yami witnessed by Ulquiorra in the world of the living and interruption by Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin, his training with the Vizards to improve his hollow powers, his first fight with Ulquiorra using his hollow powers, his final match with Grimjow Jaegerjakas to master his hollow powers, and his triumph over Ulquiorra in his fully altered hollowified form are shown. Aizen had been recording all of his battles and had set up the events that occurred up to this point as well. Aizen then reveals that he knew about him since his birth, trying to tell Ichigo he is part human, but his speech is interrupted by Ichigo's father, Isshin Kurosaki, in Soul Reaper form. After putting some distance along with Ichigo from Aizen, Isshin tries to tell his son that he will reveal the truth about his actions later, but Ichigo tells him that there is no need for that as he realizes he is indeed half Soul Reaper. While fighting Ichigo, Gin activates his Bankai, which allows him to extend his blade to great lengths, stating that he will not hold back. Although Ichigo blocks his first attack, Gin charges at Ichigo with rapid attacks. Ichigo figures out that Gin's contraction speed is his weakness, but his extension speed is quite the opposite. Elsewhere, as the battle between Aizen and Isshin still rages on, the former reveals that he has reached the limit of his Soul Reaper self. Subsequently, the Hogyoku begins to reconstruct his soul. In shock, Isshin discovers through Aizen's statements the true power of the Hogyoku, which is to manifest the desires of all the people within its vicinity. As Aizen's transformation intensifies, Urahara arrives to participate in the battle. This is a special episode to promote the fourth movie, Bleach, Hellverse. In the Soul Society, all Soul Reapers of the 13 Court Guard squads have formed teams in order to make a successful movie. Ichigo, Orihime, Uryu, Chad, Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, and Rangiku Matsumoto team up to make a movie named Intergalactic Maid Cop vs. the Space Invaders of Doom from Another Planet Part 1. Renji, as the director of this improvised film, assigns Uryu as the costume designer and cameraman and Byakuya as the visual effects supervisor and distributes roles to the rest of the crew. Ichigo, as a high school Soul Reaper, must save Rukia, the intergalactic maid cop, being held hostage by Rangiku, the evil criminal alien mastermind, who has Orihime and Chad under her mind control. After a skirmish with the Guardians of Sokyoku Hill, the movie then ends. This is a short prologue from the fourth movie, Bleach, Hellverse. After returning merchandise to the Urahara shop, Rukia finds Zenosuke Kurumadani, the Soul Reaper guardian of Karakura Town, who is attacked by a strange monster revealed to be Shrieker, the frog-like hollow that Ichigo defeated and banished to Hell. Shrieker reveals that he can exit Hell at will. Renji arrives to assist Rukia in defeating Shrieker and sending him back to Hell. After learning of the incident, Yamamoto calls for an emergency meeting and decides to send Renji and Rukia to investigate. In Hell, Sayalaporo Grants and Araniero Arurueri, dead after their battles with the Soul Reapers, encounter Shuren, Taikon, Gunjo, and Garogai, all of whom are sinners. Disappointed, Shuren turns his attention to Ichigo's hollowified form as a means of escaping the depths of Hell. Urahara arrives to stop Aizen. Urahara has prepared a few tricks up his sleeve for the fight, including some special armor for Yoruichi when she later arrives as well. Urahara, Yoruichi, and Isshin all engage Aizen, but with every passing second, he becomes stronger. Meanwhile, the battle between Ichigo and Gin continues. The episode ends with Rangiku running towards Gin. Ichigo hollow-fees and attacks Gin, but Gin slices off Ichigo's hollow mask. While Urahara, Yoruichi, and Isshin continue to fight Aizen, Rangiku is seen by Izuru Kira running towards Gin. Uninterested in Ichigo anymore, Gin tells Ichigo to get lost. Just when Gin is about to kill Ichigo, Aizen appears behind Ichigo, revealing to have defeated Urahara, Yoruichi, and Isshin. Aizen and Gin leave to go to the real Karakura town. In the Dangai, they encounter the Kototsu. Gin tries to tell Aizen it would be impossible to destroy it, and yet Aizen succeeds with a single blow. Ichigo and Isshin go into the Dangai after them. The Dangai reduces time to the point that if one were to stay in that world for 2,000 hours, which is more or less 3 months, only 1 hour will have passed in the outside world, making it ideal for training purposes now that the Kototsu has been destroyed. Isshin devises a method for Ichigo to learn the final Getsuga Tensho in 2,000 hours in that world. To do that, Ichigo must directly contact his Zanpakuto. Once entering his inner world, he meets the spirit of his Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu, who refuses to cooperate with him and pulls out the source of his despair, which turns out to be Ichigo's inner hollow. Meanwhile, in the real Karakura town, Keigo Asano and Tatsuki Arisawa both wake up and wander through the town, pondering what has happened to them. Aizen finds and confronts Arisawa, paralyzing her with his spiritual pressure, while Gin lets Keigo run away. The female Soul Reapers of the Soul Society celebrate New Year's Day by sending out cards to the other divisions. However, some of the male Soul Reapers voice their complaints about the card designs. To settle the matter, the cards are used in a game of Karuta. The game goes out of control when the players start attacking each other for the right card in each round. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, the story lies on Orihime thinking about everyone being with their family. Orihime comes across Rukia and Renji, who were on their way to the local shrine festival. Rukia takes Orihime to the local shrine in the evening, and even though the place is empty, Orihime shockingly sees Ichigo, Uryu, Chad, and Renji there as well. She prays that they all can share another wonderful year together. In this dreamlike scenario, Ichigo and his friends appear as various monsters, him being in the form of Frankenstein's monster. He is summoned to a meeting with them in a castle about protecting the snow crystal from the monster hunters, Isshin and Ryukin Ishida. When the two monster hunters arrive, the monsters do everything they can to stop their opponents. However, Ichigo just wants the snow crystal for himself, so he can turn human and wake up from the dream. When the snow crystal is found missing, Isshin and Ryukin abruptly leave after Ichigo and Uryu, in form of a vampire, prepare to attack. After it is revealed that Rukia, in the form of a succubus, is the snow crystal, Ichigo transforms into a wolf. It is shown that the whole ordeal was dreamed up by Komamura in the Soul Society. As Hisagi and Kira finish some paperwork and go to a restaurant to have some drinks, they briefly run into some of the female Soul Reapers, who thank Hisagi for making lunch for their girls' night out. Later, Hitsugaya has Hisagi, Rangiku, and Isan investigate some mysterious murders in the Rukongai. Hisagi and Rangiku go on ahead through a field when it begins to rain. After waiting a while till the rain lets up, a Hot Springs Inn manager invites the two inside her inn to have them rest and relax. Rangiku has her suspicions with the inn manager, but Hisagi is ever so struggling with his feelings for Rangiku. It becomes even more difficult when Rangiku goes to take a hot bath, which gives Hisagi the urge to take a peek past the door. When Hisagi finally musters up the courage to open the door, Rangiku, who is still in her uniform, attacks past Hisagi and hits the inn manager, who is revealed to be a hollow. After the two defeat the hollow, Rangiku explains that she used Hisagi as bait to lure out the hollow in the first place. Tensa Zangetsu shows Ichigo his inner hollow, revealing to him it was the form he defeated Ulquiorra in. Tensa Zangetsu then joins with the inner hollow, revealing that they were one to begin with, and resumes his battle with Ichigo. Meanwhile, Don Kanonji arrives between Tatsuki and Aizen and becomes determined to fight against him. That is, until Rangiku arrives, just in time to stop him from getting killed. She instructs Kanonji to take Tatsuki with him, whilst she and Gin go somewhere. As Tatsuki and Kanonji reunite with Keigo, Jin wounds Rangiku and rejoins Aizen in chasing after them. Some of Ichigo's classmates, Kanonji and even Kurumadani, make various attempts to stop Aizen, but they all fail. Then, Gin returns and tells Aizen that he eliminated Rangiku, and Aizen claims he will begin creating the Oken after he kills Ichigo's friends. Gin then pulls a surprising move by grabbing Aizen's Zanpakuto and then impaling him through the chest. Gin reveals that the true ability of his Bankai turns his Zanpakuto to dust when it contracts and retracts, capable of leaving a lethal poison in one's body that dissolves it at a cellular rate. Aizen begins to perish as Gin escapes with the Hogyoku in hand. However, the Hogyoku, still belonging to Aizen, whether or not it is inside him, evolves him to an even greater form as a result. Gin has a momentary flashback of when he first saw Aizen with Rangiku unconscious on the ground, which encouraged him to kill the former. In the present, the newly evolved Aizen teleports to Gin's location and brutally slashes him across the middle. Gin recalls apologizing to Rangiku after slightly wounding her from before and is satisfied with that. Before Aizen tries to kill Rangiku, Ichigo shows up on the scene with his unconscious father over his shoulder. Gin, seeing the changed look in Ichigo's eyes, rests in peace, content with what he had done. Ichigo wishes to change the location of their fight and jumps at Aizen, grabbing his face and pushing him many miles away from the town. Aizen, still believing that he can easily defeat him, surmises that Ichigo has not lost his spiritual pressure. Rather, he has discarded it in turn for physical strength. Each swing in the clash between the two is powerful enough to annihilate large amounts of terrain. Aizen becomes increasingly arrogant and is shocked once again when Ichigo effortlessly stops his blade with his bare hand. Aizen unleashes a complete incantation of the allegedly unstoppable Kurohitsugi Kido spell upon Ichigo, yet proving to be of no effect. Ichigo wounds Aizen, forcing the Hogyoku yet another transformation upon Aizen, who becomes a hollow-like creature. Although Aizen renders Ichigo's left arm useless, Ichigo then unleashes the final Getsuga Tensho. Through a flashback, it is revealed that while in his inner world, Ichigo could not defeat Tensa Zangetsu until he allowed to be pierced by Tensa Zangetsu, thereby accepting the blade and the consequences of the technique. He unleashes Mugetsu, a torrent of darkness that enshrouds the land and overwhelms Aizen. However, Aizen prepares to finish off a weakened Ichigo thanks to the Hogyoku, only to be stopped by Urahara. Urahara planted another Kido inside of the Kido he shot just before Aizen transformed the first time as a sealing process. Now that his power has been weakened by Ichigo, the seal has begun to work and the Hogyoku no longer sees him as its master, resulting in him being sealed. In the aftermath of the Winter War, all of the Soul Reapers momentarily return to the Soul Society. Ichigo questions Urahara what Aizen's true motives might have been the whole time. When Ichigo reunites with his friends, he suddenly blacks out. In Central 46, Aizen is sentenced to 20,000 years in the lowest underground level of the prison. Yamamoto, now without a left arm, is maddened that Byakuya, Kenpachi, and Kyoraku lost their coats during their battles. Hitsugaya is seen training with his Bankai inside a cave, looking back at the incident when he accidentally stabbed Momo during his battle. In Rukia's house, Ichigo wakes up after 10 days, and it is revealed that his hair length and body height have returned to normal, having gone through the first couple of stages in losing his powers. However, Ichigo is mainly glad to see all of his friends alive and well. While Khan tries to rescue a girl from being attacked by a hollow, a mysterious person named Michelle intervenes and defeats it instead, much to Khan's dismay. After going back to the Urahara shop to meet with the other team members, Khan was not aware that Michelle just so happens to be a famous spiritualist. After they run into Michelle in the streets, a hollow appears. Khan tries to attack it, but to no avail, yet Michelle easily defeats the hollow in a single blow. Khan is gradually getting suspicious of Michelle, who later publicly announces that he is giving the rest of the team members special capes. After the other members pass out, Arisawa, coming to her senses, is blindsided when Michelle reveals that he was sent to invade the town and to place everyone under hypnosis. Khan steps in and fights Michelle, knocking out his tooth, which was the source of his hypnosis. In retaliation, Michelle transforms into a hollow. Khan eventually defeats Michelle, which dissolves all the capes. Omaida, realizing he overslept from his nap on his way to a meeting with Sui Feng, falls off a cliff and lands on a hollow, who was attacking a boy. When the hollow retreats, Omaida, claiming to be the captain of the 2nd Division, is invited by the boy named Ryuzaburo back to his village, where the villagers serve Omaida food to express their gratitude for saving Ryuzaburo. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Yoruichi allow Ryuzaburo and his 2 friends into the Seirete to find the captain of the 2nd Division. When they arrive at the 2nd Division barracks, Omaeda begs Ichigo and Yoruichi to go along with the story, to which Yoruichi agrees. While walking, they cross paths with Ikkaku Madarame and Yumichika Ayasagawa, who, through explanation from Ichigo and Yoruichi, play along with the story in order to get some cash from Omaeda. Yumichika then tells Rangiku, who brings tea to Omaeda, to follow as well. In the end, even Sui Feng plays along with the story by doing chores for Omaeda after being persuaded by Yoruichi. However, at the end of the day, the three boys overhear Ikkaku and Yumichika discussing the fact that Omaeda would never become a captain. Ryuzaburo becomes angry at Omaeda and runs home, only to be stopped by the hollow from the day before, but Omaeda saves him. The three boys return to their village and Sui Feng beats Omaeda up for insulting her. While Ichigo is sparring with Renji, a man from the 11th Division named Seizo Harugasaki serves the two of them some tea, but everyone seems to disrespect him while he does his duties. It is later revealed by Yumichika that Seizo was once a strong warrior. However, while Seizo was paired with Ikkaku to kill a hollow, the latter was captured and about to lose his spiritual energy. Seizo took the attack instead and lost almost all his spiritual energy, and as a result, no one respected him after that. Ichigo talks to Seizo, and after regaining his confidence in his skills, he defeats a group of hollows alongside Ikkaku. Seizo leaves the 13 court guard squads with all of the 11th Division members, including Ikkaku, bowing down to him in respect. Kon yells out the window about his imprisonment in Ichigo's room. After Ichigo is summoned to take down a hollow, Kon spots the lady from before while taking a stroll on a bridge in Ichigo's body. Seeing as she is about to jump off the bridge, he runs to save her, but ends up falling off instead. Later on, the girl, recognized as Haruko, reveals that she can see spirits, which caused her boyfriend Ken to break up with her. Ichigo finds Rukia, who tells him that there has been an unknown hollow that has been sucking out the souls of humans. When Haruko leaves Kon, she is attacked by a tapeworm hollow using a male human as its host, but Kon arrives just in time to save her. Kon departs after Ken arrives. However, the tapeworm hollow actually took over his body without Kon's knowing. Kon runs back to find out that Haruko is now possessed by the tapeworm hollow. Kon fights Haruko and manages to get the tapeworm hollow out of her. Before Kon's pill form is eaten, he is saved by Ichigo, who then kills the tapeworm hollow. Haruko mistakes Ichigo for Kon and decides to take Ichigo as her boyfriend and leave Ken, but Rukia arrives and uses her memory erasing spray on Haruko and Ken. Haruko and Ken hold hands and resume their relationship, knowing nothing of what happened. Yachiru Kusajishi encounters an old friend named Masayoshi, who saved a girl named Mayu from a hollow. Masayoshi starts to tell the two about how a hollow killed his wife. Mayu, having had her parents killed by that same hollow, starts to feel a bit close to Masayoshi. Yachiru goes back home to Kenpachi, and she remembers that Masayoshi used to be close to her in the past. She goes to see Masayoshi and Mayu again the next day, and Masayoshi kills another hollow that only he could sense. The following day, Masayoshi protects Mayu from a group of hollows, asking her to accompany him in his journey. Yachiru jumps between the two and reveals that Kenpachi told her how a hollow possessed Masayoshi, as proven when his love for sweets and the memory of his wife's name were now gone. Yachiru also says that Masayoshi had killed his wife accidentally and mistook himself for some other hollow. He begins to transform into the hollow in his panicked state. Just then, a hollow shows up behind Mayu, and Masayoshi jumps in and kills it, fatally wounding himself in the process. Masayoshi dies happily in Mayu's arms after having some konpeito from Yachiru, remarking how good it is. Hitsugaya takes leave from the Seirete to visit Haru, a friend of his in the real world. Haru is a lonely old woman who can see spirits. Before seeing her, he gets Karen Kurosaki involved in his visit. They both go to Haru's house and meet the spirit of a shy child named Yosuke. However, Hitsugaya hesitates from sending Yosuke to the Soul Society after hearing that he and his parents died in an accident on the way to a skiing trip, and that he wishes to see snow for the first time before resting in peace. Later, it is revealed that Haru had been controlling Yosuke's transformation into a hollow with her own spiritual energy, and when she weakened, he went out of control. Haru, who is being held in Yosuke's hand, restrains him with her spiritual energy, giving Hitsugaya enough time to give the finishing blow. When the fight ends, it begins to snow in Karakura Town, which allows Yosuke to leave happily. After cleansing and restoring the barriers where Karakura Town was temporarily swapped with the Soul Society, Ranjiku Matsumoto and Nanao Issei enter the Dangai to return home, but are confronted by something along the way. Their captains, who have lost contact with them, are worried sick with their disappearances until they suddenly return a day later. Ranjiku and Nanao were gone only a few hours and came back directly, which concludes that the time in the Dangai is out of sync with the Soul Society. Mayuri Kurotsuchi conducts a survey of the area, with Kenpachi Zaraki assisting as a security escort. Meanwhile, while Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuchiki go off to handle hollows, Kon leaves to investigate a spiritual disturbance and finds a green-haired girl lying asleep and covered in rags. Ichigo returns home and becomes furious with Kon, who has brought back the green-haired girl. While the survey is going on, Mayuri and Kenpachi are confronted by an intense light emerging from the walls of the Dangai. As Ichigo and Rukia return through the Dangai to the Soul Society, they are chased by the supposedly revived Kototsu. To save themselves, Ichigo uses his Bankai and carries Rukia all the way to the Soul Society, but falls to the ground due to the gradual loss of his powers. Ichigo then encounters Toshiro Hitsugaya and Byakuya Kuchiki, who place him under confinement. A mysterious scientist in a laboratory addresses what seems to be body doubles of Izuru, Kira, and Nanao. While Kon tries to keep the green-haired girl, whose name is Nozomi Kujo, a secret from Ichigo's family. Rukia sneaks in Ichigo's jail cell and frees him. Jushiro Ukitake and Shunsui Kyoraku discuss about Ichigo's possible involvement with the disappearances, since his substitute badge was found by Byakuya inside the Dangai. While Rukia explains to Ichigo there is a time gap between the human world and the Soul Society, they are then confronted by Renji Abarai and Ikaku Madarame, who exhibit ruthless behaviors unlike themselves. Yoruichi Shihoin arrives and seals Renji and Ikaku before escaping with Ichigo and Rukia into her hideout. She explains to them that Renji and Ikaku were secretly replaced by Reigai, artificial bodies which allows modified souls to maintain a physical form in Soul Society. The Reigai, which closely imitate the features of a Soul Reaper, are being used to test out soul candies, which means someone in the 12th Division is involved. Ichigo and Rukia later sneak into the laboratory and discover that Nozomi is a fugitive from the Soul Society. The mysterious scientist, along with Kira and Nanao's Reigai, arrive in the human world to apprehend Nozomi, who evades capture. Kon follows her and both are eventually cornered by the scientist. However, Uryu Ishida arrives to help the two. Uryu confronts the mysterious scientist while Ichigo, Rukia, and Yoruichi plan their escape from the Soul Society, assuming that several Reigai have blocked the Senkaimon, the gateway to the Dangai. Uryu is defeated by the scientist's Shikai of his Zanpakuto, Raikou. Yoruichi fights the Reigai to let Ichigo and Rukia escape. Ichigo and Rukia arrive to stop the scientist, revealed to be Kagarosa Inaba, who easily deals with Ichigo in his weakening state. Just as he is about to kill Ichigo and Rukia, the other captains and lieutenants involved in the incident arrive, retrieving Nozomi and forcing Inaba and the Reigai to retreat. Admitting that he is behind the Reigai incident, Inaba then claims that once he has Nozomi, he will be able to conquer the Soul Society and the world of the living. Inaba escapes to the Soul Society and meets with the Reigai. Ichigo, Kon, Orihime, Uryu, and Chad are all in Kisuke Urahara's shop, looking after Nozomi. Rukia appears and tells Ichigo to join the Soul Reapers in his room to formulate a strategy on Nozomi's protection. Orihime organizes a barbecue to cheer up Nozomi and get her to open up to the others, however she runs away. A very concerned Kon eventually finds her, later leaving her in the care of Rangiku, but fails to realize that Rangiku is the imposter trying to capture Nozomi. After he realizes that Nozomi was captured by Rangiku, he attempts to save her, however he cannot defeat Rangiku's Reigai, and after he himself is defeated, Ichigo, Rukia, Renji, and Rangiku all arrive to save Nozomi, and Rangiku's Reigai escapes. During the barbecue, Nozomi starts to eat after Kon offers her some of the barbecued food. Ukitake and Kyoraku, suspecting some sort of foul play in the Soul Society, recall on their previous mandatory captains meeting, where Mayuri claims and Kenpachi agrees that Ichigo tampered with his work in the Dangai. Unbeknownst to Ukitake and Kyoraku, both Mayuri and Kenpachi were actually the imposters. Meanwhile, in Karakura Town, Ichigo finds Kon tied up in his closet, which means Nozomi has escaped again. Ichigo and his friends proceed to search for her. Kon manages to find her in a forest, though she runs away again. Elsewhere in the forest, Ikaku, Yumichika Ayasegawa, Shuhei Hisagi, and Marechio Omaeda are confronted by their respective Reigai. While Hisagi and Omaeda trick their imposters and defeat them, things do not go well for Ikaku and Yumichika. Luckily, their Reigai are fended off after Uryu arrives to join the fray. Kira's Reigai approaches Rangiku. Rukia encounters her own Reigai, and Sui Feng arrests Kyoraku, who has been framed by Inaba. Kon continues to follow Nozomi, who claims to have some sort of uncertain destination to find. Rangiku, blocking the attacks of Kira's Reigai, is surprised when her Zanpakuto drops to the ground, since his new and improved Zanpakuto can increase the weight of whatever he strikes up to 10 times the amount. However, Rangiku, now subdued, cleverly blocks his Zanpakuto with a heavy steel pole, trapping it onto the ground, allowing her to defeat him. Ukitake, pleading to Central 46 to release Kyoraku, is denied his request, and he later meets with Retsu Unohana, who warns him to be careful. Rukia's Reigai is soon joined with Nemu Kuratsuchi's Reigai to brawl against Rukia, but Nemu arrives and kills her Reigai, which leaves behind a red stone, assuming this is true form of the Reigai. Elsewhere, Nozomi tells Kon she must find a place with a row of shrine gates, and Kon agrees to take her to the first place he remembers. Rukia, who defeats her Reigai, joins Nemu and Rangiku to search for Nozomi, but Rukia is revealed to actually be the fake Rukia, who then tosses Nemu and Rangiku into the river with the real Rukia. Ukitake is slashed by Kyoraku when freeing him from imprisonment, revealing this Kyoraku to also be a Reigai. Orihime and Chad find Rukia, Nemu, and Rangiku washed up on the shore of the river. As Orihime goes to heal them, Chad is attacked by Renji's Reigai. In the Soul Society, Ukitake and Kyoraku's Reigai confront Yamamoto, who claims he has known all along about their intent to kill him. Unohana meets with Issane Kotetsu and explains to her that she has gone through secret archives of the Soul Society and has determined Inaba as the perpetrator. Inaba then reveals himself and demonstrates the power of his Zanpakuto as Issane attacks him. As Chad is confronting the false Renji, the real Renji appears and attacks his imposter, both eventually defeating the Reigai. Meanwhile, Nozomi explains to Kon that the human world has several natural Senkaimon, some leading to empty voids. Her plan is to enter one and vanish. The Reigai of Rukia, Rangiku, Ikaku, Yumichika, Hisagi, and Omaeda appear to apprehend her, but they are confronted by Ichigo, who unleashes a powerful Getsuga Tensho, destroying them all. Hitsugaya, Byakuya, Kenpachi, Yachiru Kusajishi, and Sajin Komamura, the 5 Soul Reapers trapped in the living world, use Urahara's Senkaimon to return to the Soul Society. They fall into Inaba's trap in the Dangai, where Komamura stays behind to counter the Koryu, the restrictive current passing through the Dangai. Kenpachi encounters his false counterpart and engages in fierce combat. At first being defeated, he then regains the upper hand and destroys his Reigai after encouragement from Yachiru. Meanwhile, Ukitake and Kyoraku's Reigai continue their battle with Yamamoto, claiming that they have not lost their pride despite being Reigai. Also, Unohana and Aizen confront Inaba at his headquarters, where he explains how he created these Reigai. Aizen suddenly turns on Unohana, revealing herself to be an imposter. Unohana's Reigai then arrives and meets with her original. Unohana and her imposter engage in conflict using Kido attacks, with Unohana escaping. Ukitake and Kyoraku's Reigai are unable to defeat Yamamoto, who criticizes their claim that they retain their pride. Unohana's Reigai arrives and heals their wounds, revealing their strategy was to exhaust Yamamoto. Elsewhere in the Seirei-te, Byakuya is stopped by the Hitsugaya's Reigai, and the two unleash their Bankai in a brief battle. Byakuya asks why someone would fight for Inaba, and Hitsugaya's Reigai claims that he wants to protect someone, whom the original does not have the power to do so. Byakuya criticizes his motives and eventually manages to defeat him, though narrowly escaping Hitsugaya's Hyoten Hayakuso. Back in the living world, Ichigo asks Urahara to send him to the Soul Society. He is advised not to go due to his declining spiritual energy. However, Nozomi steps up and reveals a type of healing Kido that restores some of Ichigo's lost spiritual energy. He then proceeds with heading to the Soul Society, where Inaba meets with the unresponsive figure resembling Nozomi, claiming Nozomi will return. Ichigo, entering through the Dangai, reaches the Soul Society, where he later encounters Inaba. After Byakuya kills the fake Hitsugaya, he moves forward, where he encounters his own Reigai. While in a bamboo forest, Kenpachi is attacked by Sui Feng's Reigai, but he easily defeats her squad members. Hitsugaya is confronted by fake Momo Hinamori, but he cannot being himself to kill her. The real Momo seems to appear and attacks her Reigai, but both are revealed to be Reigai after tricking him into saving one of them, and they cut him down. Yoruichi then appears and defeats both of the Reigai, saving Hitsugaya. Inaba, while attacking Ichigo, explains that his lack of purity makes him an erasable anomaly. Byakuya confronts his false counterpart, originally struggling until he releases his Bankai. Meanwhile, Komamura is having difficulty dealing with Sui Feng's Reigai, whose speed and abilities seem to outmatch his. In a desperate final attempt, both of them clash with their Bankai, and the battle ends in a draw. Elsewhere, a frustrated Yamamoto releases a powerful wall of fire, seemingly engulfing the imposters that were challenging him. In the world of the living, Ichigo's friends express concern when Urahara tells them he cannot detect Ichigo's spiritual pressure. Hitsugaya and Kenpachi arrive at Inaba's base of operations. They engage him in combat, and Inaba reveals his Zanpakuto can record attacks in the Dangai and fire them back at the opponent. As Inaba gains the upper hand, Yoruichi and the captains arrive, aside from Komamura, Unohana, Yamamoto, and Mayuri. Elsewhere, Ichigo is rescued in the Dangai by a mysterious figure. Inaba summons the remaining Reigai, and a brawl between the originals and the fakes ensues. At first, Yoruichi and the captains are able to overpower Inaba and his forces. However, when they lose the upper hand, a seemingly false Mayuri slashes Inaba, revealing he switched places with the imposter. Ichigo awakens at the Urahara shop, mystified as to how he was rescued. Urahara tells him that there are several ways to escape the Koryu but none to escape the Kototsu, so it is unknown how Ichigo escaped. Elsewhere, Mayuri uses his Zanpakuto to drug Inaba, which slows down his ability to think. However, Inaba then summons Aizen's Reigai and attacks her. At the Urahara shop, Rukia then explains Project Spearhead to the rest of the group, in which modified souls were used. Inaba then takes the soul candy from the Reigai and swallows it, resulting with Inaba being rejected from his body and the Reigai taking the effects of the drug. Inaba, revealing his backstory as the one who created modified souls, then resurrects most of the defeated Reigai, unleashing their true strength. Nozomi admits she was the first modified soul. Renji reports to Yamamoto and informs him that the captains involved in the brawl with Inaba have not been heard from. Yamamoto then states that only Ichigo, Rukia, Renji, Ikkaku, and Yumachika are prepared for battle. Yamamoto then speculates several hollows may have gathered due to the spiritual disturbance. Nozomi stays at Ichigo's house for the time being, and Kon has been feeling really depressed lately because of what Nozomi admitted. That night, while Ichigo is sleeping, Nozomi leaves the house and goes for a walk. However, she is then attacked by a hollow, and a confident Kon arrives to defend her. After the hollow easily deals with them both, Nozomi's frustration releases a bout of spiritual pressure, and she regains her Soul Reaper abilities, defeating the hollow. After regaining Soul Reaper abilities, Nozomi decides that she wants to help defeat Inaba, but she has yet to remember the name and power of her Zanpakuto. Ichigo, Rukia, Uryu, and Chad decide to help Nozomi awaken her dormant powers through the same rigorous training that Ichigo underwent to awaken his. Meanwhile, Inaba orders the fakes of Byakuya, Hitsugaya, Kenpachi, and Komamura to infiltrate the human world, but the four fall into a trap set by Urahara, who separates them during their travel through the Dangai. When the four fakes arrive in various areas, Ikkaku battles Kenpachi's Reigai, while some of the lieutenants deal with the rest. Taking advice from Yumachika to not hold back on her training, Ichigo throws a Getsuga Tensho at Nozomi, allowing her to finally remember the name of her Zanpakuto, Arazome Shigure. Ikkaku looks like he is about to be delivered the finishing blow by Kenpachi's Reigai, but Nozomi arrives and seemingly obliterates Kenpachi's Reigai with her Zanpakuto. Hisagi and Kira take on Hitsugaya's Reigai, while Rangiku and Tetsuzaimon Iba fight Komamura's Reigai. Renji and Rukia face Byakuya's Reigai. When Kenpachi's Reigai reappears to fight Nozomi, Yumachika faces him to avenge his fallen comrade, while Ichigo and Nozomi tend to Ikkaku's wounds. An unsatisfied Nozomi wants to help out in the ongoing battles, but all of the lieutenants tell her to get out of the way and go to safety. The lieutenants are at their limits against the four false captains. Kenpachi challenges Ichigo to a match, but when Hitsugaya eagerly joins in and attacks Nozomi, she then deals a considerable amount of damage to him in one shot. Byakuya's Reigai, realizing the power of her Zanpakuto, tries to bind her to keep her from using it, but Uryu manages to save her. After witnessing Nozomi absorb an attack from his bow, Jinrei Kojaku, Uryu deduces that her Zanpakuto can absorb anything with spiritual pressure. Having no other choice but to rely on her, Ichigo, Uryu, Chad, and the remaining lieutenants all direct their spiritual pressure at Nozomi, which she redirects at the four false captains. Yamamoto believes Nozomi is unimportant to him due to the fact that she is a modified soul. Ukitake and Kyoraku's Reigai suddenly appear in the living world and are back for a rematch with Yamamoto, but Ichigo and Nozomi take over for now and spar with the two. Ichigo later has to cover for Nozomi when she is defeated. Yamamoto, distracted at this, is soon immobilized by the Unohara's Reigai, but as the original Unohara stops her, he is able to break the seal with his spiritual pressure. When Yamamoto is about to be attacked by the three Reigai, Inaba arrives and commands them to stop, as he wants to be the one to battle Yamamoto. Nozomi offers to be a decoy to prevent Inaba from copying Yamamoto's techniques. Inaba avoids crossing swords with Nozomi, knowing full well of her abilities, but Nozomi pulls out a surprise attack, having already absorbed Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Yamamoto attacks Inaba with his flames, as this was a diversion for Ichigo to use his Getsuga Tensho on Inaba. Inaba, revealed to still be alive, was able to copy the abilities of Nozomi, absorbing both Yamamoto and Ichigo's attacks. As Inaba then uses this to finish Yamamoto off, Nozomi appears before the blast in an attempt to absorb the attack. Nozomi's Zanpakuto breaks in the midst of trying to protect Yamamoto from Inaba's attack. Ichigo and Kon try to save Nozomi from being taken away, but Inaba reveals that he and Nozomi were created by the same spirit particles of another Soul Reaper. He defeats Ichigo, Rukia, and Renji, while Nozomi manages to run away with Kon in tow. Nozomi sadly binds Kon to a rock, running away without him. When Inaba finds Nozomi, he falls due to a loose rock on a slope. Ichigo finally catches up and defeats Inaba with a Getsuga Tensho, only to discover that it was a clone that Inaba created. Inaba knocks Ichigo out in one swipe, passes Nozomi out, and proceeds to leave the world of the living with her. Following his defeat by Inaba, Ichigo has lost his Soul Reaper powers. Still determined to save Nozomi, Ichigo and his friends gather at the Urahara shop to come up with a rescue plan. Urahara comes up with a risky plan that involves Ichigo going in the Dangai and being swallowed by the Kototsu to retrieve a sample of his Soul Reaper powers. The plan works, and Ichigo gets out of the Kototsu. When he meets up with everyone, he states that he saw another one of himself when he was inside the Kototsu, leading Urahara to conclude that Ichigo saved himself when he was first swallowed, since there is no time in the Kototsu. Inside the Dangai, Rukia and the others act as decoys to draw away the attention of the Reigai, while Ichigo, Urahara, and Kon break into the Sairete. As they search for Inaba's laboratory, Urahara makes an attempt to restore Ichigo's lost powers by creating a soul candy, but is discovered by Nanao and Nemu's Reigai. At the last minute before an explosion, Ichigo breaks the glass containing the soul candy and consumes it. However, as stated by Urahara, the candy was incomplete, making both his Soul Reaper and Hollow powers unbalanced. While escaping, the three are ambushed by the false captains, but are saved when Yoruichi and the originals appear, ready to fight. The captains, thought to have fallen in battle, return to fight the Reigai. Meanwhile, Ichigo powers continue to grow unstable, forcing him to rest for the time being. Urahara and Kon later find out about Oko Yushima, the Soul Reaper who extracted all of his spirit particles and separating them into two modified souls, them being Nozomi and Inaba. When visiting Yushima's cell in the nest of maggots, they get attacked by Suifeng and Omaida's Reigai, but are later defeated by Urahara. The two visit Yushima's cell, only to find him unresponsive, leading Urahara to conclude that Yushima will never gain consciousness. Meanwhile, Ichigo's hollowified form finally takes over and escapes the building he was in. Urahara and Kon head to the location where Inaba's other laboratory might be, only to be halted by Urahara's Reigai. As Urahara battles his counterpart, Kon dashes down into the laboratory, where he promptly tries to awaken Nozomi inside her capsule. She does awaken and insists that Kon escape at first, but after seeing his persistence and his devotion of trying to save her, she tries to help Kon restore Ichigo's spiritual energy. Before Ichigo's soul candy can be created, Nemu's Reigai appears and stops the transfer. Immediately afterwards, the fusion process between Nozomi and Inaba is completed. Ichigo's hollowified form defeats the 8th Division members, but when he is about to destroy Nanao's Reigai, the fused Yushima appears before him. Yushima, showing no interest in fighting Ichigo's hollowified form, tries to walk away, but the mindless hollowified creature continues to pursue him, leading them both to clash on Sokyoku Hill. The captains and their Reigai counterparts are finally joined by their lieutenants who help them in the battle. Rukia, Renji, Orihime, Uryu, and Chad arrive on Sokyoku Hill and all try to stop Yushima, but the combined powers of Nozomi and Inabe prove to be too much for them. Yushima reveals the true nature of his Zanpakuto, Sumitsukigasa, and defeats everyone, but before he can finish them off, Ichigo jumps in front of Rukia to take an attack. When Yushima stabs Ichigo with his Zanpakuto, Ichigo goes into Yushima's consciousness and sees an image of Nozomi, who calls out for him, causing his holfied form to break apart and losing all his powers again. Ichigo is left to watch as his friends attempt to overpower Yushima, but Yushima finds a way to break through whatever they try to attack him with. Yushima has Nemu's Ray Guy bring him more fusion stabilizer, but when she arrives, she unexpectedly kicks him backward. It is revealed that Kon was helped by Urahara and Mayuri by placing his soul candy into that of Nemu's Ray Guy. Kon gives Ichigo a complete soul candy, which restores his powers. He prepares to unleash his Bankai against Yushima. Meanwhile, Byakuya has deduced that the Reigai do not sacrifice themselves to attack the originals when they are all together, as it goes against what they believe in. The originals join forces against the Reigai to protect the Soul Society. Ichigo successfully unleashes his Bankai and fights against Yushima. With the assistance of his friends, Ichigo is able to fire a hollow-fied Getsuga Tensho, which Yushima is unable to absorb because of his inability to absorb Hollow's spiritual pressure. As Yushima strikes at Ichigo, he catches his Zanpakuto and fires a huge hollow-fied Getsuga Tensho. Nozomi's consciousness appears for a moment and asks to be killed, but Yushima takes complete control and unleashes a giant structure that absorbs the spirit particles from the Soul Society. Being surrounded by his structure and Ichigo out of the way, Nozomi regains control and creates a sword to slice Yushima's Saketsu. The Reigai react shockingly to Yushima's attack and reveal that their motive was to protect the Soul Society in their own way. The Reigai proceed to attack the structure at the cost of their own lives, causing a huge explosion. Ichigo deactivates his Bankai and has one last clash with an enraged Yushima before breaking the fusion. Nozomi and Inaba reappear once again, and Inaba begins to question his thoughts to Nozomi before fading away. Nozomi says a heartwarming goodbye to Kon and fades away. Ichigo has been struggling against Hollows due to gradually losing his temporarily restored powers, but is saved by Rukia and Uryu, who tell him to rest from dealing with Hollows. It is shown that Ukitake contacted Rukia to prevent Ichigo from fighting Hollows. The next day, Ichigo takes Rukia to an ice skating rink with their friends. At night, fireworks from a nearby amusement park begin to shoot up in the sky, ending the day on a happy note. A massive hollow is sensed nearby when Ichigo and Rukia are heading home, but Rukia tries to save Ichigo from facing it, telling him that she would fight in his place if she has to, seeing him as a good friend. An exhausted Ichigo was well aware that Rukia was instructed to prevent Ichigo from fighting hollows and to give him rest, but he knows that he will remain the same way as he has been before. Ichigo wakes up in his room, surrounded by his friends. He goes outside and takes note of his disappearing powers, unable to sense spirits anymore. 17 months after the defeat of Sosuke Aizen at the cost of his Soul Reaper powers by using of the final Getsuga Tensho, now 17-year-old Ichigo Kurosaki has been living in peace as a third-year high school student. On the way home from school, Ichigo incapacitates a thief and returns the stolen bag to its owner. The next day, the thief and his gang seek out Ichigo at his school and are confronted by Uryu Ishida. Elsewhere, the owner of the stolen bag meets with his friends, revealing he has found Ichigo. Ichigo and Uryu dispatch the gang with ease but are interrupted when Ichigo's part-time job boss, Ikumi Unagiya, kidnaps and forces him to work. Their client, the owner of the stolen bag, requests an investigation on Isshin Kurosaki, Ichigo's father. Ichigo declines but is intrigued when the owner reveals that one of his younger sisters, Karin Kurosaki, had been visiting Kisuke Urahara. The owner introduces himself as Kugo Ginjo, gives Ichigo an execution business card, and cryptically warns him to act before his family is hurt. Uryu, passing by Ichigo's house, pursues a strange man and is critically injured as a result. While walking at night, Ichigo decides to forget his past and throws his substitute badge into the river. Later, he hears from Orihime Inoue that Uryu is in the hospital. At the hospital, Ryukin Ishida sends Ichigo home and reveals to Orihime the assailant was a human with powers and cautions her to be careful. The next day, Ichigo's friends, Keigo Asano and Mizuiro Kojima, are attacked by the thief whom Ichigo had stopped prior. Ichigo saves them and meets Uryu's assailant who flees when Ryukin arrives. Ichigo, realizing he is being excluded from information due to his lack of powers, decides to contact Execution. After contacting Ginjo, Ichigo is led to the Execution headquarters and learns its members possess the ability dubbed as Fullbring, which allows them to manipulate the souls of inanimate objects. The cause of the power are residual spiritual energy from hollows who attacked their pregnant mothers. Yasutora Chad Sado, who had been missing, appears at the headquarters, shocking Ichigo. Ginjo reveals that Execution plans to restore Ichigo's Soul Reaper powers in order to rid themselves of their Fullbring abilities. Ichigo declines, stating that he is only seeking information his family and friends are hiding from him. Uryu's assailant stabs an incomplete hollow and asks for its cooperation. Ichigo returns home and resumes his life. Chad attempts to convince Ichigo to accept Execution's offer, stating that Ichigo himself wants the power to protect his loved ones. While walking through town, Ichigo sees Uryu's assailant and pursues him, but runs into his other younger sister, Yuzu Kurosaki, on the way. The hollow attacks them and are saved when Ginjo dispatches it. As a result, Ichigo returns to Execution and accepts their offer, and Ginjo returns Ichigo's substitute badge back to him. The next day, Ichigo is called in to Execution headquarters to learn how to use the Fullbring abilities. Ichigo is shrunken and placed in a dollhouse by Riruka Dokugamine, where he has to defeat an aggressive pig plushie under a time limit set by Giriko Kutsuzawa. When Chad advises Ichigo to use his pride, Ichigo uses his substitute badge as the focal item to materialize his Fullbring. Ichigo defeats the pig plushie with his Fullbring and is freed from the dollhouse. Elsewhere, Orihime is confronted by Mo Shishigawara, who intends to kill her. Shishigawara is then interrupted by his superior, Uryu's assailant, who is revealed to be Shukuro Tsukishima. Tsukishima prepares to punish Shishigawara for going against his orders, but Orihime decides to intervene. Tsukishima pretends to impale Orihime's chest and leaves her. Although Orihime suffered no cuts, she starts having a vague idea that Tsukishima was her friend. Unwilling to worry Ichigo about what happened, she only tells Chad about Tsukishima. Aware that Orihime is hiding information from him, Ichigo goes back to Execution headquarters, and Ginjo reveals that Tsukishima was Execution's original founding member. But when they found a substitute Soul Reaper to transfer of their members' powers to Tsukishima killed him, and the members involved in the transfer before disappearing. In light of Tsukishima actions, Ginjo decides to speed up Ichigo's training. Ichigo continues his training, but desires to actually battle one of the members of Execution. Ginjo suggests that Jackie Tristan should be his members, but she refuses and storms off. Meanwhile, Tsukishima sends Shishigawara to tail Chad. However, while Chad is wary of Shishigawara's presence, no attack on him is attempted. Later, Jackie decides that she will fight Ichigo in a fish tank after seeing him pass his training in a birdcage, both set up by Rukia. She fully introduces herself, activates her Fullbring using her boots, and proceeds to attack a surprised Ichigo. Ichigo continues his training with Jackie. While at first Jackie overwhelms him with her more experienced powers, Ichigo is able to activate a power of Fullbring known as Bringer Light to gain the advantage. As they go on with the battle, Ichigo's powers go out of control, but insists that he can still fight despite Jackie's insistence that they stop. It is then that Tsukishima attacks Execution, wanting to kill Ichigo. When Tsukishima cuts the fish tank containing Ichigo and Jackie, Ichigo appears, revealing the next stage of his Fullbring. Ichigo, Chad, and Execution start their battle with Tsukishima. The battle is taken outside when Chad attacks Tsukishima before he reveals he was the one who attacked Uryu and Orihime, but Ichigo finds it out anyway. Enraged, he starts to battle Tsukishima, but the expert Fullbringer overwhelms him. Ginjo then gets in the way and battles with Tsukishima instead, the two being more evenly matched. Yet Ichigo, who cannot just stand there and watch, attacks again and is able to land a hit, but is stopped by Yukio Han's Vorarlberna, who then proceeds to stop Tsukishima himself. While Ichigo is fully protected by Yukio's Fullbring, Chad, Ginjo, and Rukia successfully manage to force Tsukishima to retreat. The group then moves to their second hideout to ponder what Tsukishima's motives really were, but they soon come to realize that they have been overthinking this. While Orihime heals Uryu, the two discuss the new threat but are unable to figure out if all the incidents so far were from the same culprit. Orihime later runs into Chad, who brings her back to the execution hideout to heal Ichigo, who has been training with Ginjo inside Yukio's Fullbring in a video game setting. Elsewhere, Urahara and Isshin plan to collect spiritual energy inside a vat with the help of a Soul Reaper, who is none other than Rukia Kuchiki. During the time skip of the 17 months, the Soul Reapers of the Soul Society celebrate the new year. Izuru Kira is tasked to organize a special event for this occasion, though at first he was reluctant to participate. He hosts a friendly kite-flying activity, but it slowly turns into a chaotic competition among many of the squad divisions. Kira attempts to stop the chaos, but his plan ultimately fails. Later on, Rukia prepares for an upcoming ceremonial dance her late sister had been in many years ago, but she is unimpressed with her own dancing abilities. Renji Abarai decides to help her out, but she gets angry when he later accidentally spills ink on her ceremonial kimono and tells him to leave. After Rukia is given her late sister's kimono instead, she realizes that Renji was trying to help relax her, so she would not worry so much about the dance. Rukia sends a letter of apology to Renji, who was able to come to the dance, which turns out to be a huge success. Ichigo continues his training with Ginjo while Orihime heals him. Yet when Ginjo blinds him and starts to say antagonistic things to make Ichigo angry, Ichigo begins to doubt Ginjo's true intentions. When Ginjo claims that he will kill Chad and Orihime, Ichigo is able to notice his spiritual pressure. Ichigo then manages to wound Ginjo with his Fullbring, reaching its final level, and Ginjo apologizes for his acting. After Ichigo achieves the final level of Fullbring, he spends his time perfecting it. With Execution deciding to protect Ichigo so that they can complete their goal, Riruka goes to search Chad and Orihime, who are investigating Tsukishima. Riruka ends being ambushed by Tsukishima, who attacks her with his Fullbring. Tsukishima then confronts Chad and Orihime, who are unable to kill him as a result of his Fullbring causing him to be part of their memories. After Ichigo puts the finishing touches on completing his Fullbring, Ginjo tells him to go home to see his sisters, but Tsukishima activates his Fullbring that was placed on Ichigo's friends and sisters in order to make them believe that he is a close relative of the Kurosaki family. After running out, Ichigo encounters Ginjo, who tells Ichigo that all the other members of Execution have fallen under Tsukishima's control. Ichigo and Ginjo, figuring out Tsukishima's Fullbring can manipulate the memories of the people he cuts down, are found out by Yukio, who brings them to Tsukishima's mansion. The two are welcomed by Ichigo's affected friends and sisters, but Ichigo, unable to fight with all of them in the crosshairs, runs away to a safer location, only to be stopped by the brainwashed Execution. Ginjo destroys the staircase and takes on his fellow members himself while Ichigo fights Tsukishima. Ichigo is able to gain the upper hand with his Fullbring and severely injures Tsukishima's arm. However, Chad and Orihime, also affected, arrive and stop him from finishing Tsukishima off. Chad and Orihime, who believe Ichigo has gone crazy, try to prevent him from attacking Tsukishima even when the fight is taken outside. Meanwhile, Ginjo, while confronting his fellow members, runs into trouble with Shishigawara and his lucky punches. An overwhelmed Ichigo is soon about to be slashed by Tsukishima, but Ginjo takes the hit instead. After Ginjo seems to be unaffected, Uryu suddenly arrives and claims that Ginjo was his assailant instead of Tsukishima. Before Ichigo can react, he is struck down by Ginjo, who reveals that he allowed Tsukishima to slash him twice to return to his original self. He stabs Ichigo with his sword and says he will take Ichigo's Fullbring. Ginjo is able to take Ichigo's Fullbring and apply its power to his own. Unable to do anything about his situation, Ichigo falls deep into despair and runs after Ginjo, demanding for Ginjo to give him his power back. Ichigo is then impaled by a sword held by Rukia, which causes him to become a Soul Reaper once again. The sword is revealed to possess the powers from the 13 court guard squads in order to assist Ichigo in his fight against Ginjo. Ichigo attacks Ginjo with a Getsuga Tensho, which is powerful enough to clear away a thunderstorm and slice Tsukishima's mansion in half. Ichigo eventually overpowers Ginjo using his regained Soul Reaper powers, and he also learns that he regained his powers thanks to the spiritual energies given by all of the captains and lieutenants. Toshiro Hitsugaya reveals that Ginjo was the first substitute Soul Reaper. Meanwhile, Chad and Orihime rush to Ichigo, confused as to why Ginjo is being attacked. Tsukishima appears behind them and tries to break their minds by adding new memories to their past, but Urahara and Isshin knock them out. As promised, Ginjo gives the other execution members new powers of their own. Ichigo attempts to take them down, but Yukio uses his new powers to protect them and separate the others. Kenpachi Zaraki quickly takes care of Kutsuzawa and cuts him in half. Uryu comes to assist Ichigo in his battle against Ginjo. Byakuya Kuchiki prepares to start fighting Tsukishima, while Riruka ambushes Rukia using stuffed animals. Renji encounters Jackie and defeats her without the use of his Zanpakuto Zabimaru, having trained to fight an opponent at Aizen's level. As Yukio then attempts to destroy the dimension where Renji and Jackie are situated, he is confronted by Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya manages to capture Yukio in ice and attempts to force him to free his comrades. Meanwhile, Ikkaku Madarame confronts Shishigawara, managing to find his Fullbring's weakness and overpower him. Tsukishima, revealing that he can use his Fullbring on inanimate objects as well, hits Byakuya's Zanpakuto, thus learning all he needs to know about Byakuya's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Rukia fights against Riruka and gets her body trapped in a stuffed animal, and attempting to fight with Kido was ineffective. Riruka tells about how the Fullbringers, through their tragic childhood pasts, were gathered together to form execution. Using this distraction as an opportunity, Rukia touches Riruka with her Zanpakuto, but Riruka, unable to dodge Rukia, uses a special ability from her Fullbring to vanish while causing Rukia to collapse. Meanwhile, Tsukishima is able to overwhelm Byakuya and manages to inflict a serious injury. However, Byakuya shoots out his Bankai from his hand, piercing Tsukishima's chest. Before Tsukishima falls to the ground, Byakuya thanks him for an exciting battle. Ichigo and Uryu continue their battle with Ginjo. However, when Ginjo senses that Tsukishima is near death, he tells Ichigo they no longer have a reason to fight, while revealing that the substitute Soul Reapers have been constantly spied on by the Soul Society to monitor their actions. However, using his Bankai to destroy the dimension with the other Soul Reapers looking on, Ichigo admits knowing about the revelation, yet still intends to trust the Soul Society for aiding him in protecting the people close to him. This as Ginjo releases his own unaimed Bankai, in response to Ichigo's resolve, as the two have a final clash. The battle between Ichigo and Ginjo comes to a close when the latter receives a mortal wound. Just as Ginjo is about to die, the dying Tsukishima tries to kill Ichigo, but is stopped by Riruka as she emerges from Rukia's body. Shishigawa proceeds to carry Tsukishima away, who dies by his injuries while the other surviving Tsushin members decide to separate. Ichigo later returns to the Soul Society and requests that Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto let Ginjo's body be buried within the human world as the last thing he can do for him. Yamamoto agrees just as Ichigo accepts to continue being a substitute Soul Reaper. Rukia sees Ichigo off, recalling their time together, and silently thanks him. Ichigo returns to Karakura Town where he is greeted by his friends and family. And that was Bleach, the story of courage, loyalty, and the will to protect those we love. From Karakura Town to Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, Ichigo's journey showed us that true strength comes from the heart. But Ichigo's battle doesn't end here. The war between Soul Reapers and Quincy's has already begun. The 1,000-year Blood War has returned to reshape the world of Bleach. If you haven't seen it yet, check out my full recap of the 1,000-year Blood War arc. It's already up on the channel. Continue the fight and see how Ichigo's story evolves in this final, breathtaking saga. Thank you all for an incredible year of support and passion for anime. Here's to a new year filled with more stories, more growth, and more soul. Happy New Year, everyone! And remember, keep your blades sharp and your spiritual pressure high.